your brain, the infinite plane. The edge is in your mind. 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 Edge is in your mind. The edge is in your mind. The edge is in your mind. The edge is in your
That's Chief Crow, Flat Earth Worms, The Edges in Your Mind. Today is March 24th, 2022, and I'm going to start off the 24/7 replays and archives and music with a replay from Jordan Maxwell's appearance on IPS Sunday School. So this was a couple of years, this is actually 2020, right after the lockdowns started. Early on, my search to understand this type of symbolism led me to Maxwell's lectures. He has 60 plus years of research, speaks for itself. So I reached out to him in June of 2020 and had him on as the first guest of the IPS Sunday schools, which we didn't really keep doing the Sunday schools. I think we all overslept. Anyway, I'm going to play this replay, and then afterward we'll send out notifications and do phone calls and everything else. So let's go and start with this IPS Sunday School with Jordan Maxwell. Where we left off last time.
Yeah, that's fine. That's fine.
So last time we spoke, it was right after, well, actually, it was right after quarantine had been declared, and we had the Black Monday market crash. And I was talking about how the crash was 33 years from the Black Monday crash of 1987. And so I was talking about the symbolism and why we see the number 33 whenever there's some type of chaos. And so that's kind of where I wanted to pick up today, because right now we see a lot of things that I think might have more than one meaning or an occulted meaning. So I wanted to get your take on a couple of things that have developed. So,
that's
for
fine.
example, what do you think about the significance of politicians kneeling with masks on? You know, is it really just a nod to Black Lives Matter, or do you think that there's another meaning behind it?
No, I think there's probably another meaning behind it. And that meaning, I think, is probably Nazi. I think that what's going on in America is there is a Nazi movement to take over the world. Because if you remember back in the World War II, when it was over, the German army surrendered, but the Nazis did not surrender. They didn't surrender at all. And so they are still well healed and doing just fine. They're living right now in South America, in Argentina, and they're doing well all over the world. The Nazis are. So it was the German army that they gave up during the Second World War and signed an agreement to disarm. But the Nazis never signed anything. They haven't decided to do anything but what they were doing. And I think that what is going on right now are the Nazis that are living in Argentina are doing what they have always done. They've hated this country. They want to destroy it. And so I think that's what's happening to us right now.
Very interesting, because I've looked into a few Nazis who more or less seem to have left the Nazi Party and come to work for America. People like rocket scientist
Yeah.
Ron,
And I look at his relationship to people like Walt Disney and how Walt Disney helped Werner von Braun's vision of outer space be communicated to the masses. So it
Yep,
seems like
you're right.
what's with the Nazis getting involved with NASA?
Yeah, well, NASA is a Nazi organization to start with. NASA and NAZI to start with, because all the major scientists at NASA were Nazis. They were brought here by the U.S. military and involved all of the Nazi operation, and they gave to the Nazis all the information and the money that they needed to do whatever they wanted to do. And so that's why our NASA is actually Nazi. It's run by Nazis.
Okay, so we have this reoccurring theme. Many conspiracy theorists look into this idea of Nazi exfiltration. I think it was called, was it Operation Paperclip or something? Where there was this move of Nazis with the aid of the Vatican into positions of influence within America. So are we
Yes.
looking at some covert control, or are they ever going to reveal it? Or are you suggesting it's just like behind the scenes, maybe
It's a
compromising?
behind the scenes of the Knights of Malta. The Nazi movement is actually a Catholic order called the Knights of Malta. The Knights of Malta are, in fact, the Nazi party today. And we have to understand the Vatican is behind all of this. And that's why it has been said so often that all roads lead to Rome. And that's true. The narcotics traffic, human trafficking, organized crime, and keeping in mind that the Pope is today a Jesuit, and the Pope is called the Holy Father. And why? Because he speaks for God. He's a Godfather. And we need to keep that in mind, that the Pope is a Godfather in Rome. And that's why the nations around the world all go to Rome, so they can bow down on their knees and kiss his ring and let him know that they are in subjection to the Roman Godfather. It's
Okay, so
incredible.
Godfather, that term seems almost synonymous then with vicar, like vicar of Christ, which means that the Pope is a stand-in who is a figurehead, but he's considered to be a stand-in for God himself.
That's exactly correct. Yes. He is a stand-in for God himself. That's why he's called a Godfather. He's a Holy Father because he speaks for God. And we have to understand there's a connection between organized crime in America and the Godfather in Rome. And the Godfather has infiltrated America from very beginning, and for a long time he's been involved with American politics.
Okay, now that's a good point there. The Pope, the papacy, it's always, in my view, been very political, but this one, the present Pope, Jesuit Pope, is definitely hardline environmentalist. He invented something called eco-sins, and he said that when we damage the environment, we're sinning against the creation. So the Pope has taken this politicized global warming and attaching it to the Catholic worldview of sin and
Yeah.
God's response to it. And he's also, as he said, a Jesuit, which is also very significant. So for people who don't know, what is the background of the Jesuit order? Because that's something that's always being brought up behind the scenes, kind of like Masons, but I think we need to get more specific. What is a Jesuit? And
The Jesuit order is founded back in the 1500s by a man named Ignatius Loyola. Ignatius Loyola, or Loyola universities, or Jesuit universities. He was a very, very clever man, but what he was doing is he was setting forth a bulwark against the Renaissance, because there was a Renaissance in Europe that began to promote science and questioning authority. The Renaissance of Europe, of course, gave birth to America. And this is why today the Catholic Church is under question by so many people, because that's what they were. They were under they were under suspicion. And so the Jesuits were founded by Ignatius Loyola to fight off any anti-Catholic interference with the Pope at all. That's what the Jesuits do. They fight off any political or any organizational opposing the Pope. And so now we have a Jesuit Pope, and he is now, and the Nazis were always connected to the Communist Party. The Jesuits were a part of the massive Jesuit Nazi Party, and so many of the leaders of the Nazi Party under Adolf Hitler talked about they were Jesuits. And the Jesuits were the people who were behind the Nazi movement. But there is also another group behind the Jesuits. It's called the Knights of Malta, the Maltese Knights of Malta. And that's another whole story that people do not know anything about, the Knights of Malta.
See, this is very important information, because you're talking about the origin of the Jesuits as the Vatican's army.
Yeah, it's the Vatican's army. Correct. That's what it is. That's exactly what it is.
I've read their initiation oaths, and it's very similar to many other secret societies where they take an oath to preserve the order, and it's pretty ruthless. If you read their own, I guess, it's a statement of loyalty and oath, but it's brutal. Do you know what I'm talking about?
I sure do. Yes, you're right. It is brutal, very brutal. But Rome was always brutal when it comes to other nations interfering with Caesar. Caesar wanted to have the whole world, not just Europe, but the entire world. And now Caesar has finally, now Caesar has control over the whole world, because America is the new Roman Empire. And it was said in history that Caesar each morning would get up and he would go up on the hill, was the term that was used. Caesar was up on the hill. What hill? It was called Capitoline Hill in Rome. That was a seat of power for the Roman Empire. Well, we have a Capitoline Hill too, but in Anglo-Saxons, just Capitol Hill. So we have a Capitol Hill here, and Caesar is over the congregation of Rome in America, and Washington, D.C. was known as Rome before it changed its name to Washington, D.C. It's a very interesting history of the organization called the United States government. It's actually a Roman government. And then when you understand that for the first time, it will now make sense when the U.S. Senate, that's what the Romans had. They had a Senate, and the Senate was up on the hill. Well, we hear that every night on the news. Up on the hill, the Senate did this and that, or Caesar went up to talk to the Senate up on the hill. And so we are the new Roman Empire. And therefore, and when Caesar involved himself in the he left Europe. When Caesar's army left Europe, it went to Britannia, what we call Britain. And what was the center for power in Britain was called York, England. And so therefore we have a New York. And in New York, England is the center for the Roman Catholic Church's domination of the world. And it actually has to do with the Roman Senate up on the hill and the Vatican's control over our Roman Senate up on the hill. And it's just an extraordinary story of betrayal of the American people.
Okay, so
by
you
the
said the word
Vatican.
Catholic means universal,
It means
and
universal.
that's a
Yes.
major key here. But there's something else. You mentioned Caesar, and everyone knows that Caesar wears that laurel wreath, which I keep seeing the same symbol on so many different flags, like the UN flag, for example.
That's right. That's exactly right. And the point I was going to make was that the United States is the new Roman Empire. The Roman Empire moved out of Europe into Britannia or Britain, and the city in which it was established as a city for Rome's control over Britain was York, England. And we have a New York, England. It's a New York. And therefore, in New York, we have something called the United Nations. The UN is the Caesar's dream of world conquest. And now Caesar has what he has always dreamed of, ultimately world domination under the United States as New York with the New World Order, which is the United Nations, which is a Roman idea. It's the whole idea of Rome was to rule the world, and now we have a United Nations that the whole world is subservient to. It's in New York, the Empire State. What empire? New York is called the Empire State, but nobody asks what empire. Well, try the Roman Empire. That's who we are in America. We are the new Roman Empire.
Okay,
It's
so
an
speaking of
extraordinary
empire,
story.
all of what you're describing right now, which you've talked about this for years, but it's all, I think, become very self-evident in light of the quarantine, where we saw how much power they actually have, where they can send home. And
Yes.
in the Empire State, they lit up the Empire State Building, the top stories and the needle, so it looks like a big glowing needle, like a
Obelisk?
syringe.
Yeah, a syringe or an obelisk.
Precisely. And Empire State Building in a big syringe, which symbolizes that objective they have of tagging everybody, vaccinating everybody. Whatever's in the vaccine is kind of a side issue, I think. I think ultimately, though, they're displaying we rule the world, and everybody is kneeling or bowing or
Or
cowering
kissing
because
the
of
ring of the Pope, of the
Mhm.
Holy Father, who speaks for God. He's a Godfather. The whole problem of America today rests on the Vatican. The Vatican actually is one of the very first corporations ever founded on the earth, and then it has a subsidiary corporation with the British Empire. And today, the United States is not the United States of America. And this is a very important point that people need to understand. The United States of America, that was founded back in the 1770s, 1780s, is no longer in existence. We're no longer living in the United States of America because there was a civil war in the 1860s. And so they killed the president, shot Lincoln and killed the president. And today we are now in a civil war. And this is what is going on. And this is why we are now going back into a civil war mode. Because the United States, it was decided by the people who ran this great country, the politicians decided back in 1868 that after the Civil War was over, what are you going to do with all the people? We don't have a United States of America anymore. It's not called the United States of America. It's called, as what was decided was that in 1868, they decided to form a corporation, incorporate the United States into a company. And so that's what we are today. We're no longer the United States of America, which means we're no longer Americans. We are U.S. citizens. By U.S., I mean a company, a corporation was incorporated in Delaware. It's a privately owned company called United States. And if you have a Social Security card, on the front of the Social Security card is your number in the corporation. That's a corporate number on the Social Security card. But on the back of the Social Security card is a series of numbers and letters on the bottom of the back of a Social Security card. That those colors originally for those numbers on the back of a Social Security card were in red because they represented your blood and in your body. And this is why today, if you call any of the big companies that keep track on the oh, what am I trying to say? Keep track on the stock market.
Mm-hmm.
And there are companies in New York that do nothing but keep track on the stock market, who owns what and how much is it worth. And if you contact one of those companies, which is on my website, I tell you how to do it and show you how to do it. You contact those companies and you tell them that you were working on your grandmother's home and you found an old stock certificate and you wanted to know if the stock certificate was really real. And they will ask you, well, give us the number of the stock certificate. Give us the number. And you give them the back of your Social Security card, your Social Security card. You give them that number. And they will come back and tell you, yes, that is still good. And it's owned by, and they'll give you your name. And then you ask them, well, how much is it worth? They'll tell you 6.9 million. So you are a stock on the New York Stock Exchange, and you're worth 6.9 million. And most people have never heard of such a thing. Most people have never heard of any of this.
Well, combined with the a seeming objective of vaccinating everybody, tracking everybody, contact tracing, which is something I want to bring up with you. It seems like we're looked at by the elite technocrats as livestock.
That's exactly right. That's precisely right.
Now,
so that's if you have a daughter and she's getting married, and if she's marrying a young man from a wealthy family, you say he is of good stock. And I'm saying, is she marrying a cow? No, he is of good stock, meaning his family are wealthy. So he's of good stock. And there's a very big reason for that. The corporation called United States is a privately owned, it's a municipal corporation, but it's privately owned. And that's why we as Americans are no longer Americans. We are U.S. citizens. And it has to do with the 14th Amendment. And as a U.S. citizen, you're no longer considered by the world to be an American. Therefore, only Americans have the rights and privileges of the United States of America. This is why when you go into court, why do you have to go into court? Because you don't have any freedoms. You have no freedoms. Why? Because you are no longer an American. You are a U.S. citizen. This is why if I see you coming out of a restaurant one night, and you've heard this before, if I see you coming out of a restaurant one night with a woman, I say to you the next day, you know, the woman you were out with last night, she's very bad company. You need to stay away from her. She's bad company. What do you mean company? And then you say, mind your own business. She's going to marry me and I'm going to have a partner. She's going to be my partner. So what are you talking about? Marriage? You're talking about partnership. You're talking about bad company. You're talking about company, business, and a partnership. You're talking about commerce. And if you look up the word commerce in a legal, lawful dictionary, Look up the word commerce in a lawful dictionary. It will tell you commerce is sex. It's a business. Sex is a business. It may be a bad business or a difficult business, but if you're connecting to her as a corporation, it's a business, and that's why you have to have a marriage license. It's
Okay,
because you are
commerce.
entering a
We have
business.
like the god of commerce, Mercury.
Yep.
This god Mercury, like when we're talking about these world events, I can't help but notice that things seem to be timed astrologically according to the sun, and I find many allusions to different deities, classical deities. The god Mercury, I think, is represented today on the world stage in the
And
Joker
the
archetype.
dime, and the dime, the American dime has Mercury's torch on it, the torch of Mercury.
Okay, torture Mercury. See, that's a key right there, because one of the interesting things I've seen with the archetype of Joker is that he burns the system down and Batman cleans it up.
Yep.
Order out of chaos. And so I've been seeing consistently in the pop culture the use of this Joker character, and even in the big shootings and bombings where it's the Joker shooter or the bomber at Boston was called Joker. And afterward, the SWAT team cleans up the mess and they all look like Batman. And so I see this stuff happening all the time. Well, you might find this interesting. We had this recent provocation, the death of George Floyd, in a very, very provocative manner. And it turns out a couple of things. One, Twin Cities. Two, it happens right after the sun entered Gemini. And three, he was referred to by a basketball player, Steve Jackson, as a twin. And he was passing on a forged check, the $20 bill. I'm sorry, he had a forged $20 bill. So what I see here in the subtext, though, what is the significance of him being called a twin, sun enters Gemini, Twin Cities, counterfeiting?
Yeah. All of this is very, very interesting, but it's only important to the Knights of Malta. The Knights of Malta are a secret Masonic order inside the Vatican, and they are the real progenitors of Nazism and what we call the Jesuit system. They are all part of the secret society operating to destroy America, and the people go along with it. The people of America are referred to by the Knights of Malta the same way that the leaders of the Communist Party, V.I. Lenin, referred to the people of Russia. They were called useful idiots. It means that communists could not take over Russia and become the Union of Soviet Socialist Republics, the USSR, without useful idiots. It needs to have all the people agree to become communists. And so they were called useful idiots because they're stupid for giving up their freedom for a communist society. But that's what we have done in America. We've given up our freedoms from our universal freedom society. Americans used to be called the land of the free and the home of the brave, but we're not free or brave anymore. We're just normal, useful idiots. We put on our masks because we're told to. We're told to stay home, don't get around other people, stay 6 foot away from other people, put your mask on, to shut your mouth, and we'll tell you what you need to know. We'll tell you what to think and what to do, what you can do, what you can't do. And so we're destroying your country, we're destroying your freedom, we're destroying everything that you have lived for and lived by, and it's called the World Communist Movement. The World Communist Movement is a social gospel of the Jesuits to overthrow the United States system. But you cannot have a new world order, which is on the back of a $1 bill. If you look at the back of the $1 bill, you'll see a pyramid with an all-seeing eye at the top. The all-seeing eye at the top of the pyramid is not connected to the pyramid. the whole idea of that symbolism is that America, the whole world of mankind, is the pyramid, and that we are supposed to be working our way to the top to understand what's going on, and to continue our education so that we can finally reach the top of the pyramid as a human race. And then underneath of the eye is the pyramid. So the idea is that if you reach the top of the pyramid in your lifetime, that means that you are one of the elites. And that eye represents, in the Hebrew tradition, that eye represents the Messiah. Most people don't know that, but the eye is the symbolism for the Messiah in Israel. And so the eye is also the symbol for Jesus in Christianity, the Messiah. The anointed one is referred to as the eye in the pyramid.
So
It's
does this explain then why so many celebrities can be viewed covering one eye?
Yes, that's because they are subjecting themselves to the messianic symbol for world domination, the one eye on the top of the pyramid, which is a symbol for the Messiah in Hebrew and a symbol for Jesus in the New Testament. Why? Because Christians call Jesus today, they misrepresent Jesus by saying he is the cornerstone of the church. No, he is not the cornerstone of the church. A cornerstone is on the bottom, but the eye and the triangle is at the top, the pinnacle. That's why the Bible says that Satan took Jesus to the pinnacle of the temple. Pinnacle means a point at the top. And so Jesus represents the pinnacle at the top. And that's what this symbol is on the dollar bill, the pinnacle at the top. It's an extraordinary story that needs to be told and understood by the whole human family. For the first time, it needs to be discussed publicly and what these symbols mean, because Jesus in the Bible is referred to as the chief cornerstone, not the cornerstone of the church. No, the cornerstone is the very bottom. It's the cornerstone at the bottom. But the Christians today say Jesus is the cornerstone of the church. That's wrong. That's not what the Bible says. It says he is the chief cornerstone, meaning that at the top it ties in all four sides of the pyramid instantly. If you have a perfect triangle, a perfect pyramid, you cut out the top of the pyramid. This is why the A is a pyramid with the I at the top cut off. This is why if you print out the letter A in our language, the letter A is a triangle with the top cut off. And so once you understand the symbolism of all of this, it all goes back to the Germanic people. The Germanic people, or Germany, has a very, very close connection to Judaism that most people do not know anything about and never heard anything about it. The Germans are referred to as the modern day Jews. And why? Because they are doing the work of the Messiah all over the world. The German people are nothing more than doing the work of the Messiah to destroy America and to bring about a new world order. But you can't have a new world order at all unless you get rid of the old world order. The old world order is America. Why? Because we're feeding and clothing and feeding and financing the whole world. We've been feeding the whole world for so many years. And back in 1945, we were feeding the whole world. And that's when John Kennedy came into power right afterwards, and he became the president of the United States. He was a Roman Catholic. But he said in his inaugural address, I'm accepting this position of President of the United States on my own, and I'll not be beholden to any organization or any religious view at all. I'm accepting this position as an American. Well, that's why they killed John Kennedy, because he would not go along with the destruction of the United States of America. He knew about it. He knew what we would call the United States Corporation. He knew that in 1868 we were incorporated in Delaware as a privately owned company, and that today we are all today employees of a corporation called U.S. And U.S. citizen is what we are today. We're not called Americans because you don't have the freedoms of America. You don't have access to the Bill of Rights. You don't have access to the what do they call it? The Declaration of Independence. You don't have access to the Constitution. That's why when you go into a courtroom, they tell you don't bring up the word Constitution, because you don't have any access to the Constitution. You're not an American. You're a U.S. citizen. U.S. is a privately owned company.
Okay, so we are witnessing the after effects of this supposed pandemic, where they shut down businesses. And when I saw that happening, I immediately thought, this looks like a communist revolution.
That's right. That's exactly what it is.
But they're not actually like physically burning down stores. They're just shutting them down.
Not yet, but wait till October. Watch October.
That's what I wanted to get to, because it seems like as soon as people in large numbers started to recognize that the coronavirus was a political pandemic used as an authoritarian power grab, not an actual sickness, I think as more people start rejecting the mask, I think that they had an issue, as in, this isn't holding people under a spell. And it seemed like immediately after, we have the George Floyd incident and the subsequent riots.
Yep.
And I'm looking at who leads these riots, and it's all just communist front groups. And
that's exactly what it is. It's all communist front groups. That's precisely right. That's why we are seeing the rioting in the streets, because it's a communist revolution against America, to tear America down, because we were at war with the USSR. The Soviet Union was called USSR, the Union of Soviet Socialist Republics. The Union of Soviet Socialist Republic. The very word socialist republic should tell you that this is what's going on now. We have all these social networks. We have Netflix and all the different phone systems. They're all socialist networks. So that's what we are now becoming. The World Communist Party is coming to its final conclusion in America. And that's what America has a president who talks about. He wants to reestablish America and bring America back to the way it was before. And this is why the Democrats do not want to bring America back. They've been trying for years to destroy this country. And this is what's going on today. They are still ranting and raving about, everyone just loved Obama. Obama used the Marxist-Leninist Soviet communist terms when he was running for president. And Hillary Clinton used the same communist terms when she was running for president. She used the same identical words, the communist words for revolution, when she was running for president. And so did Obama. Both of them used the communist expression of a change in society, a change you can believe in. Karl Marx, if you go back and read Marx, the Marxist philosophy, Karl Marx said, in order to change America to a communist system, you're going to need all of the useful idiots. You're going to need all the people of America to agree to be Nazis and communists. And so that's what they were referred to as useful idiots. And that's what we are today. Americans are useful idiots. We do what they're told. We do what we're told to do. We wear our masks. We stay away from each other. We stay home. And hopefully your country will go broke real soon. And when it goes broke, that means you go broke. And we hope you will die in the process. And your country will die in the process. And so we are useful idiots. We are going along with the communist line right now and accepting all of this nonsense that's going on with this pandemic. It's not a pandemic, it's a plandemic. PLAN. It's been planned for a long time.
Yep.
And now is the time to overthrow the United States of America. So watch what is going to happen in October. I've told people this on other radio shows. It's going to happen in September and October. Watch what's going to happen in the last couple of weeks of September and the first 2 weeks in October. Watch what's going to happen to America in October. It's going to be something that's going to affect the whole earth. The entire world is going to be affected by this communist takeover in October. And it's going to last for a year and a half. That's something that most people cannot fathom. When the collapse and the world collapse happens in October, it's going to be for a year and a half. That means from this October coming to the next year of October, that's a year, and then 6 months more will be a year and a half. It will take for the world to finally settle down to a new world order of world communism, and the entire globe of the earth, flat or round, it doesn't matter, will become a new order of the world. A new communist system will be in us. And I think what's going to happen between October of this year and the October of next year, and then 6 months after that, I think ultimately when it's all over, we will have finally digitized the whole entire earth. All human creatures on the earth will be digitized. And that's because the communist powers of world communism do not need to, they don't need to go after you with a lawyer. They don't need to try and do anything to shut you down or to cause you problems. They can do that very easy by shutting you down, by going into a major bank and just shutting down your digital account. All they have to do is just erase your digital account number, and you are finally in a place where you cannot buy or sell in any market on the earth, because the whole entire world will be under a digital currency, under a digital life. And that's what's going on now. All television is digital, radio is digital, everything is digital. Well, the whole world is going to be digital after the year and a half starting in this October, and go to the next October and add 6 months to that. The whole world will finally become digital. And that's why I think that that digital coin, I don't remember the name of it. What was the name of the
Right,
digital?
Bitcoin.
What is it?
Bitcoin.
Yeah, Bitcoin. The entire earth, the whole round globe will be like Bitcoin. And Bitcoin, I think, is why Bitcoin exists, because somebody knew what was coming and they figured out how to do it in such a way that it can cause people to not buy or sell in any marketplace of the world if everybody is digitized. And I think
so
that's what's coming.
it's interesting that you say this, because you mentioned this before, and since the last time we spoke, I'm looking at now, and it looks like Bitcoin is going to be something you can buy with a credit card at 7-Eleven now, at convenience
Yeah.
stores. They're rolling it out for the masses, just like you described. And as a result of COVID, a number of businesses were trying to say no more cash. They're trying to take coins out of circulation because they can carry disease. So they're using the virus as a pretext to eliminate cash.
That's it. You're right. That's exactly what's happening. They're using the virus, the so-called virus. And keep in mind that the doctor that he has come up with this idea of a virus. Do you remember the doctor's name?
No, I don't, but
He was very famous. He's a very famous doctor, but he is also a member of the Jesuit Society. A lot of people don't know that, but the doctor that came up with this coronavirus, and he's the one that broke the story and telling everybody they're going to die of some loathsome disease unless you put your mask on, stay home, stay away from other people, don't talk, don't do nothing, stay home, don't go to work, put your mask on, and we hope you die real soon,
see,
you and your country.
that doesn't
Well,
surprise me one bit. I had a feeling, because I really started looking into the virus theory after the lockdown, and I thought, this seems like a religious imposition, like puritanicalism, in the way that we're being told to socially distance, no more dating. They pretty much, I think, reinvented sin. And
yeah,
sin was used as a tool of oppression by the Roman Church. The concept of, you're sinful, we need to save you. And now
that's
it's,
right.
you're diseased, we need to vaccinate you.
Yep, you're right. And but when I was born and raised a Catholic, and at 8 years old, I was in the Catholic school, and they told us in the Catholic school that tomorrow night you children are going to have your night at the church. It's going to be a child's night at church, and it's called the what is that? What is that called? The do you recall
Yeah,
what
I'm
they call
thinking,
it?
I know they have various like catechisms or various schools as you're growing up Catholic, and they have some overnight um, events, but no, I don't know the specific name.
Well, I'm talking about confirmation.
That's what it is.
Yeah,
Confirmation.
confirmation. Well, we were told in the church by the nuns, incidentally, nun, N-U-N-N, is a Hebrew word for fish. Jesus was a great fisherman because he was a great fisherman. Therefore, the women were called nuns. They were small fish.
Wow.
But we were told by the nuns that tomorrow night in church, the bishop will be here in town. The bishop is coming to officiate over the services, and you're going to be what's the word I'm looking for again?
Confirmed as a Catholic?
Yeah, confirmed as a Catholic. And afterwards, we were told, but after the service is over, the bishop may possibly, he may not, but he could possibly ask the children if there are any questions that they wanted answered. He would try and answer them. And we were told if the bishop asks you after the service is over, if you have any questions, remember you don't have any questions, period. You keep your mouth shut. You don't ask any questions of anybody. And so that next night, when the service was over, the bishop did ask. He was bishop from Mobile, Alabama, and he was in Florida, and I was living in Florida, and he came to Florida for the confirmation service. And after the service was over, he said, if any of you children have any questions, I'll try and answer them. I stood up so everyone could see who I am, because I have never been told by anybody, you can't ask any questions. My mother didn't tell me that. And so I am asking questions of the bishop. So I asked the bishop, I said, my father works with torches like a welder. And I said, and he lets me play with the torches once in a while to show me how dangerous they can be. So I know what a torch can do. When it's on fire, you can really hurt something. You can really hurt yourself or hurt other people with it. And I said, and so I asked the bishop, I said, if I had a torch and it was burning, if an angel appeared to me, because the Bible says angels appear to people, and if I have an angel appear to me, could I hit him with the torch? And he said, no, it wouldn't hurt the angel at all. And I said, why not? If I burned the angel with the torch, why wouldn't it hurt him? He said, because you can't burn an angel. You can't burn an angel. And I said, why not? And he said, because the angels are spirits, and spirits you can't even see, much less burn one. You can't burn a spirit because there's nothing there to burn. You need wood or paper or plastic or something to burn, but you can't burn a spirit or an angel because there's nothing there to burn. And so I asked him, I said, well, then why am I concerned as a Catholic of I'm going to hell to burn forever if you can't burn a spirit? And everyone in the church wondered. For the first time, adults have heard a question that the Pope and the bishop cannot answer. How is it that we are going to go to hell? Our spirits are going to burn in hell if you can't burn a spirit. And so I learned and I knew that somebody was lying then. And I was told to sit down and shut up by a priest that was standing near me. He told me, sit down and shut up. So I sat down, but from that moment on, I knew something was going on with the Catholic Church that we haven't been told, and that we are submitting ourselves to the domination of Rome. But most people don't know anything about any of this. They have no idea about the history of the United States
Well, I would say
and the
that right
Washington,
there, though,
D.C.
is probably one of the best examples of a question that you're using logic and they just don't have an answer for. So they just have to get you to shut your mouth or go with the flow. And
Yeah,
they don't like those types of questions. They don't like people questioning the masks, the
that's
compulsory.
exactly right. They don't want you questioning nothing. Just keep your mouth shut, wear your mask and stay home. Don't go to work, wear your mask, or you're going to die some terrible, horrible disease you're going to catch. And so stay home, wear your mask, and don't get near other people, and
But this
stay 6 foot away from other people at least.
that story though demonstrates though that even from the time that you were very young, you were already a thinker and a perceiver, and you could see how the priesthood would prefer you to just be a believer and a follower.
That's
And
exactly correct.
and we're in the same position now where you have thinkers and perceivers and a whole lot of followers. And I feel like for those of us who can perceive and think, if we don't push back, then the masses of believers who are being led by you know who are going to drag us down
Yeah,
wherever they're going.
you're right. It's an incredible story, a betrayal of innocence, because the American people, generally speaking, are an innocent people. They're not mean, they're not vicious, and they're not trying to overthrow anybody else. They're just regular people who want to live. So I'm saying the American people are an innocent people. But because of the innocence, this is what the Catholic Church does, is raping the innocent. It's taking advantage of the innocent. And this is why we're called today United States citizens, U.S. citizens, because U.S. is not America. Now, here's another thing you need to know, that there is something called a styles magazine. Styles, like a new clothes or different styles. Well, there's a magazine that's published by the United States government called the Styles magazine. And what the Styles magazine is, it tells you the words that are used by the federal courts and federal judges, and what those federal words actually mean, not what you think they mean, but what they mean in court. And it's called the Styles Magazine. Where you find out, if you get the Styles Magazine, you will find that the word for a male or female, man or woman, is male and female. But you will find out that in the Styles Magazine that male and female are for animals only. Only animals are male and female. Humans are masculine and feminine. Masculine and feminine for man and woman. But you are neither a man nor a woman. You are a U.S. citizen. You're an animal. You're a male or female. That's why you have that on your driver's license. And
Okay,
why
so
do you have to have a driver's license?
well, then clearly, the masses of believers who don't question have pretty much adopted a false interpretation of the world because the very definition of words have been occulted.
Yes, you're
This is
correct.
pretty clear. Well, right now we're seeing the communist riots, the rioters, they're going out and they're actually tearing down statues, which I
Yes,
think is a form of mind control because they want to destroy the history and rewrite it.
that's right. That's precisely what's happening. And we're going along with it. And because we're useful idiots. We put our mask on. We stay home. We don't go to work. We don't question anything. We don't know anything. We don't research anything. And therefore, we just put our mask on, stay home, and keep your mouth shut. And we'll let you know what you need to do when it's time. And so that's what I'm watching. The whole entire world is becoming a massive communist encampment.
It
And
is.
we don't know,
There's
if you
cities
don't
like
know it,
Seattle where communists are seizing city blocks and blocking it off, creating their own
yep,
little miniature police states. It's really insane because they're even racially segregating. And I'm looking at one of these videos the other night where they tore down a statue of Albert Pike, of all people. I thought that was unusual. The big Albert Pike statue in DC got pulled down by rioters. And I'm wondering, do they know of the significance of that man and his role in the secret societies and the ones who are actually causing this chaos?
no, they have no idea in the world. It's just a mob mentality. If you go back into the 1900s, the early 1900s, you will find all the communist countries that were founded, starting with the Soviet Union. All communist countries were referred to as the People's Democratic Republic. We have the People's Democratic Republic of China, the People's Democratic Republic of North Korea, the People's Democratic Republic of Cuba, the People's Democratic Republic. That's what we are today. We are democratic, the People's Democratic Republic. That is a communist term that is used by the Communist Party. Democratic simply means demos. That's why when you see the people out in the street turning over cars and busting windows, it's a demonstration. Why do we call it a demonstration? Because they're demonstrating. Because the word demo in ancient Greek, demo, meant a mob. The people in the street are a demo, a mob of people. And so that's why they're called the People's Democratic Societies, all communist governments. Well, why? Because we in America have a Democratic Party. And the People's Democratic Party, the People's Democratic Republic, is a communist republic. And we are all nothing more than animals. We're male and female. It's an incredible story of betrayal of the American people.
The Democrats, to me, have always been something like, I call them the mobocrats.
Yeah,
It
that's
seems like
right,
they're
because
controlled
they
by,
are mobocrats, because that's what the word demos means.
well, apparently, their entire political system philosophy is based on agitating large groups of people emotionally so they cannot be engaged with intellectually. So
That's right,
suddenly,
that's exactly
they're tearing down
correct.
statues. It's like I could make an argument for taking down the statue of Albert Pike. I don't need to use an angry mob and engage in destruction of property. You can do these things in an orderly way. So I see them as actually controlling with chaos. That's how they do it. And they're creating so much division and chaos today that the world looks very different than it did a few months ago. And I wanted to bring this up. I noticed that there's something of a playbook always at work. And right now, it seems like the playbook is 1968, where the media is constantly referring to 1968 as a template for what we're seeing right now. It's how they're framing things. You know, the race riots,
Yep,
the,
I remember. I
the
remember
turmoil at
well.
the time, and we're
Yep.
reliving it now. And so it seems to me, though, it's very intentional because Donald Trump actually used direct statements out of the 1967, 68 era. Like
Yep.
when the shooting starts, no, sorry, when the looting starts, the shooting starts. Trump
Yep.
said that. Well, that was a phrase from back in 1967, 1968, and a segregationist used it. So I just see a whole lot of manipulation by time-tested playbooks, and they know how to pull people's strings, and we're seeing the results.
That's exactly correct. Absolutely and exactly correct. They know how to pull our strings. They know how to scare us into doing what they tell us to do. And we are useful idiots. We go along with them and do whatever they tell us to do. Put on your mask, stay home, stay away from each other, don't talk to each other, stay away from being in a group, and stay away with your mask on and stay home and don't go to work. And hopefully one day soon, your country, the United States of America, will finally go broke. If nobody's working and nobody's doing anything, it'll finally just go broke. And therefore, we hope that you will have your mask on, your country will go broke, and therefore you can see the end of life as you know it on the earth. And no longer will there be any sort of freedom or liberty or justice at all. The judges will tell you there is no justice, there's just us. And that's what's going on today, is a
Okay, so
communist takeover of America.
you've been alluding to October, and when we first spoke, you know, a lot of people are saying, well, how can it get any worse? You know, they shut down our
Oh, well,
economy.
stick around. It's going to get far, far worse
Well,
in
I wouldn't have believed
October.
it. And then a few weeks later, I'm watching the beatings, the violence, the destruction in the streets, where now it's not safe anymore in these big cities. Uh, the media
You're right.
doesn't care if somebody on the wrong side, like if a Republican gets shot in the riots, nobody talks about it. If he's a right winger, they politicize death. They create martyrs. They've created this chaos, and it keeps escalating. So now I almost don't feel like there's a limit to how crazy it can get. And the other day, Fox News started talking about UFOs again and suggesting they could be real UFOs or drones from China. Do you think they're going to play that card on us?
Oh, I know they're going to. It's going to happen very soon, too. It's going to be a UFO extraordinary situation is going to develop on the earth. And I do think that we do have demonic possession of the human race today. We don't realize that our brains are computers and our bodies are biological batteries. And that's why if you get in trouble when you go to court, why do you have to go to court? Because you play tennis on a court. How do you play tennis on a court? You play with a racket. The whole thing is a racket. That's why you play with a racket on tennis court. It's an extraordinary story of words and terms and where the words come from and what they mean. Why do you have a bank? Is because you put your money in a bank and they control the bank.
Okay, well, mothership. This is one of the phrases. Whenever you see these alien invasion movies, they always refer to it as a mothership.
Yeah.
Brings all the smaller ships that actually take us out.
Yep. And that's what's going on right now. I think that what's happening is the world is being taken over by a spiritual power that we don't understand. And that spiritual power seeks to collectivize all humans into one family, into one place. And once we become all one, Therefore, we will become all one at one time in one place, in one religion, one government. Then we can be dealt with accordingly. We can be wiped out off the earth by extraterrestrials. And this is what Christianity talks about. It talks about the evil demons and devils, where you don't see them. Why? Because they are spirit. And therefore, we are being taken over by a dark, evil spirit. And it's incredible. Like I call it a betrayal of the human family. But it's all based on words and terms that most people have no idea about at all. Never heard any of this.
Well,
I've been talking about it for 60 years.
One of the reasons, yeah, you've been talking about this for 60 years. And one of the reasons I started even looking into this is I came across a lot of your earlier work where you started breaking down the language, the lexicon, and how there's a language for the elite that they see. And then the useful idiots, the blindfolded, ignorant masses, they get a different message.
Yep, you're right.
And you've been covering this since the beginning. I think that you've been very much vindicated this year, which isn't necessarily a good thing because...
No, it's not. It's not a good thing. I'm sorry I'm being vindicated, but I did tell you for 60 years this was coming. There was a destruction coming of America. And I knew it because I know what the words mean. I know what the symbols mean. We don't have a Statue of Freedom. We have a Statue of Liberty. Statue of Liberty is in New York, the Empire State. The Statue of Liberty, everyone thinks is a woman. It's not. The people who created the Statue of Liberty said it was a man. He is a judge over all mankind. That's what he has in his hand, is the judge's books. And he's holding a torch, and it's called the Torch of Prometheus. It's on the back of American dimes. It's called the Torch of Prometheus. And the Statue of Liberty is holding the Torch of Prometheus. It's just an incredible story that's so convoluted and so deep and so profound that it takes hours and hours for people to see. And that's what I want to do. That's what I've been trying to do.
Every time I talk to you, you bring up something that connects another dot, because I knew there was some connection between this Mercury archetype Joker burning a pyramid of money in the movie, talking about a higher class of criminal. I was like, what's the connection between Mercury and the torch? And then you brought it up, that Mercury is a torchbearer, and it's reflected even on our dime.
Yes.
Torch. And so...
and you start in Statue of Liberty, too.
Exactly. The Liberty, the Torch of Prometheus. And, of course, that symbol figures very strongly in Atlas Shrugged, of all things, the book Atlas Shrugged.
That's right. Mm-hmm.
That's a book about the elite putting the world into darkness intentionally.
Yeah.
Book. And it seems like that's where we're at right now, where they're putting everything into a stasis so that they can rebuild on the ashes after everything crashes.
Yep. Well, the head of the chief of the what am I trying to say? The head of the Library of Congress. The head of the Library of Congress was James Billington. Unfortunately, he has passed away. But James Billington was the Library of Congress head, and he wrote a book before he died called Fire in the Minds of Men. It's on my website if you want to go look on the on my website, jordanmaxwellshow.com. You have to type it full in, jordanmaxwellshow.com is my website. And you will find that Jordan Maxwell Show, there's books that are being promoted on my website, and one of them is called Fire in the Minds of Men. And what James Billington said was that the Masonic Order of Freemasons picked that word Statue of Liberty. It's not the Statue of Freedom. You're not free at all. You've never been free. You're not free now, and you never will be free, because you are a member of the United States Corporation. You are a U.S. citizen, and therefore you do not have any access to the Constitution, to the Bill of Rights, or to the Declaration of Independence. You do not have any access to any of that. Only Americans have that. You are not an American, you are a U.S. citizen, and U.S. is a corporation incorporated in Delaware. So it's a U.S. corporation that is running the world today. It's an extraordinary story of betrayal. Again, betrayal of the whole human family.
Okay,
That's
so
it.
when it comes to this transition into the new age and the revolution, fires in the minds of men, it's all about revolution. And the symbol of the phoenix, of course, it's about fire. They burn down.
That's right. That's right. Burn it
So,
all down so they can start all over again.
and that's what we're witnessing now. We're witnessing the collapse of our financial system and
The
everything.
collapse of America, period.
Well, this is the thing I'm wondering here, though, is so they bring about some new universal threat to organize us all, whether
Yeah.
it's, whatever it happens to be. But the UFO thing, in your opinion, are we dealing then with more than just advanced and suppressed technology? Are we dealing with another species? Who is behind or who is in these craft, if that's what it happens to be? Or do you think
I think that what we have is a universal world government that is overseen by extraterrestrials. I think that we have an extraterrestrial presence on the earth that we don't even know about. We're not told, we're not even alluded to it in literature or nothing else. But Christianity did talk about the coming days of destruction for the world, and the whole world was operating under Satan, the devil. And I do believe that there is some kind of a connection with the other world, which is a dark force. And this is what is going on in the world today. We are being led into our death as a civilization right now by people who want America to be destroyed. This is why the president is hated so badly by the Democratic Party, because we have been at war with the Democratic Party for so many years. We were at war with the Soviet Union, but it finally fell. The Soviet Union finally fell because there's no possible way the communists can finance themselves. The communists themselves do not realize it was American bankers that financed the Communist Party and Soviet Union. It was the American bankers who financed the communists over the communist movement in Europe. And today the European governments are being overthrown by the Roman communist system.
Well, you know what? That makes perfect sense. The communist system and ideology, it's based on this perfect utopia, but it's always been parasitic. It doesn't create enough to sustain itself, and so it has to be warlike, it has to take, it has to parasite. And we have a perfect microcosm in these autonomous zones that are being opened up by communists in various cities, where they call themselves autonomous, but they don't have an economy. All they have is control over a border and letting people in and out.
Yep, you're right. And that's what we are faced with today. We're basically faced with the communist overthrow of the United States of America. But this is going back 1868. After our Civil War, we were no longer referred to as the United States of America. We became known around the world as a United States Corporation. We were incorporated in Delaware as a Delaware corporation, and it was called the United States Corporation. And each one of us today is a U.S. citizen, which means you are an employee of a corporation. And there's another point. Here's another point you need to keep in mind. If you go and watch all the old movies, the old cowboy movies,
Hmm.
Cowboys were always wearing their guns on their hips, and they could come in wearing their guns, and they could go into the bar and have a drink wearing their guns and their pistols. And if they have a falling out with anyone, they can have a falling out with anyone. They have to, uh, they'll, you can go out and settle your argument in front of everyone, in front of the sheriff. The sheriff cannot intervene. Why? Because you are a sovereign citizen. You have a right to do what you want to do. And that's why you can carry a gun to protect your sovereignty against the government. So the cowboys wore a gun. Did they need a permit or a license? Did they get a permit to wear a gun? No. Almost all guys wore guns because they were Americans, and America had the right to bear arms. So that's why all the cowboys bear arms. But today we don't have that. Today we have something called the United States
Well,
Corporation.
if they were to remake a cowboy movie today in Hollywood, they wouldn't have guns on the hips. I mean, they would exaggerate it. Like what they'll do is they'll make guns look to be scary, or they'll try to airbrush it out. They'll try to minimize it. They don't want guns as a way to maintain order.
That's right.
They don't want that idea out there. Guns are supposed to be bringers of chaos. A gun kills people. And they've used hyper-realistic, simulated mass shootings at schools, these drills, to get the kids to be afraid of guns. So for 20 years, they've been inundated with guns are bad, America pollutes. This communist revolution has had many fronts, but one of them has been the gun grab, because then you can't defend your property, including your body.
It's exactly correct. Yes.
Now, Jordan, we've been on for about an hour and 15 here. I've got a few people in the comments who are asking questions. And one commenter wants to know if you've heard of this individual, Joseph Gregory Hallett, who...
Yes, I have. Yes, he's talking about he is the real king of England.
Yes. Okay.
But I have been talking to the actual king of England, the real king of England. I have been corresponding with the real king of England, who was no longer accepted by the British royalty. The British royalty are Germans. They are Germans. They're not English. And therefore, the Queen Mum is not an English monarch. She is a German monarch. And they come from a German family. The whole bunch of what am I trying to say? The whole system of governmental agencies in Europe are not English. They're Germans. They're Nazis. And the Queen Mum has been one of the biggest Nazis the world has ever known. But most people don't know that. They don't know she's a Nazi and a German. It's an incredible story, again, because you can go back and look at it. You'll see that she is a German Nazi.
Well, this, I'm new to this individual, Joseph Gregory Hallett, but what he recently put out a documentary, or some parts of a documentary have come out, and what he's essentially doing is calling into question the very identity of the royal family. I find it to be very interesting, though, timing-wise, with the novel Corona, New Crown. It just seems like the idea is out there that the world has a king, or a king is being crowned, or something like that behind the scenes. And so when I see this figure gaining popularity, I'm wondering, well, what are we actually seeing here in the storyline? Are we going to see the ascension of some type of world leader openly?
I think so. Very soon we will see some kind of a world leader, and all the people of the world will be properly prepared to crawl on their knees to the emperor of the world. And this is why if you don't, your digital number will be taken out of circulation so that you cannot buy or sell without the mark of a beast. The mark of the beast is a digital mark. And if they take your digital connection to the world and they take it out of circulation, then you can no longer use your credit cards. Your money is all digital, and your credit cards will be digital. and you will no longer be able to use your credit card. You'll no longer be able to use your identification. And you've been taken out of circulation forever, period. Why? Because you are not going along with the world communist movement. And
Well,
this is finally, Americans are waking up to it now.
well, this coronavirus thing has introduced something called contact tracing, where it's now guilt by association, and it involves a lot of government workers basically tracing people. So if you went to a Taco Bell where an employee came down with COVID and your credit card receipt or your transaction shows you were there, well, now you were in contact with the virus. So the contact tracers could get in touch with you and let you know and your family know to quarantine. So they've used this concept of this new virus, this coronavirus, to justify completely monitoring every single transaction, to where in some places you can't even go into a store or a bar or a restaurant without a mask and signing your name at the door, logging
Yep,
in like you are checking in like you're some type of a prisoner.
you're right. That's exactly right. And that's what I've been trying to tell people for all these years. I've been trying to tell everyone. That's precisely right. That's what's going on.
Okay, well, Jordan, this has been really great. We've covered a lot of ground. I think we're going to do this more often.
Yep,
And
that would be nice.
yeah, I think we can definitely do this. Hopefully once a week or something. We'll talk. Maybe I'll have you call into my live stream any of these evenings. So I'm going to see if anybody else has any questions for you. Fiona says, "Is it checkmate then?"
Say it again.
Fiona in the comments wants to know, do you think that it's checkmate for humanity?
Yeah, I think so. It's checkmate for the whole human race, period.
Okay.
All over the world, nobody has the educational opportunities that we have in America. All over the world, the people are just ignorant slaves and doing what they're told to do. And their masters will tell them what to do, and they just do it because they have no education, no background, no understanding, and therefore they're just ignorant slaves. That's all over the earth. And now it's become the same in America. We are ignorant, ill-informed, and unread, and we just do what we're told. And they tell us that we're going to die some horrible, terrible death. But the hospitals are empty, and the hospitals you can't even get into. They're empty, and you can't even get in one. So, I mean, I know because I have tried. It's an incredible story
It is.
of betrayal.
The empty hospital phenomenon went viral when people who were questioning the quarantine just started going and filming their hospitals. And they found that the news is like, oh, you had 50 people die here. But the reality is it's a ghost town.
Yeah, you're right.
So it shows you, though, that if we didn't have people like you who stand up and ask questions, or the people who go out and record these hospitals, if nobody stood up to question, really, we would have no clue. You know, we would be under the impression that the world was going underneath this permanent pandemic state, when in reality, it's a political pandemic and it's a power grab and with ulterior motives. So
It's a power grab, grabbing America by the throat and destroying this country. And the people of America are useful idiots, according to what the communists call the Soviet people. The very word Soviet, that's actually like South Vietnam, Soviet. The very word Soviet is a group of people unelected, but an unelected group of people that are running the country's laws. And so it's called a Soviet Union. And so the Soviet Union was a group of people running everything themselves. Well, that's what we got today. All over America, we have all these little groups, and they will tell you what you can do and what you can't do. What will be shut down, and you have to wear a mask, and you have to do this. You have to stay home. It's another new Soviet Union. over the whole world of mankind. And the most powerful guy on the block is the United States. And they're not going to have a new world order unless you can destroy the old world order. And America is going to be a new world order in which the elites are going to control the whole world with our technology. That's why the Bill Gates and all the other bunch of Soviet operational agents are doing their thing to control the whole world through computers, through Microsoft, through the computers. It's just an incredible story, and I
Yeah,
don't
it
know
really
what else
is.
to tell.
I think we've covered a lot of ground for today. Where the term Soviet, that's an interesting point there, unelected, because what we're
Yeah.
looking at here is mob mentality. They want mob rule, unelected, rule by force, rule by coercion. Even in the sciences, they say 97% of the scientists agree that the Earth is getting warmer, therefore it is. Well, that's not science. That's just ruling by consensus.
Well, of course, it's ruling by consensus. They it's not agreed. It's just that 97% of scientists are told that the world is going and we're getting warmer, and yet it was still getting cold. And I think we are heading for a freezing cold time coming. But we are being told, and 97% of all scientists are told. And so science today is a religion. And I've said it so many times, our religion should be scientific. But in fact, the sciences of the world are now a religion. They have their holy men, they have their saints, and they have their holy men and their holy writings, and everybody who's going to be anybody. And keep in mind also that before the Roman Empire existed, Europe had a huge population of people living in Europe under their own operation. But then came the Soviet Union, or then came Rome, and Rome dominated all of Europe. Well, keep in mind that when all the people of Europe before the Roman Empire, they were called, what was the term that was used? They were Druids. And so all the judges, the priests, the police, the legal, the educational, the religious groups all over Europe are all Druids. And with one of the most important symbols was the Druid. In the Druid world, before the Roman Empire, one of the most important symbols of power was a magic wand, like Merlin the magician. Merlin the magician had a magic wand. If you go onto the web and put in image, type in image first, and then say Jesus with a magic wand, you'll see all of the paintings and statues around the world where Jesus is healing people with a magic wand. Well, keep in mind that magic wands were always made out of the wood of a holly tree. It was made out of Hollywood. And that's what we are doing today with Hollywood. We are dazzling people around the world to
Yes.
believe whatever we want them to believe with Hollywood. And Hollywood is infested with pedophiles and all kinds of criminality going on in Hollywood.
Oh, yeah. I mean, it's got its propaganda aspect, and then it has this other aspect that's just very seedy and destructive
You're
of
right.
culture. Where, I mean, I keep bringing up the Joker movie because the main character, whose last name is Phoenix, who burns down the system and starts the revolution. Well, after the movie was released, he got involved in street activism with Jane Fonda, protesting capitalism, blaming America for the state of the world and for Australia burning. And so I'm looking at this as these actors are all just revolutionary agents in place.
That's what they are. They're just revolutionary agents.
And they get the masses to emotionally agree with things, which, so in the movie, it ends where everybody's putting on clown masks and burning down the city. And I'm like, that looks like this summer. Like we're watching the Joker movie unfold in front of us.
Yeah, you're right.
Again, Hollywood, it creates these myths, just like the religions create
And
myths.
just keeping in mind that all magic wands were made out of the wood of a holly tree. It's made out of holly wood. And that's what we're doing today around the world. We say that the Hollywood is being run by Jews. It's not Jewish Hollywood. There are many Jews who are operating in Hollywood, but it's a Druidic society. And most people don't know Druidism and what it is and how it works. But you need to go back and look at the word Druid and see what is going on today in Hollywood. It's an incredible story. Again, it's just an
I agree with what you
outrageous
just
story.
said about science being a religion, and that's why I really think that I can't prove it, but it wouldn't surprise me if the whole WHO was just a Jesuit front. Because
That's what I think too. I think it's a whole Jesuit front.
it makes
That's what
sense.
I
because
think.
You have a world where they've taken the dominant paradigm out of the religious, archaic, and now it's a scientific paradigm. And with global warming, you have wrath of God. With viruses, you have sin that can kill people if they don't
Yep.
get cured or mitigated. So it's a new puritanical vision of how we should live, but it has a scientific basis.
That's exactly right. You're starting to think now. Now you're starting to see what's really been going on here for all along. They never told you, but now you're beginning to see it. Make all the connections in your mind, and finally you will see. Why is he called God's Son, S-O-N? Because in Anglo-Saxon language, which we are Anglos, in England, the sun that comes up in the morning is called S-U-N. But in Germany, that thing that comes up in the morning that lights the world is called S-O-N, not S-U-N. So therefore, Jesus is God's Son, the light of the world. Of course, the sun is the light of the world. And so the whole idea of Christianity goes back to the worship of the sun. I'll tell you one other thing you need to keep in mind, that we are told, and I wish I had the document in front of me, but we're told in ancient Egypt, there is a story that Pharaoh was walking along a river one day, and over his head came a UFO, a silver disc, came over the head of the Pharaoh. And he heard, in his mind, he heard the voice tell him that he was supposed to go back and found a new city and call it Tetragrammaton. And so therefore he was supposed to go back and found a new country, a new city in Israel, Pharaoh Akhenaten. That was the name of the city, Akhenaten. And now today, Hebrews would tell you that the name of God, the Jews would tell you that the name of God is so holy, you cannot pronounce it. If you pronounce it, you're using God's name in vain, because you are not supposed to use God's name. But if you want to talk about the Jewish God, the God of the Hebrews, there is a word that you can use. It's called the Tetragrammaton. The Tetragrammaton, to most Jews, everybody will know what that means. Tetragrammaton. Because tetra means four. Gramma means letters, like A, B, C, D, E as grammar. That's where we get our word grammar, grammatical, grammar. So Tetragrammaton is the name of God in the Hebrew that you can use if you want to talk about God. Tetragrammaton. But it's called actually tetra, four, gram, G-R-A-M-M is a letter like A, B, C, D. Tetragrammaton, A-T-O-N. The Aton was the sun god of Egypt. So therefore the sun worship, you see that in the Vatican. If you go to the Vatican, you'll see the seat of Peter up on the wall is a huge, beautiful chair sitting up on the wall, and behind it is the sun. And so, therefore, they're worshiping the Son of God, God's Holy Son, Jesus. And where do we get the word Jesus? It comes from the ancient Greek word for the sun. The sun was called Iosis in the ancient Greek, and I do mean ancient. In the ancient Greek, the sun was called Iosis, Iesous, or Iesus. Iosis was the sun in ancient Greek. Well, today we have I's and J's are interchangeable. I and J is the same letter. The J has a little upturned tone. It has a little uptone,
Yeah, the little hook on the
uptones.
bottom.
Yeah, it has a little hook at the bottom. And so I's and J's are interchangeable. So instead of Iesus, Iesus, it becomes Jesus, Jesus. Jesus is
Well,
God's Son, the
this
light of the world.
this is controversial for many Christians, but I kind of feel like the people who grew up religious and never questioned it are kind of like the people who never question the news. They never get the real truth.
That's right. They never get the real truth. That's exactly correct. I could go on for days and talk about all kinds of stuff in religion, because that's my chosen profession, was theology and religion. And boy, what a story that is, where we got our different religious belief
Well,
systems from.
next time we talk, I think our next topic, I'd really like to get into the flood myths, Noah's Ark, and the origins of those stories and the characters like Moses and
Oh, that would be wonderful. I'd love to do that, because that's where my expertise are. Then I feel I'm back where I belong. I'm in theology and religion.
let's get
And
back to
boy,
that
that's
next time we talk
a
then.
hell of a subject.
Because I like keeping up with current events with you because you've been calling these things in advance and we want to get your view on it. But I do want to go back into a lot of the things that you've just put decades of research into, specifically astrotheology, religion, and the myths and their origins. So we'll do that soon. We've been here about 90 minutes now. I want to say thank you for taking the time to join us. And I'll get you this recording after so we can share it. And we'll make this a regular thing, because even though it seems like humanity's been checkmated, there is a growing number of people like us who do collaborate and talk and share this information. So at least we'll know what's going on.
Yeah, well, at least you'll know for sure. And I have people telling me all the time, well, there's always a light at the end of the tunnel. And I say, yeah, it's a train coming, stupid.
Right.
It's a train coming, which is a light at the end of the tunnel. And people are waking up. Well, that's what you do when you're in prison. When you're in federal prison, every morning you wake up, but you might as well stay in bed and go back to sleep, because you're not going anywhere. You're still in prison, but you're waking up. So now the problem is you're waking up to find out you're in prison. And now how to get out of it? Well, knowledge is power. You don't have the power to do anything because you don't have the knowledge. Knowledge is power. And once you understand the words and the terms and the symbols, and just listen and learn, you will find out all the dark stuff you were never told. It's an incredible story.
Hey, just like in the Matrix, they wake up, Neo wakes up to find out he's in bondage.
That's right.
And it's
I
like
love it.
his friend Cypher is like, well, I'm going back
Yep.
to sleep.
That's what I feel.
Okay,
So
well, hey,
anyway, let's do that. Let's do it again. Let's do the show again, but this time we'll do it on religions of the world, all the different religions of the earth and where they come from. It's a real incredible story. I
absolutely.
don't mind.
So,
I'd love to
to
do
everyone
it.
here hanging out, I want to say thanks for joining us. We will do this again, and I will be sending you to your emails a recording, and then half the ticket sales, I'm sending it to Jordan's research. So, Jordan, I'll be in touch. Juan Valdez says he's watching from Guatemala. Enjoyed the
Okay.
show.
And keep in mind, if you want to talk to me, there are different websites on the web with my name on them, but I don't own them. Other people are using my name to make money. But my place on the web is called Jordan Maxwell Show, SHOW.com. So keep that in mind, jordanmaxwellshow.com. And also, if you go on jordanmaxwellshow.com, you will see advertised a research website that I have. Join the Research Society website. Join the research website. That's where I put all the pictures and documents and all the interesting stuff I talk about over the years. It's all there. All you have to do is just go to the research website, join it, and you'll see all the pictures and documents and all the dark stuff that's been talked about. It's all there. So thank you for having me on, and let's do it again. We'll talk later.
Excellent. Thank you, Jordan. And everyone else, thank you. We'll see you guys. I'll send you emails later on today.
Okay, everyone, that was IPS Sunday School from June of 2020. We spoke with Jordan right after the lockdown started. We'll be right back in about 30 seconds here. This is Lucifer Tim, 33rd Degree.
You are listening to Infinite Plane Radio. Stick around for live call-in shows. Stay for the music and recent replays. Join us at infiniteplane.live for 24/7 live chat with other listeners.
Okay, everyone, we are back. It is 3/24/2022. I was just going through a previous interview conversation with the late, great Jordan Maxwell, who supposedly passed on 3/23. You think he went to the light? He was just talking about that. I'm assuming no. Yeah, I got the message, I think it was the 23rd. I have a number of interviews with him. That was the one that we did for Sunday School, and we talked about pretty much everything. But he has 60 plus years of research, jordanmaxwellshow.com. I'll play some more of the archives and I'll get them into the rotation. A lot of very interesting and valuable information. Also a very fun individual to talk to. We used to talk quite a lot. He was going to work with the network I was on. So we spoke a bit on Skype calls. Very lengthy calls. The guy would just talk for hours and hours and hours, as you heard. Alright, so let's see what we have next. Okay, so the next thing is this. I wrote a book, an ebook, about the Mandela effect and what I think it actually is. And this is one of those things that it's not a nothing. I actually think it's a psyop. I think it's an operation. And I'll explain why. So I put out a book just to put all my thoughts down, and it's about 24 pages. Let me read you the table of contents. The Mandela effect psyop debunked. And here are the chapters. Mandela effect as magic trick. Everybody knows. Dismissed for lack of evidence. The miracle effect. What causes the Mandela effect? Interrogator bias. Misinformed consensus. To believe or to perceive. The Mandela effect as sabotage against truthers. And debunked Mandela effect claims. So, I put a link in the chat if you want to download the ebook. Now this ebook is the final nail in the Mandela effect coffin. It truly is. You know, the Mandela effect is one of these things that, you know, it pretends to be supernatural, but at the same time it's a conspiracy theory, and I kind of say you can't have both. True media analysis, breaking down fake news, requires that you have something real to compare it to. You can't call the news a hoax or the news is fake if reality is fake. So that's where I want to start with this. So the Mandela effect psyop, I believe, is actually part of a sabotage operation designed to intellectually sabotage, not just discredit people in the eyes of the consensus, but I mean it's a mental sabotage. This would be malinformation, and I think it's purposeful. So let's go ahead and start. I'm just going to go through the entire book here. Again, if you want to download it, if you want to read it, Rich Flat says some have gotten scary obsessed with the Mandela. Yeah, absolutely, and that's what we're talking about here, how it's become something more than just a conspiracy theory. It's more of a movement, but what is it really about? So let's start with this. Mandela effect as magic trick. So the adherents claim that this is reality shifting in a supernatural way, and it manifests discrepancies in our respective realities. But the trouble is, nobody seems to notice except for them. So the Mandela affected are having to convince everybody else of their claims. So one group of people is aware of the reality shifts, and the unaware are still living in the changed reality. They just don't know it. So they'll say that you just don't know things are changing. So for instance, in the worldview of the Mandela affected, Jif peanut butter used to be Jiffy. It changed, and nobody noticed until now. And it's not just the Jif. Additional Mandela effects are discovered all the time, or so they believe. But what is really going on? Is reality shifting logo by logo, phrase by phrase, event by event? A more likely and simpler explanation is that we're examining the equivalent of a magic trick. And that's what I'm saying here. I'm saying we're looking at a magic trick that's been miscontextualized. I mean, imagine if you went to church and your priest is up there after passing out Holy Communion and he does some card trick and you can't explain how he guessed the card in the nun's hand or whatever. You know, it doesn't make it real, but you can't question him because he's up on a stage. He sets the dynamic. And that's what we're looking at here. It's about the dynamic between the person who is supposedly affected by this thing and the person who's asking them, the interrogator. This is where they create it, as you'll see. Magicians don't tell their secrets in order to maintain a pool of ignorant, trickable people that don't know how it works. Magic shows are delightful precisely because it's amusing how easily our perceptions can be toyed with. However, nobody exits the magic show convinced of anything other than well-performed illusions. No, he didn't really saw that lady in half. Now this explains why, when they bring it to the attention of others, it is found that other people are also Mandela affected, only they didn't know it. The believer becomes an evangelist for the movement, beguiling others with a simple trick to convince them that they too have experienced these, quote, changes. So if this is true, it would prove that reality is in flux, it's a simulation, and facts are not objective. And so this is a conundrum for the truther, for how can there be any truth if reality is altering all the time? Does it really matter if the media lies when reality itself lies? Thankfully, it's not true. I can prove it. But for the sake of discussion, I want to point out why it's a good thing that it's not true. I will also reveal who benefits from promulgating the Mandela effect as a real supernatural phenomenon. It's as though the F students are conspiring to claim that they are the A students by asserting that the answers to the test changed, and that they, not the A students, deserve a passing grade. And the trouble with this argument is that it's based upon consensus, which is already logically fallacious to say everybody knows, but it's just not even true with the Mandela effect. Not everybody knows. Otherwise, they wouldn't have to go tell everybody about it. So the next chapter, everybody knows. Much of the argumentation used by the Mandela effect pushers rests upon the authority of collective memory. Citing collective memory, the idea that everybody remembers, is logically fallacious in itself. For one thing, if there is a collective memory, as the Mendoozled will claim, then why do only a small percentage of the population notice. An argumentum ad populum is a fallacious argument that is based on affirming something's real or better because the majority thinks so. So if you're going to say the Mandela effect is real for this reason, then you must accept the same argument when cited in favor of global warming, moon landings, and the consensus reality in general. Everybody knows the Earth is a ball. In other words, if you're going to cite majority agreement, then you've lost, as the Mandela effect is specifically not a collective experience. The Mandoozled will claim that everyone is affected, but they're in denial, rather than addressing the fact that it's just not a universal and obvious effect. Now, real science becomes fake science when arguments based on consensus belief replace observational data. 97% of the scientists believe in global warming, therefore it's real. Well, this doesn't invalidate the 3% that have reasons not to believe. Asserting the majority supports one position is not a good argument. Dismissed for lack of evidence. What can be asserted without evidence can be dismissed without evidence. Hitchens' razor. So extraordinary claims, and Hitchens, by the way, one of these atheists, along with Richard Dawkins, Sam Harris, and others, would go debate the merits of faith and religious beliefs and questioning the miracles of the various religions out there. Yesterday was World Atheist Day. I'm not an atheist, but their arguments are very useful for deconstructing religions, because I'm definitely not with the religions. And the atheists themselves often fall prey to the default religion, where they think, okay, these archaic religions are bad, so I'll go with the scientific one. Space as a replacement heaven. I mean, look how many movies are just about digital transcendence. So when someone calls themselves an atheist, I hear it in quotes. Like, atheist to what? Atheist to these old world gods, but you still worship the new one? But anyway, Hitchens put out there that something asserted without evidence can be dismissed without having to refer to counter evidence. So the claims of the affected are at best well-intentioned misremembrances. Well-intentioned misremembrances. They're not trying to con you. They legitimately believe what they say. Now, they assert the Mandela effect is true even though the theory cannot be contradicted by an observation or the outcome of any physical experiment. And when one so-called effect is debunked, they move on to the next one rather than address the contradiction. And I have a very good example of this. I was listening to Owen Benjamin about a couple of days ago, and he was pretty mad because a very well-known Mandela effect pusher, that would be Brian Stavely, is kind of on the warpath. Like, if you're not Mandela affected, you're a shill. You're an NPC. You're an agent. You're worthy of death. You know, the Mandela affected group outgroups anybody who doesn't agree with them. So anyway, the Mandela effect that Owen Benjamin was obsessing over here, and I'll go ahead and play a clip here because this is pretty good breakdown. He gets it. Owen Benjamin gets it, that you can't let them get away with moving on to the next one when you've debunked one in front of them. You can't let them constantly move the goalpost. So in this case, you have a movie called Field of Dreams, with Kevin Costner. And in Field of Dreams, you have this ghostly voice that tells a character, if you build it, he will come. And this is a reference to Shoeless Joe Jackson, a baseball player, who does show up. The ghost of this baseball player does. Later, his father shows up. If you build it, he will come. Well, the popular misquoting of this phrase is, if you build it, they will come, which doesn't make sense in the context of the movie, yet people say it. So the Mandela affected will claim that if you build it, they will come was the movie's original statement and it changed. That's where they're coming from. Well, here's the thing. The reason why we say if you build it, they will come in most contexts today is because the movie does have a subtext of hard work, entrepreneurialism, if you build it, they will come. Quite a little bit different from in the movie the specific meaning about this ghost from the past. But anyway, the fact that the Mandela effect wouldn't make sense in the context of the movie invalidates it. I have another one. Timmy fell down the well. Nobody can tell us how they got him out. So how is that an effect? So let me play just a moment here, Owen Benjamin talking about Shoeless Joe Jackson, if you build it, they will come, and why it's not a real thing.
Brian Stavely. Well, I disagree with Owen on the Mandela effect. I appreciate the truths he's brought to many and thank him for. Even if not agreeing, he has made more people aware of the Mandela effect. And he was cool enough to come on my show. Lots of good people here. That's all. Peace, guys. Yeah, Brian, but just please comment on what I said about if you build it, he will come. You know, you're still, much love, Brian, but you're still talking like Tina likes Gary and Gary likes Tina. Dialectically, I brought up a point. How can a singular pronoun of he be how could it be they in the movie? You're saying you disagree on Mandela effect, but you won't address my point, and that's a problem with me, Brian.
Now, he goes on for 30 minutes here. I'll listen to it. And his problem is this. Brian is happy to have Owen Benjamin around and mix with his audience, even though he's not Mandela affected. And Owen Benjamin says, well, here's the reason why I'm not. And Brian won't address this point. So I'm going to play a couple more minutes here, but he really goes on for about half an hour because it is that important of a point. And I'll get into this in the book here, but let me play this again.
And if you're going to be a truther, be a truther. Don't be Tina likes Kelly. I'm 99% sure I threw tomatoes at Owen at the fair and he destroyed me with his humor.
Now, O.J. Fepe here says, the purpose of the Mandela effect is to blackwash the no planes on 9/11 fact with the Mandela psyop. Yeah, that's kind of what I thought. Okay, let's listen to Owen Benjamin for another minute here.
I say this about Brian Stavely, and dude, I like that I did a show. I like that I think about it, but address my point. If you build it, he will come is a singular pronoun that had to do with Shoeless Joe Jackson and then his father. I believed it was they for over a year, and I freaked out on anyone who didn't agree with me. So don't think I'm coming from an outsider's perspective.
So he admits that he was fooled by this. It tricked him, and he debated about the stuff until he cracked it, which he figured this thing out. He figured out how the Mandela effect works, that these memories are shallow. Everybody knows Timmy fell down the well. Really, how did they get him out? Was it a rope? Did Lassie go down and get him? How did he get out? They draw a blank.
Perspective. When Ray is sitting at and address this issue or you lose your street cred. This is a fact. Any truther will tell you. Once a truther won't address something, once Steven Crowder wouldn't talk about Teva Pharmaceuticals being out of Israel, he lost street credibility because he wasn't really a truther. Now, you may still disagree with me, but address the point I made. Don't just say, oh, we may disagree, but we all like each other. No, I'm not here to make friends. I have plenty of friends. I'm here to find out the truth before I die. That's my goal. I found the original DVD case. It says he read. No, but the Mandela effect says that reality is fluid and changes. So your DVD case will change. And that isn't as crazy as it sounds. I understand what they're trying to say. I'm talking about a specific movie with a specific thing. How could Ray sit with his daughter and wife at a breakfast table and say, I think I know who he is. It is Shoeless Joe Jackson.
Okay, so again, his point here is that Brian is not being intellectually honest, nor are any of the Mandela effect pushers. And two, the context of the movie. If you put the Mandela effect in the context of the movie, it no longer makes any sense. Okay, so let us move on. Let's go back to the book. Again, if you want to read the book, I put the link in the chat below. The book is called The Mandela Effect Debunked, and I think this is the final nail in Nelson Mandela's coffin. Okay, so let's move on. Okay, we're talking about Hitchens' razor. Something asserted without evidence can be dismissed without evidence. Okay, here we go. For example, they claim Timmy fell down the well, referring to a character from the television show Lassie. They will assert that, quote, everybody knows, and yet when you ask them how Timmy was rescued from the well, there's no reply. Try it, ask one. They have no memory of Timmy leaving the well. Was it a crane? Was it a rope? What happened? They remembered, and this is what actually happened. They remembered hearing about Timmy falling down the well from popular misconceptions and from television spoofs. This leads them to believe they have an actual memory in there, where there's only a foggy recollection attached to a popular misconception. So a foggy memory attached to a popular misconception would just sit there. But then somebody with a Mandela effect agenda comes up and asks you, do you remember Timmy falling down the well? Yes or no? The false binary and the dynamic they set up is what creates this effect. And we'll get into that. Bottom line, the person making the claim owns the burden of proof. There's no obligation on behalf of the skeptic to provide evidence to a counterclaim. Occam's and Hitchens's razors are enough. And, you know, this is another point. The reason why I even did this, I was listening to Stavely last night calling me, not me specifically, but everybody who doesn't believe in this thing, a liar. He said, deniers are liars. And I sort of resented that. So I thought, you know, if he's going to call me a liar, then he's putting the burden of proof on me, and I'm just going to call Hitchens' razor. Like, you know, the burden of proof isn't mine. It's not. It's just not. It's his. Oh, so what's more likely? And this is Occam's razor. So what's more likely? You misspelled a word, or the dictionary changed, and you're the only one that noticed. So Occam's razor would say that the likeliest explanation for a perceived discrepancy is human error. But the Mandela effect would choose to go with the explanation that involves the entire universe changing. So what's more likely? That a dictionary spelling for a word changed, or that I misspelled something? There's the dilemma versus dilemma. This is a Mandela effect. Is it 1 M's or 2 M's in dilemma? The claim that the second M in dilemma is new. So they say that's a Mandela effect. It didn't used to have 2 M's. So my refutation would be, it's not a common word, and it's ambiguous. You know, how many times have you actually typed or written the word dilemma in your life? The idea that you would not get it wrong ever, or that you might have memorized it wrong, it's not that much of a stretch versus the universe just changed. That is a stretch. And for me to take these word change Mandela effects seriously, I would need to know that the claimants were spelling bee champions. Is Brian Stavely a spelling bee champ? I see many misspellings on his page. I go to their YouTube channels and I see constantly misspelled words. So for me, that kind of discredits them as perfect witnesses. Next chapter, the miracle effect. A miracle is an extraordinary and astonishing happening that is attributed to the presence and action of ultimate or divine power. Why do people want the Mandela effect to be true? Because it's miraculous. People choose to believe in miracles for many reasons. It's an escape from the objective reality over which we're seemingly powerless. Miracles make us players in a bigger and cosmic game. Miracles are comforting, validating, life-changing. The Mandela effect, also known as ME by the believers, is a miraculous occurrence. I think it's funny that they call it the ME, because think about it, you know, it's me. It's all about me. The Mandela effect is the most solipsistic, self-centered perspective you could have. Like, oh, I don't make errors. I don't make mistakes. My memory is never wrong. It's everybody else that's wrong. That to me is very me-centric. So the Mandela effect, I like to call it the me effect, because it's almost like the mindset of a perpetual toddler or something. They just, the sense that others have consciousness doesn't quite enter, which is why they're often dehumanizing people. They're saying, oh, they're not Mandela affected because they're zombies. They're NPCs. Well, I'm not an NPC, and I'm not a liar. I just know that this thing can be reverse engineered. And so far, no Mandela affectee has thanked me for this yet. Okay, so they want to believe in it because to experience a Mandela effect is to have penetrated the programming of the matrix, to have gleaned insights into the shifting subjective nature of our holographic reality. Now, miracles have traditionally always been associated with religions, and these are their claims to authenticity. and the performance of miracles in front of witnesses is all it takes to start a cult of believers. Cults of believers provide all the social and cognitive reinforcement required to ensure that the group continues to grow. And so long as the miracles are legitimate and the faith is strong, the cult will persist. Such an aggregate of believers gains confidence and even belligerence as their numbers reinforce the meaningfulness of the miracle that brought them together. Leaders in such groups invariably have to warn the believers about the non-believers, the heretics, whose words have the power to disintegrate the community by undermining its core beliefs. That's why they call us liars. That's why they call us deniers and liars and NPCs. Such nonconformers have to be corrected or exiled. So Stavely exiled Brian or Owen Benjamin. Basically anybody. Leaders in the ME movement routinely bash larger and more popular channels for not converting or accepting its alleged truth. What causes the Mandela effect? Now this is where we get into the reverse engineering of it. The Mandela effect is caused by faulty eyewitness testimony, and that's you. The Mandela affected person is the eyewitness. You're the one who's being questioned about what you saw. So you're 2 years old, 3 years old. There's a box of cereal in front of you, Fruit Loops, spelled OO or UI. How did they spell fruit on that box? You know, this is what they're doing. So the Mandela effect is caused by faulty eyewitness testimony. And by the way, that's kind of a redundancy. Eyewitness testimony is faulty. Influenced by the suggestion of the person who's pointing out this discrepancy itself. So for example, let's just say Stavely, since we brought him up, he is not an objective party here. He has an incentive to convince you that you've been Mandela affected. A financial incentive, social incentive, there's to grow his church. My point being, it's not a paradigm shattering revelation. It only appears that way to those who are affected. Eric says, I'm craving peanut butter for some reason. Yeah, great marketing, right? I'm craving Chick-fil-A. I want to go watch Moonraker. And anyone else? Get my Jiffy peanut butter? Jif or Jiffy? And that's another point. Jif, Jiffy, how come there's no third alternative? So 1 million people, though. Let's look. Take for example misheard song lyrics. How many of you misremembered or misheard song lyrics? Where you have millions of people disagreeing. Lyrics to 50 famously misheard songs. So, are these examples of the universe fracturing, splitting, breaking apart? Is this Mandela effect? And we just think it's misheard lyrics? Or do people sometimes get things wrong? It only takes a fraction of the population to misremember something for a viral video on the topic to get a show of support. So it creates the impression that there's this hidden consensus that you can appeal to. Here's a quote from Wikipedia and their entry on eyewitness memory. It has long been speculated that mistaken eyewitness identification plays a major role in the wrongful conviction of innocent individuals. A growing body of research now supports this speculation, indicating that mistaken eyewitness identification is responsible for more convictions of the innocent than all other factors combined. So that's pretty heavy. So you're suggesting, this article here is suggesting that eyewitness testimony is not only unreliable, but dangerously so. It gets innocent people locked up. The Innocence Project determined that 75% of the DNA exoneration cases had occurred due to inaccurate eyewitness testimony. It is important to inform the public about the flawed nature of eyewitness memory and the difficulty relating it in the criminal justice system so that the eyewitness accounts are not viewed as the absolute truth. So again, this is the line here. Eyewitness accounts should not be viewed as ultimate truth. yet they assume that it is. You can trust my eyewitness testimony rather than the facts. I'm telling you, South America used to be directly below North America. Oh, really? South America used to be directly below and then it moved. And that's what they'll say. They remember it. Or I remember Tiananmen Square. The tank man got ran over. Well, there's no record of this, so how do we know? So what they're doing here, though, is the Mandela affected people are basically falling victim to their own faulty eyewitness accounts. And when the person asking the question, the interrogator, the YouTube channel, whoever it is, all they do is they imply that there is a suggestion of a discrepancy. And suggesting there's a misperception, like, oh, you don't know what you saw, think again, that's a form of gaslighting, where the victim is caused to doubt their own perceptions. Like, are you sure you know that? Are you really sure? Are you sure that you're sure? Then you have, and this is where we get into the formation of the false memory, interrogator bias. The interrogator framing the question into a false binary has great power to influence what is recollected. Again, false binary, either or. It's not Jiffy spelled with a G, the label upside down, different colors. No, it's Jif or Jiffy. For example, the interrogator asks, notice anything strange about your peanut butter? If somebody asked you that, have you noticed anything strange about your peanut butter? Your answer would probably be no, but it wouldn't be related to the Mandela effect. You wouldn't say, yeah, I'm pretty sure the label's changed. But what they do is they frame it as a black and white. It's posed as, they pose it like this, do you remember the famous brand as Jif or Jiffy? They make you choose a side, there's no middle ground. Notice this too. All the established Mandela effects fit into this rigid binary. And I say established because I made up a Mandela effect from A Christmas Story, you'll shoot your eyes out, kid, instead of you'll shoot your eye out, kid. Well, I claimed to have misremembered it, or rather, I claimed to have been Mandela affected. And I was told that that's not a legitimate Mandela effect, that I was spreading dangerous misinformation to the Mandela affectees. And I'm like, who decides what is and what isn't? Who decides? Is it whoever has the biggest YouTube channel? So, when a question is asked in a binary like this, in this structured dynamic, your cognitive bias towards what feels right will naturally lead to a more confident response. There's a bit of pressure they put on you. So, the initial confidence and the interrogator bias reinforces your answer if you get the right one. It's a subtle sleight of mind trick. And, of course, the dynamic is set by the interrogator, who is the magician. The interrogator is a magician performing a trick. So if you think about a magic show, the guy or somebody performing a card trick in front of you, you may not be able to know how he pulled off the trick. It may have fooled your senses, but that doesn't mean magic was real. It means you weren't privy to how it worked. It's all sleight of mind. So the Mandela pusher is telling you to doubt your perceptions, and then at the same time to assume a level of certainty about a memory that was never important or all that significant. So it's like it's kind of like when you memorize something, and most of you've all done this. You've studied for tests and everything like this. If you're going to pass a test, you got to actually study. You have to work to memorize things. Your memory isn't a perfect recording. It's not like a perfect 360 full audio, high definition recording that you can reference. There is a process to memorization and contextualization of new facts, learning. And we don't apply that process to minutia, to irrelevant things like corporate logos, or whether this particular character said this word or that word first. I mean, it's really not that important or critical. So these are always little minor things they bring up. The Mandela effect pusher gets the questioner to accept the premise that reality is fake. And this is where we get to the purpose of it. Their job, in my opinion, the Mandela effect isn't some organic thing. I believe this is an intelligence operation, It's a sabotage operation, as we'll get into in the last chapter. But the job is to make reality a dream, a simulation, and an illusion, so your critique of it carries no weight. So you have a lot of people figuring things out. Saddle them down with this. If you think the moon landings are fake, but you also believe that reality is constantly shifting, it's a simulation, and that you've witnessed these changes, like you've seen reality change, then you're no longer a credible witness regarding the malfeasance of NASA. Misinformed consensus. This is from that article about eyewitnesses. Witnesses can be subject to memory distortions that can alter their account of events. It is of particular interest that the memory of an eyewitness can become compromised by other information, such that an individual's memory becomes biased. So the Mandela-affected interrogator is actually contaminating the witnesses. This is called retroactive interference. Another phenomenon that may interfere with the eyewitness memory is the retroactive interference. This occurs when new information is processed that obstructs the retrieval of old information. A common source of interference that may occur after the event of a crime is the reporting of a crime. Now check this out. Police investigations include questioning that is often suggestive. So, the Mandela affector, or the Mandela affectee who's spreading this thing, they are offering questions that are very suggestive. Is it Jif or Jiffy? Not, is it Jif, Jiffy, or something else? Is it Jif, Jiffy, or nothing? No, it's always the binary. It's always suggestive. It's always to split you into us versus them. But this process of asking the question in a forced binary disrupts and replaces and interferes with the retrieval of old information. Now, this is further complicated when large numbers of people in total agreement about something that they're wrong about reinforce one another. So there's a big enough community of people who agree, and there aren't enough critical thinkers who are actually challenging it. Next chapter, to believe or perceive. PSYOPs in the news are being exposed daily, and their way of contaminating the research pool is suggesting that people who don't believe or trust the news cannot trust their own perceptions or their own judgment. So conspiracy theorists, people with guesses but no real actionable evidence, are used to hide these deceptions. They constantly refer to these people and question whether they're even credible witnesses. And so I'm thinking that conspiracy theorists are being targeted because the more they can get the perceivers, so-called conspiracy theorists, the more they can get perceivers to doubt their perceptions, the more these perceivers will be forced to rely on experts, which makes them into believers. So that's what I mean by to perceive or to believe. Are you able to know directly, or can you just not rely on your own interpretation of things anymore? So I'm thinking the Mandela effect is actually a calculated ploy, sabotage against truthers. It attacks the idea of objective reality. If nothing is objective, then there is no truth. A Mandela-affected person is in no position to take the media to task for making extraordinary statements and claims without evidence. A sabotage is a deliberate action aimed at weakening a target through subversion, obstruction, or other covert means. So you're talking about, I'm thinking again, a deliberate effort here to taint the meme pools, to taint the research communities, to taint the perceptions of individuals who can see how fake things are. So either reality is fake or the media is. But deconstructing the media is a science and an art. And it's based on a careful parsing of the available facts. And it requires a clear perception of reality. Those of you who can see through 9/11, who can see through the Sandy Hooks, the Parklands, the PSYOPs, the pandemics, if you can see through that stuff, you have clear perception. You have a clear perception of reality. And that's what you need to deconstruct fake reality or fake news, to deconstruct the imposition they put onto reality. If you want to see through the world stage, you have to have a very sober appreciation of what is and isn't real. By contrast, the Mandela effect is in denial of reality as it exists. So you just can't say the news is fake unless there's a real world to compare it to. And this is why I'm suggesting here that the Mandela effect is being spread, to pull the rug from beneath those that see too clearly. It's a covert, subversive act of sabotage. I believe it's a psyop. So here are some debunked Mandela effect claims. Dolly never had braces. If she did, they would have been apparent and relevant throughout the entire film, not just that one scene in question. And by the way, Brian Stavely has never watched Moonraker. 2. If Timmy fell down the well, how did they get him out? Still no answers. Ed McMahon's big checks were not from Publishers Clearinghouse. There's overwhelming evidence showing, there's conclusive evidence showing that Ed was with American Family Publishing. The Berenstain Bears was once the Berenstain Bears, right? Wrong. But what are you supposed to do? Are you supposed to expect 100% of children to recall the spelling of a unique and ambiguously spelled name perfectly? Little kids are reading these books. You got Berenstain, Berenstain, Berenstein. These are what, 12-lettered names? I mean, these are long words for children, long names, and they're ambiguous. So the idea that children could be that you can rely upon your childhood memory to tell you for sure, no way. Looney Tunes was never Looney Tunes. Okay, Looney Tunes, T-U-N-E-S, was never Looney Tunes, as in cartoons, T-O-O-N-S. So Looney Tunes was always about the music. And so the Mandela effect will claim, the Mandela affected, the Mandoozled will say, oh, it used to be Looney Tunes, like cartoons, now it's tunes like music. Wrong. Looney Tunes, like Merry Melodies, is a reference to the wacky musical soundtracks to these cartoons. It's not a reference to the cartoons as tunes. Here's one we talked about. We referenced Owen Benjamin's breakdown. The film Field of Dreams depicts Kevin Costner's character Ray being told by a ghostly voice, if you build it, he will come, referring to baseball legend Shoeless Joe Jackson. The Mandela effect claims, if you build it, they will come, was the original statement. But that's contradicted by the context of the movie about being a reference to a specific dead baseball legend. But people still use the misquoted line, if you build it, they will come, as an expression about entrepreneurialism, hard work, attracting customers. Because the movie did have a strong subtext about the value of hard work. If you build it, they will come. It's a nice expression. Sex and the City was never Sex in the City. Now what you won't find is you won't find a single Mandela effectee that actually watched the entire series. So what makes them the authority? Febreze. Febreze is used by stoners to clear the scent of weed smoke from their vehicles. The Mandela effect claims that it was once Febreze with 2 E's instead of 1 E. This is an obvious misremembrance. This is ambiguous. And I would say it's an easy mistake for the stoners to make. Fruit Loops was never Fruit Loops. It was always spelled with 2 O's. Again, why depend upon childhood recollections rather than the evidence? And what's more likely? That reality was tampered with, or that one's memory is an imperfect recorder? Another one, there is no hyphen between kit and cat on Kit Kat bars. Now, one would assume to be grammatically correct there would be, but there isn't one. And if you look at the design on the Kit Kat, it wouldn't even be aesthetically pleasing to add one to the wrapper's design. Meatloaf, the singer, was never Meatloaf. As in, it was always 2 words, meat and loaf. The Mandela effect claim it used to be Meatloaf, now it's Meatloaf. Nope. Wrong. His fans always chanted meat, meat, meat when he went on stage. Because he went by Meat Loaf, not Meatloaf. Meatloaf commented on how irate that misconception made him. He actually was mad about this for years. And this was before the Mandela effect became a thing. They claim Jesus hanged on a tree, not on a cross, that the Bible changed. Well, if that was true, then why aren't there trees on top of all the churches instead of crosses? Why aren't crucifixes trees, little trees around your necks? Sometimes what we think should be isn't what is. This shouldn't cause an existential crisis or a religious conversion. What the Mandela effect don't ask is, why does every example of this reality shifting only involve one detail and only one alternative? Why the forced binary? If reality let's say this is true, if reality is shifting, then why wouldn't we have multiple versions of every one of these Mandela effects? So unlike other conspiracy theories, the Mandela effect is not rooted in evidence, but rather a perceived lack of evidence. They see the lack of evidence as somehow confirming that something had changed. It induces a confirmation bias, run amok, that results in an extreme sense of certainty. So I have maintained that faith is a mind killer. It's knowledge that sets the mind free. And I find this to be very pertinent here because the Mandela affected are faithful that they're correct and that the non-believers are wrong. They're faithful because they don't have direct knowledge. They believe the consensus is on their side, and every new person that falls for this confirms their bias further. The Mandela effect is in fact nothing more than a miscontextualized magic trick. That's what it comes down to. It's a miscontextualized magic trick. The magician is the interrogator with an agenda, offering a very suggestive set of questions designed to elicit some very specific responses. The Mandela effect is a magic trick. It poses as a miracle. It poses as something even supernatural. But it is in fact nothing more than a psychological operation. And I want to close this segment with, it's easier to fool people than convince them that they've been fooled. Okay, so we will be back later on this evening to take calls. I put a link in the chat if you want to download the ebook and share it with somebody who's been mandoozled. Save their minds. Or don't. This is, again, I'm going to just go back to the 24/7, and then right after, we'll be back to take calls. So probably in about 90 minutes or so, we'll be live, open phones. We'll talk about Jordan Maxwell. We'll talk about the Mandela effect and anything else that crosses your mind. Anyway, thanks everyone for joining. We'll be back shortly. I'm going to put it to some of the replays here, some music, etc. In fact, you know what? I would be remiss if I didn't close off this particular segment here with a track by One-Eyed Jack and the Shells, Ed McMahon. Let's just go ahead and go to that track, and then I'll turn it on to the 24/7. And yeah, we'll be back shortly. Thanks everyone who's joined us here. I see a lot of people here in the chat. You can get the book, get the ebook at timosmond.win. Also, if you're on the Patreon, I sent a link. And is it in our interest to debunk it? I would say so. You know, we're talking about a deliberate attempt to sow confusion and also to discredit further any perceivers. Oh, we have one can see. We have one that can see here. There's a group of them. Let's feed them something that will completely nullify all of their astute observations. I agree with the commenter in the chat earlier who had said that the Mandela effect almost seems like it showed up to discredit people such as those who noticed that there were no planes on 9/11/2001. All right, Ed McMahon, have a great night. We'll be back later.
unaffected. Didn't care if the fish had races, only knew that it could save us all. What is real? I don't know. Hard to understand. There used to be a cornucopia in my pants. Epic man. Epic man. Shift us to the new timeline. Epic man. Epic man. Bring me a giant check next time. Well, trouble ain't what people don't know, it's what they know. That ain't so, said the OG Crescent's acting honorable man. It's a miracle, it's true. I know my memories ain't no fool. I seen the Chinese dude get mowed down by the tank. Seen it on TV. Feeding Bates and Smiley and a double bind that got your mind in, and a tasty cup of noodles for your soul.
People in South America, and that's what made me realize, whoa, South America's like 1,000 miles over. And again, it moves more after that. It's even further than 1,000 miles. And I'm just guessing, you know, it's guessing way over to the right, way over to the east. And, you know, where I come from, I believe I'm still where I come from. I believe this reality is heated flux. Absolutely. You know, we're going to talk about flip-flops as well.
Well, what will you do when you find out you don't exist? You've been faked out. No gold notches, no box of chocolates in this neighborhood. Well, I was there, man. I ate the Fruit Loops. I seen that movie with Tom Cruise. Please don't take these precious memories from my heart. Ed McMahon. Ed McMahon. Go ahead and leave the gaslight on. Ed McMahon. Ed McMahon. Go ahead and leave the gaslight on. Ed McMahon. Ed McMahon. Go ahead and leave the gaslight on.
Get into a little phrase that I like to say, called everyone knows, because it seems to trigger the trolls and deniers. And they literally go around and, you know, these Mandela effect deniers will go around and they'll make videos about how Brian Staley goes around and says everybody knows and we are the best. We're going to talk about that today. How we are the best, everybody knows. And you can put the two together and it says everybody knows we are the best, right? Fucking double bang for the buck, you know what I mean, baby?
Because gravity. They're inferring a whole lot from photos. We're just going to sink. And the only buildings that don't sink are the ones that have the foundation built down low enough, built before the last mud flood, maybe even several recent before, inferring a whole lot from photos. Okay, thanks for joining. Say hi in the chat if you want a wrench. You're listening to One Eye Jack and the Shells, Mud Flood. Be right back. If you can't call someone a mud flooder, like, oh, mud flooders, the people who didn't attend history, you know, that's things that mud flooders skip science and math, mud flooders skipped history. And they may go with that. I don't know. I'm trying to shy away from overarching explanations. Okay, January the 23rd, 2022. The year of Soylent Green. Astrocrete. In fact, there's a Sundance film coming up that has cannibalism as a main feature. There's also a virtual reality flat earth exhibit that should convince the non-believers, which we'll be looking at here. Tonight we're talking about space AIDS and Cybergeddon. The anonymous Cybergeddon, CIA plotting January 25th cyber attack, possibly going after banking Bitcoin, cryptocurrency, the energy sector, mass transit, military, stock market, and more. And then we have this: did COVID-19 come from space on a meteorite? Now, this is not a new story. I mean, it's a new version, but before it became a pandemic, they were already suggesting that C-19, the Atlas comet that was breaking up, might have been the source. And it looked exactly like the comet in the movie Don't Look Up, by the way, which also sort of put the world into a lockdown, but for a different reason. They were like, we got 6 months to live, versus we just got to lock down for a couple of weeks. Which, by the way, how are you all enjoying your, what is it, year 3 of your 2 weeks to flatten the curve? Luigi's here, says, thanks for the wrench. Yep, anybody who doesn't have one, I'll go through and hand them out, don't worry. And there's a reason we do this. And this was actually, the other night, this was perfectly illustrated. We were watching Chief Crow and the Flat Earthworms. Well, Chief Crow was performing in his tent out there in Antarctica. And, you know, there's no space heaters on Flat Earth or something because he's out there in his parka. But during his live performance, at least 60 trolls came through spamming the chat room with lyrics from a song that came off of the Suicide Squad soundtrack. I believe the song was called Heathen. And I haven't looked into it too deeply other than to find out, you know, where were these lyrics coming from? What did it mean, if anything? But if you missed it the other night, and I'll play a few seconds of it, Chief Crow did perform for an hour. He does this almost every Saturday night now, so it's almost a pattern. And if you're on my newsletter, you'll be getting an email blast whenever something like this comes up. It was Chief Crow live from Antarctica, psychedelic third ear pine cone. And yes, the troll activity was so intense, 60 different sock accounts by the same person, that he actually had to hand out wrenches. And when I first started the channel, that okay, I'm going to pause for just a second here. We had almost more trolls than anything, and we had to hand these wrenches out just to make sure. Alright, I'm pausing for just a moment here. I had a thing scheduled. I'm going to make a call really quick here and see if I can get through. I've been working on booking a certain guest, and he's out on the campaign trail in Arizona, literally on the streets, walking around, getting people to sign. He's running for Congress. Anyway, I'm supposed to be contacting him here shortly, probably within the next hour, but I might just make a quick attempt here. I'll make a attempt to reach him. I'll send out live notifications again starting in April. We actually used up all of our units. Unless somebody really likes the text notifications, you want to pitch in, but we used up our units for the time being. So you'll have to rely on the text message notifications. I'm not in. If I'm going to hand out wrenches, I have to go exit and go across the house to the other room. We have 3 different. I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 computers going at all times. Well, 4. It should be 6, but I'm too busy to manage the other 2. So handing out wrenches actually takes a separate trip, which happens once per night. So if you make a comment, you will get your wrench. I can't make a special trip for it yet. Yeah, I need to hire help as soon as I get the settlements from. If you didn't know this, I'm actually suing YouTube. They committed a felony against me. They aided and abetted and colluded with a identity thief who claimed my voice, who claimed this channel's content as his own for several years now. Anyway, I'm suing YouTube over it, and I'm going to take every penny from that and put it into getting the help that I need to do what I want to do with this channel. Alright, here we go. I'm going to go ahead. And also, we won't be shut down so often. Anytime I get to 1,000 subs, they shoot us down. We've lost more than 100 channels. You know, there are times where we picked up 200 subs a day, 0 to 11,000 subs in a matter of weeks. And this channel's targeted and constantly shut down. That's why, if you don't have a wrench, you know what? The channel probably won't even exist in another few days anyway. But my point is, this channel is getting dangerously close to 1,000, so don't be surprised if you lose it. The best thing you can do is get on the newsletter. Okay, let me make this phone call. Let's see if our friend CMZ is available. I'm calling him a little early, so he may not answer.
Hello, this is Ron Watkins.
Hey, Ron, this is Tim. I called you yesterday. Is this a good time?
Not really. I'm driving right now. What's going on though?
Okay,
Like a minute maybe.
Okay, cool. Well, like I said, I had a lot of people in my podcast audience who had great interest in asking some questions about your campaign and other things. So if you have like 15, 20 minutes
Hello?
to talk, yeah, let me call you back when you're through. I'll just call you back when you're at home or whatever. Half an hour?
Okay.
Okay, sounds good.
In a bit. Yeah.
Okay.
All right,
All right, see ya. Okay, cool. Yeah, like I said, a little bit early. He's actually on the road getting signatures. That would be Ron Watkins, who is running for Congress. I have an article here about that. Yep. QAnon head running at, here we go. This is the Arizona congressional primary. He's on the ballot. Anyway, I took a minute to get to him, and basically, here's the thing. He's running for Congress, and he's the guy who is believed by the media to be one of the main Q instigators. And so I have a few questions. So if you have any questions, I have a lot of them written down. We're not going to only talk about that. We're also going to ask about other things. So anything at all, it's on the table. Just put it in the chat. And I'm going to get him back on the phone here probably in about half an hour to an hour. So I'm going to go run an errand. I'm going to go back to the archives, and when I'm back, we'll have Ron Watkins on. All right, so I'm going to go back, like I said, to the archives. I'll be back in like 45 minutes. Or that we can maintain some semblance of a sane chat room. Let me go ahead and play a second of this. This is Chief Crow live from Antarctica, psychedelic third ear pine cone. If you missed it, again, next Saturday I would check in.
There is no cliff for you and I. The blackbird moves on to the new sun of dawn.
It's from The Edges in Your Mind live. Again, I'll put a link in the chat if you haven't had a chance to watch that or listen. Again, another reason to get on my newsletter. You won't miss any of this. Joined by Thirst for Truth, Kevin44, River of Junk. Thirst for Truth is one of our resident Mandela Effect debunkers here. And it's important to keep them in check, the Mandela affected, because they are kind of fundamentalists when it comes to their belief system. And if you don't believe in the Mandela effect, you're considered to be, in their view, an NPC, a zombie, a non-person, worthy of death. They have this thing, we don't like talking about it here. It's called the Forbidden Mandela Effect, invented by Winnie Mandela, the wife of Nelson Mandela. Something they call necklacing, combination of a guillotine and a burning at the stake, which again is something that they do to all people who don't believe in the Mandela Effect, or they would do if they had that power. So, hate to jump around, but let's go ahead and get into this really quick because, I didn't start this, but about a month ago, I had mentioned Meatloaf, the singer, for some reason. Oh, that's right. I was talking about Russian Vids, the biblically illiterate flat earther who says that the Bible is his source of evidence, but he never cites the Bible. He only cites Meatloaf lyrics. So I wrote a criticism about Russian Vids, and the next thing you know, I'm being chastised for being Mandela affected because I spelled Meatloaf as one word. Well, according to Brian Stavely, that's a Mandela effect, that it's two words and that it changed. So he accused me of this. Well, anyway, here we are about a month later. Meatloaf dies, but before and right after he dies, Stavely puts out a video. Meatloaf is not dead. Now, I don't know what his evidence for that is, but if you'll notice, Stavely, the guy who accused me of being Mandela affected, spelled it as one word. Again, just catching you up on what we discussed last night. Now, Meatloaf himself is quoted as calling anyone who used the one word way of spelling it an idiot. He says, when I see my name spelled with one word, I want to slap and choke people. If you spell it with one word, bottom line, you are an idiot. And so that's what he would, that's his response. That kind of invalidates the idea that this represents a Mandela effect, a split in reality, two different realities, because obviously they coexist, or Meatloaf wouldn't be calling it out. So I asked Brian Stavely to go ahead and apologize to me for accusing me of being Mandela affected or infected, and he called me a troll and pretty much ignored it. Well, now Russian Vids, the biblically illiterate Bible earther, comes out and he says on his video title here, actually he puts it down twice, even in the thumbnail, that Meatloaf has a dark side. The dark side of Meatloaf, spelled with, well, spelled as one word. So Russian Vids is either an idiot or he's Mandela affected. You know, take your pick. I guess they could be both. I mean, look at Stavely. Now, this is what Thirst for Truth wrote underneath this. It's Meatloaf, 2 words. Even Meatloaf himself says anyone that spells his name with one word is an idiot. So there you have it. Russian Vids had to bring this up, and he did cite the usual Meatloaf lyrics, but he admits that Meatloaf is of the dark side, and his reason why isn't because of all the weird cannibalism references or the Fight Club, Project Mayhem, Reset stuff. No, mostly he says it's because Meatloaf in Chaldean numerology adds to 33. That's according to Russian Vids, but Russian Vids also adds to 33. All right, going through some comments. Moonman says, cut it with that multiple gender crap. Well, okay. Infinite Muse says, Salty Wrench, smash that CC spam bot. Yeah, you were there when Chief Crow was getting hammered by bots. I mean, there were 60 of them. Unbelievable. Okay, so let's go ahead and catch up on today. Again, I'll say thanks to everyone who participates in the think tank in the chat room. A lot of penguin-based art. So if you do anything penguin related, or you want to, that's the place for it. Ivar says, can I be a Mandoozled idiot? Mandoozled, yeah. Yeah, the thing is, I understand why people fall for it. It's a false explanation. Like, I'd hate to say someone's an idiot. I'd say it's more about hubris and pride and the inability to accept that one is wrong. It's like, well, did you misspell the word, or did the dictionary get it wrong? Like, think about the arrogance of someone who's pointing at a dictionary 3 times older than they are, like an old dictionary. It's like, no, the dictionary is wrong. It changed. The Bible changed. I didn't misremember this biblical passage. In fact, let me get into this. This is going down to a strength. We started talking about space aids and Cybergeddon, but there's a couple of other things. Let's go into this first. Okay, we have strange things tonight as well. I got a bombshell for all of the people who still believe that JFK Jr. is their savior. I got something for that. We'll get to that here later, though. But there was something else that came up today, kind of worth looking at. It was a Flat Earth children's video that Mark Sargent put out today. He turned the comments off. I don't know why. I mean, it's innocent enough, right? Just what's wrong with reaching out to children, I guess. I mean, it's kind of strange. On one part of the video, and it's all Muppets. It's like a bunch of, like, literally, like, rapping Muppets. But in one of the videos here, one of the clips, it's like, go look at the stars for yourself and you'll see the earth is flat. But remember to ask your parents' permission first. Here you go. Mark Sargent uploads Flat Earth Kids video and blocks the comments. Now, I'm bringing this up because in this video, you actually have a Mandela effect rap that I want to play since we're getting into the Mandela effect. And what's more, there's actually a Muppet version of Brian Stavely. So, Brian Stavely, Mandoozled Muppet. Here it is. This is the actual picture of it. So if you're looking at the screen, the guy on the left, that would be Brian Staveley. It's a life-sized Muppet. But yeah, it's a Muppet. And let me go ahead and bring it. I think I actually have it queued. Here we go. And this is from Mark Sargent's latest video, The Flat Earth's Kids Show, which rips off a lot of Sesame Street characters. Like, there's some trademark violations here. But I'm going to play a Muppet rap featuring Brian Staveley. It's a Mandela Muppet rap.
Good cookie.
Okay, again, that's a stolen character as well. They stole Cookie Monster. They're stealing all kinds of Hanson characters. I don't know how they get away with this blatant trademark ripoffs. This is obvious infringement. Okay, here we go. Mandela Rap Broadcast Kings. This is by that flat fellow. So it's not bad.
This is your dose of reality. Yeah, look, someone whip out the cake, cause it's time to celebrate. We gon' stay up late, cause it's Brian's birthday. Yeah, the boy deserves.
Now, when was Brian's birthday? Happy birthday, Brian Staveley. I thought it was in November. I thought he was a Scorpio. Maybe that's a Mandela effect.
Celebrate. We gon' stay up late, cause it's Brian's birthday. Yeah, the boy deserve that respect. Put in the song to the Mandela effect. Cause we know Timmy never fell into a well. And blue pill people.
Okay, so if Timmy never fell down the well, because, wait, I thought he did fall down the well. The whole thing is he fell down the well. See, they got their own Mandela effect wrong. Timmy fell down the well according to the Mandela effect, but there's no evidence for this, and they don't know how he came out of the well. How did they get him out?
The Mandela effect. Cause we know Timmy never fell into a well. And blue pill people all live in fairy tales. Most of sheep think it's mythological, but Monopoly man never had a monocle.
So you're a sheep if you don't believe that the banker on Monopoly had a monocle. Now, I know this is torture. Let me go ahead and get to the part where Brian raps. Here we go.
Fill a dose of reality.
All right, well, there you have it. There's a few other parts in here that might be worth looking at. But again, this is a Flat Earth's children's show comprised of repurposed Sesame Street Muppets and cringy sock puppets communicating directly to children. Mark K. Sargent, and it says, try YouTube Kids. It's the Flat Earth Kid Show full version. Let me play about 10 more seconds here.
Our Earth. The stars move around us while we remain still, just like in a planetarium. Have a great day, kids. See you next time.
And remember, keep it flat.
Oh, God. Who are these voices? Was that Mark Sargent and Patty Steer? Using their own socks? Like, they're not even good sock puppets. Okay, let's move on. It's literally an hour of... I watched it. It's an hour of Flat Earth and Mandela Effect Muppet raps. With the occasional schoolroom thing with these sock puppets, like dirty sock puppets. Okay, I have one more thing here. This is posted in Discord. No warning labels. I don't know what it is, but it's got audio.
When this is all over the headlines, you could look all throughout your feed, and I'm going to show you reality residue of this. But just remember, I've actually covered this before. This is another blessing given to me by the Creator to wake people up. In my opinion. It's very timely. Obviously, I'm saying it's timely. He allegedly died today or whatever, so it's timely in that manner that I'm going to address it. But it's timely because I just brought this one up about a month ago.
Okay, he's talking about how it's timely that Meatloaf died because he can bring up the Meatloaf Mandela effect, which isn't a Mandela effect according to Meatloaf. And he said it's a blessing from the Creator, from God, that he's able to use Meatloaf's death to promote the Mandela effect. Well, it wasn't a blessing from God, Ryan. It was a blessing from me. I'm the one who brought up Meatloaf making fun of your daddy Russian vids, and that caused you to call me infected with the Mandela effect. So again, he can thank me for this, but
timely in that manner that I'm going to address it. But it's timely because I just brought this one up about a month ago. Meatloaf is now 2 words. Okay? Now, we're going to get into some...
It is now 2 words.
It's all over.
Because, yeah, apparently it used to be. It used to be 1, now it's 2. Right. Okay, let's move on. Let me go through some more headlines really quick here. There's actually a pretty decent SNL skit. They bring back this MacGyver parody called MacGruber. I'm not going to play it, but when you watch it, you'll see just how made to order a lot of these fake conspiracy theories are for the left to make fun of the right. I think they're planting a lot of this stuff. And you'll see if you watch this Saturday Night Live piece. But, I mean, it's amazing to me how there's nothing within the whole QAnon thing or even the Trump camp that says put on animal skins and run around with a spear. But they have made that the face of the right. It's just bizarre to me. But this is Clown World. Now, this looks actually decent. So, this is coming up in March. It's called the Flat Earth Virtual Reality. Now this is a trailer, but as you'll see, it's basically a simulation.
Drinking water before...
It's a simulation, kind of like the thing that they took up to space recently with Captain Kirk. Oh wait, no, that wasn't a simulation. Never mind. But basically, this is a capsule with screens on the walls, and it's going to be a very convincing virtual reality going to space, and it's going to be available. It says here. Okay, it's part of Lucas Builds the Future episode. But anyway, take a look. Okay, so it says embark on a journey, flat Earth, and it goes through. It says built with flat earthers in mind. The Flat Earth Virtual Reality. So yeah, it's ascending into space, and the Earth is flat. It'll be available in March. But even with these, and it's always a parody, but even with these, what they still get wrong are the fundamentals here. Literally nobody has ever suggested that the Earth is some kind of a pizza disc floating in space. The very topic of flat Earth is actually more about negating the concept of outer space as it's been presented. So this is 100% just a false model. Why they do this? Well, I think that's part of the strategy of keeping the conversation very limited. Because really, I think it should not be about flat versus round, but about open versus closed. And every alternative to the globe, including the flat with the dome, is still a closed system. And I think that's the thing they want to maintain. But anyway, Flat Earth Virtual Reality. Let's see. I'm surprised they haven't censored that. I guess they won't censor it if it's parody, though. All right, let me go ahead and check in on the chat here. Again, we have a couple of different chat feeds. I'm keeping up with both of them. We're going to have the return of the 24/7 stream very, very soon. Joined by Dash3342, Azul Yogi 33, Benton Infinite Muse, Rudy and the Dogs. All right, glad to have all you here. Okay, let me go ahead and play this. This is the bombshell I wanted to bring up about JFK Jr. So in 1998, about a year before he fake died, JFK Jr. makes a joke about a 9-year-old Monica Lewinsky, pizza, and the future sex scandal involving President Clinton. So I'll let you hear it for yourself. And remember, this is way before QAnon. This is 1998. This is on TV. And again, he's, as you'll notice, using pizza.
We have someone who sent us Monica Lewinsky's poem that she wrote in 9th grade. Actually, not in 9th grade, when she was a 9-year-old.
Now, okay, now the audio is not the best, but what he says is, we have a poem that Monica Lewinsky wrote, and he published it in George magazine. So in his magazine, George, he published a poem that Monica Lewinsky wrote, not in the 9th grade, but when she was 9 years old.
And I know I'm going to rot in hell eternally for this, but can I maybe just give it a sample?
Yeah, give a sample.
Okay.
Now, he says he's going to rot in hell for this. So in other words, he's reading a poem that Monica Lewinsky wrote when she was 9, in which she describes herself as a piece of pizza, basically.
It's written, the poem is a poignant rumination on how, quote, I can be a delicious lunch, dinner, or breakfast, if you're weird. She goes on to describe herself, quote, as a round and flat piece of dough with lots of topping. I am a mouth's best friend. I make you say, yum, yum.
Okay, now listen to what Jay Leno says. So again, this is Monica Lewinsky, 9 years old, describing herself as pizza. And this is published in George Magazine, and it's being brought up here with Seinfeld and Jay Leno. And now what Jay Leno says is even more interesting.
It's amazing how kids know at a young age what they're going to do with their lives.
So it's amazing how kids know at a young age what they're going to do with their lives. So here's JFK Jr. and Jay Leno laughing about 9-year-old Monica Lewinsky knowing what she was going to do as an intern when she grew up or whatever. Again, very, very strange considering the whole context here of pizza being a term used by Democrats to reference children, and then Lewinsky growing up to work for the president. So there you have it. JFK Jr. joking about a 9-year-old. So did he know something then, or did he find out later? And how much later? Because this was like right before he fake died. Just questions. All right, let's see. We've talked about, this is a new one. There's just so much hero worship and just fantasy from these QAnoners. Now Melania is the Queen of Russia, the granddaughter of Anastasia Romanov, daughter of the last Tsar of Russia. So there you have it. This whole thing about royalty coming to save us is just one of their fixations. So they actually see, just to put this all in context, they see JFK Jr. as America's crown prince, kind of like Princess Diana. And both Princess Diana and JFK Jr. are believed to have faked their deaths, and they're both coming back. He's exposing the dark underbelly of politics. She's exposing the dark underbelly of the royalty. Michael Jackson is doing the same for entertainment. There's a whole list of them. Soon to be resurrected, dead celebrities, I guess. But when? It's like, when are they going to save these children? Save the children, 2015, 2016, 2017. Then it's like, okay, wait, save the children? Now you're talking about Trump 2024. By the time he gets into office and he can do anything, it's going to be save the disaffected teenagers. They won't even care. They'll have grown up in the metaverse, in the basement of some NWO, babysitting place, wherever these children are kept that need to be saved. Like, they're not going to want to be saved by the time you get around to them. They'll be indoctrinated. And same thing with these dead celebrities. Like, when are they coming back? They're all going to have canes and wheelchairs by the time they do. The children are growing up and your saviors are growing old. Like, they need to go ahead and just do it already. All right, let's move on. Virus from space. We talked about this again. Did COVID-19 come from space on a meteorite? It's a theory. Apparently now it's safe to talk about things that were once disinformation. Even Bill Maher is out saying that people have mask paranoia. And he's one of these left-wing gatekeeper types who's he's not even close to right, but he's got friends on the right, like Ann Coulter. So he's kind of able to reach across the aisle and sort of temper the left-wing orthodoxy a little bit with some of what the other side believes. And so they seem to be kind of bridging that for some reason. I mean, I still find it bizarre that there are people who are just now figuring out that the whole thing was a major psychological operation. It only took a couple years. All right, we talked about Mark Sargent's Flat Earth's Kids Show. And again, it's very questionable to me. Just why would he block the comments section? Doesn't he want people to talk about this great video? That kind of stands out as kind of weird to me. I got a picture on the screen if anybody wants to research this. It's the Grand Man of the Zohar Masonic. It says here, the Zohar Masonic poster of the Grand Man. That's what it is. So the Grand Man, if you look, it's some kind of, I guess, god or whatever. And around his waist you have the planets and the moon and the sun. And then above that at his heart level, you have the zodiac, so that would be the stars, I suppose. And then he's standing on the world, 1 foot on the ocean, 1 foot on the land. I don't think it's a ball. Anyway, it's an interesting image, so if anybody is familiar with it. First I've seen it. If you want to call in on it. I've been looking at some of these old images from Manly P. Hall's books. Just trying to get some ideas here about what all this stuff means, because the elite who control the media and all the religions have a great deal of interest in this astrology thing. And that's why they screw with our cosmology so much. It's not even that I would say, hey, the earth is flat. I would just say, how do you know that it is what they say it is, the way they say it is? Because there's a lot of room there for doubt and speculation and conjecture when all you're given are, well, bad secondhand accounts from obvious liars and crisis actors and cartoons. I mean, what is space? Cartoons? CGI? I was having a conversation with this earlier in Discord. It's like, it seems like when they go above a certain altitude, above the Kármán line, you see a lot of pixels. And then when you look at things really small, like graphene, or images of the DNA or whatever, it's like, wow, it's all cartoons and pixels. Like, are we in a pixel universe? And that you just can't see the pixels when you're in the matrix, but that, when you talk about something that small or that far away, they always defer to pictures. I don't literally mean that, but you could make that case. I mean, how many times have you seen astronauts turn into pixels or pixelation? Look at this one here. Sundance. This is the one. Sundance has a film. Disney focuses its searchlight on horror cannibalism with charmer who cuts up his dates and eats them. 2022 again, year of Soylent Green, acclimating people to the idea that we're recyclable and that it's okay to compost your loved ones and eat them. In California, I think you can compost your loved ones, and that's what the founder of Earth Day actually did. The founder of Earth Day actually put his girlfriend in a compost heap. Okay, yeah, it says here, it's called Flesh, a horror movie premiering at Sundance, and it's about eating people. It says, yes, it's Disney, it's not parody or satire, it's just about a doctor named Sebastian Stan who kidnaps women, carves pieces out of them for sale to high-paying customers. Anyway, it's called Fresh. It's about a doctor who serves his dates. I'm only bringing this up because it popped up in my feeds, and I'm like, cannibalism is really being put out there into the zeitgeist, and it's a reoccurring theme in a lot of these, like even this topic of astrocrete, of donating your blood and mixing it with lunar soil to make bricks. You kind of see what they're getting at. Even the ISS, they're constantly talking about how they're recycling everything constantly. All right, let me see, going through comments. If anybody wants to call in, let me go ahead and open my phones too. 833-311-1984. I was watching this TV show called Humans. And it's about what I've been saying. I've been saying lately that I don't think Terminator 2 is going to happen, or Terminator 1. I don't think robots are going to rise up and kill us. I think they're going to replace us as cashiers, as drivers, as spouses. Like, it'll be a slow takeover where they make us codependent. They make us weak. They make us lazy. And I think that's how the elite will subdue the masses. And that's kind of what happens in Wall-E, one of these futuristic movies where people are in a space ark and robots attend to their every need. Meanwhile, the robot mind that controls the ship, like Hell 9000, is in all likelihood recycling the dead and putting them into the smoothies, which explains why the people are so corpulent. But again, just talking about these various movies, and this new one I'm watching called Humans on Amazon is about robots in people's homes, and it's a slow takeover. So it's not Terminator, but it's kind of the same thing, except it's like slow motion takeover. Going through comments, Snipey says, yo, we can all agree government's not legitimate anymore. If you're pretending the Democrats are different than Republicans, you are honestly stupid. Well, I would disagree. I mean, definitely they're both statists, but it would be very, very simplistic to say they are the same. They're definitely not. They are diametrically opposed, which means they're different. I mean, it's the same game. Like, you could say they're the same, they're pieces on the same game board, playing the same game. But to say they are the same is willfully ignorant. And I think ignorance is really the main enemy here. The media insists that you remain ignorant and that you don't understand even down to these party politics. They have it really to the point where if you don't take sides, you're kind of an enemy of the state. You're a conspiracy theorist if you don't trust either side. This is why I think they spend so much time and energy just really condemning anybody who doesn't believe MSM. as some kind of a terrorist in waiting. But yeah, I don't know anybody who actually buys the stuff, honestly. And as far as the conservatism, it's dead. Trump killed it. Trump turned any remaining vestige of limited government conservatism into statism. They're all fascists. Proud Boys and Soy Boys. All begging for the favor of daddy government. Okay, let's see. All right, phones are open 833-311-1984. How trillion-dollar space economy is threatened by debris. The space economy is on track to be valued at $1 trillion by the end of 2030, but assets are threatened by space debris, which didn't exist until this summer. Space junk didn't really exist. It wasn't actually happening. It was just hypothetical. And they made it real all at once. And it didn't take long, if you notice. They can just turn it on at once. It's like aliens, not real. If they want it to be real, they'll be real starting tomorrow. Masks. Oh yeah, if you don't wear masks, you'll die. Now it's a paranoia to wear masks, according to the same people who were pushing mandatory everything just a few months ago. They all just flipped the script on us. Emirati astronaut tells of life in the Russian isolation pod that simulates a moon mission. So you'll notice here that preparing to go to outer space in every instance involves confinement, close quarters, living in a small room with lots of people, basically prison. And I've been saying for a while now that the outer space communes, that's what they are, communes or gulags, that these are all just prisons. They're work camps. There's really no other way to describe them. It's a work camp, and they've dressed it up as progress to fool all the capitalists, and it worked. So capitalists are thinking, $1 trillion space economy. No, it's all a hoax. I mean, they'll take your money, but it's just an extension of the global warming hoax. And that's one of the major ironies of this thing, is that the people who figure out that global warming is a major hoax, not just to make Americans less competitive because we have to obey the regulations that they don't. It's not just about that. It's actually about the ideology of communism and taking away property because property is bad for the environment, getting you to believe you have a carbon footprint, that your very existence is essentially like that of a tumor on the side of the earth. Like, it's all changing your view of the human race. That's what space is about. And if you notice, all the space movies are dystopian. You're in a space ark, you're in a confined area, you're on a distant outpost. It's not exactly freedom, even though there's a lot of empty space. But that's a reoccurring thing here. And I think they've been using, for the most part, movies to sell people on space as progress and the end result of free market capitalism and technological innovation, when no, it's just a utopian vision to actually get you to disabuse yourself of the idea that you ought to own anything. You're going to Mars, you're not taking your house or your car or even anything. You're just going up there to be a worker ant, like a drone. Did you see those NASA posters? Like work on Mars. They said like farmers wanted. I mean, it all looked like Mars explorers wanted posters. Farmers wanted for survival on Mars. Got a green thumb. So you have all these communist style posters. Be a farmer on Mars. And the thing that stands out to me the most about these posters is how they idealize the worker, and that the worker doesn't have a face. It's just that, like that's why I said like ants or drones. Be a farmer on Mars. We live in a life, I mean, they glamorize it, but I'm saying, well, you're in a life support system. You are now part of this collective. You're in an ark. You're no longer free as you once were. But they glamorize this. And of course, to go up here, you're leaving the world behind. It's a holy mission in a way, because you're saving the world. This is, again, I think this is all just utopianism, and that outer space is a replacement heaven for the atheists. Just like they've replaced the devil with COVID, and God, the angry God that floods the world, with the angry globe that will flood. Work the night shift on Mars's moon. Technicians wanted. Teachers wanted on Mars. Got to have woke Martians. But I think what they're actually doing is they're getting you to accept the ideal, the utopian concept that they've created for Mars. And well, the way to live up on Mars is actually perfect because that's sustainable. They could go on without us, but we're not sustainable because we're still plundering and raping the earth. So they want us to see how they're living up there as superior so we can bring it down. So on Earth as it is in Mars, or on Mars. And if you can accept the premise, and this has already been spelled out. King Bezos actually pointed this out in 2017, that if you want liberty, you're going to space because Earth is going to be locked down, civilization of stasis to save the world. Commenter says, you got to make posters like that. That'd be great. Oh, I like the style. I really do. And I could do that. That'd be kind of interesting. Flat Earth explorers hopping the ice wall, roaming with the penguins. And it wouldn't, I wouldn't necessarily limit it to that. But yeah, I think you're onto something. Ivar says, Mars is not a vibe. Well, the age of Mars is technically what we're entering. I mean, you hear about Aquarius. Everyone has their own explanations. But when it comes down to what they actually practice, the occult secret societies, they've already proclaimed this the age of Horus. And this is true, especially for the space program. Jack Parsons was one of these who believed in this age of Horus, who is the Martian god in the Egyptian pantheon, falcon-headed, kind of like the falcon head on Falcon 9. Again, Musk. Another connection between Musk and Mars. It's all very interesting when you get into the symbolism here. But you're looking at the age of Horus is the age of Mars, and it's said to be to replace Christ, the dying and resurrecting male god. And apparently, according to their beliefs, before that one it was a goddess. So they see this new age as a perfect combination of the god and goddess, an androgen, more or less. So I think the whole space program and this changing of our society and this idea of becoming multiplanetary, I think it's really about changing us in a different way. And I think it's more about this new age than actually going to distant plots of land. All right, let's see. I'm going to go through my Twitter feed. If you haven't checked it out, it's Real Tim Osman. Spirit Jordan says, greetings from France, the best podcast on the internet. Yeah, thank you for that. And thanks for joining. And probably the same time tomorrow, but the Dark Matter Digital Network is going to have Infinite Plane Radio on set time slots, which is something to look forward to, because you'll notice that when we have a routine at a certain time, the numbers steadily increase, as do the number of back-to-back calls. We get better intel. It's always more fun. And if you don't know, you can find Infinite Plane Radio on pretty much every single podcast platform out there. Apple Podcasts, Audible, Google Podcasts, Spotify. Search Infinite Plane Radio. We're on iHeart. Impossible to not find us now. Podchaser, music.amazon.com. Anyway, this is all part of the efforts in the last year to expand laterally to as many places as we could. Same with the newsletter. If you go to timosman.blog or just subscribe at infiniteplanesociety.com, I publish my newsletter in as many different places as I can as well, for a lot of reasons, but mainly it's because I want to avoid the trap of not only being censored, but of being misrepresented by some troll. And a troll would have to work very, very hard to drown out a lot of this. All right. FaZe Polar says Mars is about nugget and caramel coated with milk chocolate. Did you guys watch that Mars TV show on Netflix? If you want to know the score, that's it. That's where they're going. The Mars TV show was a mix of documentary plus real footage plus future plus past interviews. And if you woke up from a coma and you missed the last 5 years, if you watch that, you might think we actually went to Mars. But it has two groups that go to Mars. You have these space cowboys from Texas, and this is where the space cowboy narrative comes into this whole story, because Jeff Bezos. I don't think Jeff Bezos could ride a horse. I don't know if he's a cowboy, but he wears a cowboy hat when he goes to space, and that's because they want to convey the idea of space cowboys, the billionaires, the capitalists. They're reckless. So on this TV show Mars, the space capitalists go up there to drill for oil, and they cause an earthquake, and they almost kill everybody. Meanwhile, these scientists, which are run by females, cis females, so you got space cowboys there for the money from Texas, putting their drills into Mars in order to get oil. You can kind of see the idea here contrasted with the female scientists looking for life. And just as they discover life on Mars, the other guys cause an earthquake and screw it all up. And they said, we can't repeat on Mars what we started on Earth. And this is not a new storyline. In science fiction, there's been this ongoing thing about, the whole point of Mars is a reset. And this is where reset thinking comes into the whole equation. With this whole World Economic Forum, we were already in a state of crisis. We can't go back to normal. The idea of the reset means you have to destroy what came before and build back better. And that's what this is about. So these movies that are telling us about how we're going to go on Mars, it's to illustrate what's going to happen here on Earth if we don't change. So we need to stop the space cowboys. We need to stop the capitalism. We can't breathe because they're killing the atmosphere. We can't breathe because the police, which are part of this system, are oppressing the poor. They have all these different ways they've layered this narrative. The most recent way they've added on to it, and it ties into this whole thing, is space heaters. Space heaters are the reason for the fire on 1-9. And you probably, we already talked about this, but in Bronx, you had a 19-story building. They said 19 died on 1-9. Very 9/11-y. And those are just a few of the little hints. It was the Northwest Tower. So we're looking at this, and the storyline here, though, is the fire was started by space heaters. So space heaters being brought up at the time when space war is heating up. Space Force is doing drills right now because of the space wars, the contention above. And then you have climate change. And the space wars are definitely along these lines of left versus right, capitalism, communism, where the capitalists are causing the climate change. So space heaters is kind of suggesting here things are heating up and the space war narrative is about to kick in, and the next 9/11, and that's where the burning tower comes into it there in New York, the next 9/11 is going to be something from space. Now, what even makes this even clearer to me is that ever since this, the topic of space heaters has been brought up as another example of capitalism oppressing the poor, and that the space heaters themselves are symbols of inequity. Deadly Bronx Fire puts a focus on space heaters that some see as symbols of inequity. So you see here, billionaires aren't sustainable with their mega yachts because now the poor, who are required to heat their homes up because they don't want to die, but also they have to use heaters, space heaters. But they're also having to heat up their homes because the weather's more extreme because of people like Bezos and their massive carbon footprints. People like Leonardo DiCaprio. Leonardo DiCaprio says we have 9 years left to live. He says, in 2030 we're all going to die because of our carbon footprints. He must assume because of his actual tiny footprints, if you've seen his feet, that maybe he doesn't actually have any culpability here, that it offsets his carbon footprint, but I don't think so. Guy drives a mega yacht. In fact, I have a picture of his feet if you haven't seen them. It's just the bizarrest thing to me. But yeah, you have this guy who's a major carbon polluter, carbon super spreader. One of the causes of the world flooding. He's bringing in the iceberg that's going to hit Titanic Earth. Yeah, here it is. Leonardo DiCaprio's excessively large carbon footprint is counterbalanced by his tiny actual footprints. Take a look at that. World's biggest climate hypocrite. But anyway, this is, as you can see, this is just the story, and you can kind of see where it's leading us. And the space war narrative, where the space heaters are being brought up as symbols of iniquity, well, this is caused by people like Leonardo DiCaprio. He's the cause of that fire. And do we have a precise date? No, but I'm pretty sure Don't Look Up is preceding it. Like, the reason why Don't Look Up just came out is because they're about to do something. Like, I don't really like to put specific dates, but if you notice, every new film on Netflix has stuff falling from the sky. The next major one is Moonfall. Why is that such a recurring theme right now? Well, for the same reason that right before COVID-19, every movie out there was about a pandemic or a virus or lockdowns. And we can point to many of these things. Like, you got to check out Abigail or Utopia. But my point being, it's a reoccurring theme. It's a pattern, actually. We have seen a pattern here where they inundate you with the imagery that you need in order to, open the Overton window, get you open to certain possibilities that weren't there before. So here's a movie called Abigail from 2019. A young girl, Abigail, lives in a city whose borders were closed because of an epidemic. Abby's father was one of the sick. But now she finds out that the epidemic was fake. And why? They locked everybody down because they needed to track down anybody who could do magic. So it's kind of a Harry Potter type of thing. But the point is, if you replace magic with critical thinkers or conspiracy theorists, you get the same story. I didn't watch the whole thing, I listened to it. And I heard a lot of the same key words, like about masks even. So again, I'll play a trailer for a few seconds here. This is called Abigail 2019. But my point is, if you paid attention to the movies and the films that were leading up to 2020, you can kind of see how they were preparing us. And so in the same way now, we're definitely being prepared for the sky to fall. I don't think the moon's going to fall, but I mean, and what's more likely also? Some random comet or asteroid? I mean, they keep saying, oh, if we get hit by an asteroid, it's because Elon Musk's Starlink satellites blocked our view. They have these things, they say these things, but you can't predict that. But what you can predict or cause at any moment is a space war. So I'm waiting for China to shoot down the DirecTV satellite, and that'll kick it off. Okay, here's a short clip from Abigail's trailer.
What I have. Now this sphere contains all my thoughts about you. You keep it with you always.
Now this movie also has an inquisition.
My father was taken. I want to find him.
Everyone sheltering infected persons will be considered a traitor and will be charged.
So her father was taken into quarantine. And then you hear the voice here. Anybody taking one of the infected into shelter will be charged with something. But the whole movie is about a quarantine, about lockdowns, and finally, there is no epidemic. It was a false narrative used by the authorities to round up anybody who had the ability to use magic. So just replace magic with critical thinking and you have the story. Mary Smith says Abigail has bat in it. Oh, bats have actually been pretty prominent in causing the world to end in many movies. I just didn't notice it before. Look at Daybreakers, a movie about a vampire virus taking over the world. Came out in 2009. And it's like in 10 years, in 2019, the world is infected by this virus. And it starts off with this poster and it says, it all started with a bat. All right, going through some comments here. Maximilian says, I just finished Utopia. How did something like that fly during a supposed pandemic? That's what I was wondering. Because you had the Bill Gates-like character played by Cusack, with the fake meat, just like Bill Gates, creating a fake virus, and they even use the term false flag, so they can set up a quarantine where they have crisis actors in the movie pretending to have a virus so they can pretend to be cured by the vax, so they can sell the world on the vax to save the children. That's another 2020 reference in advance, save the children. And then you had that one individual kneeling for the vax, so they have kneeling. Then it turns out that the entire agenda was to scare the population into vaxing the youth so that they could sterilize them, so they could stall the human population growth for 2 years. No, I'm sorry, 2 generations. To save the planet, of course. Infinite Plane Radio. If you want to call right back. By the way, I have a couple of voicemails.
Good morning, Tim. This is Echo Charlie. Last night, a guy on D-Live was going through some old Meatloaf movies, and there was a scene where he exploded in a big mess of blood.
Infinite Plane Radio.
Greetings, Tim. It's Five.
Hey, what's up, Five? How are you doing tonight?
I'm chilling, brother. I just thought I'd pop in and talk about the 100 monkeys in Pennsylvania.
Oh, the escaped monkeys. Yeah, what was the story with those with those monkeys.
A trailer crashed into a pickup truck, which, first of all, it's very weird that you would use a domestic furniture trailer that's supposed to go on the back of a station wagon to transport 100 medical monkeys. And then, these are the Macau, I forget the correct terminology. I'm going to try to Cynomolgus. I'm going off my brain, so, there's probably, I didn't say it right. But these are called Cynomolgus monkeys. These are the monkeys that you find in Asia that will steal your sunglasses and then trade them back to you for food.
Okay, and so they're used for what, medical? You said medical monkeys. Are you being used for what, experiments?
Yeah, these are a rhesus monkey species that is claimed to be the reason why some humans have Rh positive blood. You know the rhesus monkey gene.
Right. Okay.
And they're kind of like a baboony dog snout type of monkey, but they're some of them are trained to help people, like kind of like those I forget what they call them, monkeys or cardinal monkeys, something religious. They give a term for them, but they're all in the same general family. These are the monkeys that murdered all the dogs that bit. Dog bit a baby monkey, and they were throwing the puppies off the roofs and stuff and murdering all the wild dogs in India.
Yeah, I saw that story. I saw the story, and that looked horrific. They were throwing dogs off the roof as like retaliation or something. Like gang warfare.
Right, and they have turf wars. They have funeral processions when, their head monkey dies. Another interesting story was they used an AI, I wouldn't say AI, I would say more remote-controlled monkey. And they actually accepted the monkey into their pack in a Nat Geo special. And then the batteries died because, you're not getting your sunglasses back from them. You're certainly not getting your radio-controlled monkey back from them. So when the batteries died, they mourned it, and, we lost a comrade. So, but it's very sad that these such intelligent, creatures that are very close to humans in their behaviors are experimented on. So, if these poor creatures were already at a lab, then being shipped to another lab, they would basically have a well-deserved hatred towards humanity. Because, if you're raised in a lab and all you know is these people treating you like crap.
Well, that's something. Is it true though? Do we know for sure that they were treated bad? But I want to bring this up too. In 28 Days Later, one of these zombie movies, it was the animal liberation activists that freed chimpanzees that had a virus that caused, and it was supposed to raise their intelligence, but apparently the virus spread to humans and caused the whole zombie outbreak. So it's a rage virus.
Yeah. Every medical shortcut to do something good for something always winds up in disaster. If they came out tomorrow and said, we got an injection for you which will make you a money-winning guru, you will be able to champion the stock market and blah, blah, nah, no thank you. No thank you, because I don't need to bleed out of my eyeballs.
I don't know. Look, I mean, a lot of people are afraid of the vax of the beast and all this stuff, and transhumanism and where we're going with this stuff, the singularity. And this is all really interesting to me, because I happen to think that there are people who are totally for it. And if they could inject life extension, or if they promise that, hey, if you take a shot of this every week, in a few years you'll be able to upload your consciousness to the internet, we just got to get the operating system in you, people will pay for it. I don't think that you have to worry. If you want to opt out, if you don't want to take part in all the madness, I don't think you're going to be forced into any of it. But
no, that's exactly, it's like ancestry DNA. I can't believe these idiots. We'll tell these idiots, basically what subcontinent their lineage comes from on both sides. What do you know? You're 50% Asian and 38% European and 12% African. Wow.
But what do you make of it, though?
But meanwhile, you look at the guy and
what do you make of the monkeys, though? What do you make of the monkeys?
His grandmother's Jamaican. He's got a Korean grandpa somewhere down the line, and his last name is McDonald. You know what I mean? You don't need this thing to. I think Ancestry.com was like something really good for like people who were orphans and had no word to mouth story about their origins. You were raised in an orphanage or something, you had no clue.
Let me ask you
could
this
find
question.
out, hey, you know what? I got a brother here, I got a stepbrother there.
Okay, what is the like? Are you assuming that this is a real crash and he's really escaped, or are you thinking this is some kind of a?
Well,
a
I just seen a post that said all of the monkeys are accounted for. So maybe it's over, but it had all of the makings of that movie with oh God, what's his name? Tootsie. Dustin Hoffman. What was that? Outbreak was the movie in the 90s or the late 80s?
Yeah, something like that. I mean, it's cliche.
That was the monkey was in the lab and it like scratched the guy's arm and he instantly started foaming at the mouth in like 3 seconds. Like, boy, that's some seriously fast-acting bacteria.
No, that's so many movies though. I mean, I'm already tired of the cliche of all these movies where it's dystopic future. After man does this, after New Holocaust.
12 Monkeys was actually a great movie. I don't know what it is about Bruce Willis, but whenever he's in a movie, I'm not a real Hollywood guy. I don't really like that whole entertainment thing, but I got to tell you, Bruce Willis movie, he really nails it every time. Unbreakable, Mr. Glass, 12 Monkeys. I guess it's just because he's such a regular-looking guy, right? Is that his thing? He's not so handsome. He's not ugly. He speaks well. Is that the thing about Bruce Willis that makes a good movie? I don't know.
Yeah, I guess so. I mean, like, I was talking to some friends about this earlier today because I recently started going back to the movies because nobody uses them. I basically have a 24 theater megaplex to myself. And I'm not against movies or these actors, and I watch a lot of stuff knowing there's an agenda, but I appreciate the artistry that goes into it. So I'm not totally against them in that sense. But
it's definitely a nice slice of Americana. Like I'm like you, I don't necessarily agree with, but I don't agree with and I wouldn't expect you to agree with me on anything. But there's a respect I have for it. You got to think about what was before. I mean, we had vaudeville before. So when you went to vaudeville, you got entertained for 12 hours for a nickel. All live acts. You had a juggler and a comedian, and you'd see Baby Lloyd Fauntleroy do a tap dancing act and stuff like that. And it was a nickel. So why did it go out of business? Because you were given 12 hours of entertainment for a nickel. How are you gonna split? Even with a packed house, what do you got? $4.13. How are you gonna split that among 30 acts? You got the Carter Family Band. There's 38 of them. They came in a bus. Oh yeah,
what do you call
here's your 14.
Well, what do you call it when you're self-consciously, like, you're aware that it's propaganda, but you're entertained by it? Like you know what it is, but you're watching and you still find it entertaining. It's not so much opposition research or media analysis. There's got to be something else. But I just consider what we do to be an elite form of film criticism, and it also applies not just to what we see on the screens, but to what we see out of the news media and all the various proxies.
Yeah, exactly. We're hit with so much bullshit that you're actually treating yourself when you say, I'm going to choose this type. I'm going to choose what type of septic sludge they're going to load into my brain this time. I'm not going to be at the whim of chance. You know what I mean? And so be it. We do need to be entertained. You know about the Roman Empire and panem and circusum. That the bread and circuses was, so at least you're choosing your circus and you're choosing your bread.
Well, Zuckerberg has an obsession with Augustus Caesar, and he did his hair, his very high short cut bowl cut, because he loves these various emperors and he sees himself as one, I think. And if you look at the bread and circuses, social media is the circuses of the day. And when you look at Zuckerberg and you look at him in this context, there he is, this emperor, and he's got the circus, and the main symbol is the thumbs up, thumbs down. And I think that it fits perfectly. That we're actually looking at the circus of the time that it's used to gauge
the
public.
That's where the thumbs up and the thumbs down came from. Was do you want the Christians versus lions? Do we want the thumbs up to let them live, or thumbs down to let the lion get them? You know what I mean? That's where. You know what else came from the Colosseum in Rome? The song that goes dun 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 dun. That song is actually 2,000 years old that they play at the circus.
Oh, really? Really? So it's like if they're like
that was they used to play at the Coliseum. Yeah, they found sheet music. Yeah, literally.
I hope they play that.
I was amazed at.
I hope they play that when they start sending when they throw the anti-vaxxers to the lions. That's what they need to play.
Well, then I guess I'm going to the Lions, man.
No, I don't think. I don't think,
you know what I say? Here's a little tip for you. Onions. Eat a lot of onions. Because felines get poisoned by onions. So if they're going to throw the anti-vaxxers to the lions, just make sure you eat some onion. So at least you could put a dent on the lion population.
No, I hadn't heard that. That's interesting. No, I don't think things are going that far. I mean, really, they push as far as they can. They get what they can, and then it goes back the other direction. Bill Maher is saying that you're a paranoid if you're still wearing a mask.
Yes, and he's one of the last real liberals. Like, when we were saying before about politics, I'd say Bill Maher and Joe Manchin are the last two real liberal Democrats left in America. A liberal is supposed to be freedom of speech, anti-war, equal rights. And if you look at what the Democrat Party is now, it's everything but that. They don't want you to speak. They want to go to war. They're all just craziness. It's the exact opposite of what they were. John F. Kennedy would probably be a Republican if he was alive today, because the Democrat Party is more communist than anything.
Yeah. Well, supposedly, if the QAnoners right, JFK is not only alive, but he's MAGA. Like, he wants to be.
Well, according to the QAnoners, his name is oh God, what's his name? Juan O'Savin.
Yep.
They say that Juan O'Savin is JFK Jr. And he wrote a book called Kid at the Side of the Road. Now, when you think about the video of John Jr., there's always that little picture of his dad going by in the parade, and he's dressed up in his little coat waving to the coffin of his father, the kid on the side of the road. That's, I don't know what it means. But also, when you mentioned Zuckerberg, I wanted to tell you, did you see that email that he had? They let out an email from Zuckerberg where he goes, the mRNA injection may change your RNA or your DNA, but we really shouldn't talk about it.
Yeah, I recall that supposed. I haven't checked Snopes, but it seems legit.
Well, Snopes, I mean, all that means is, if it comes out false, it just means they paid the hooker and her boyfriend.
God, you're right. I forgot about that. You're right. The owner of Snopes turns out, you're right.
You know what it is? I think this is what it is. I think they overload the every story with so many side stories and so many tangents that can veer off like a family tree, that you could never keep count. You can never explain anything to anybody because everybody has ADD. And for you to get a point across, you have to boil it down to 45 seconds or people lose their attention. And you'll never get that today because everything is so complex. You can't spit it out in 45 minutes. 45 seconds. Not 45 minutes.
No, I know what you mean. This is why we have the media. We have Twitter.
Funny thing about Zuck was that the law came out. Well, the rule came out on Facebook that anybody talks about modification of DNA or RNA in the injection, you ban their post, you give them a strike, whatever the case may be, as false information. But here is Zuck breaking his own rule. You know what I mean? So hypocrites are we.
Sure. Yeah, exactly. Zuckerberg and all these other people they're so out of touch. They're all also merging us with this metaverse concept, which I think is also part of the lockdown culture, getting us used to the idea that it's better indoors in your basements with your pizza pockets than out there exploring and observing anything that might contradict what you see in the news. And they are putting people into it.
If you look at his agenda, right, they moved to Hawaii or whatever, and he bought beachfront property, and then him and his wife wanted to ban everybody from walking on the beach that's between his property line and the ocean, which is public land. He wanted nobody to walk there. You understand? So if you think about it like that, if his goal was to not have people on his beach, what better way than a lockdown? You know, if you're a billionaire who travels by car and you hate all the traffic in New York City and LA, what a great year and a half you had during COVID to go in about your business and everything with nobody on the road. You know what I mean? And that's almost like a teaser to them, the carrot on the stick. Say, listen, you know, if we get down with this population control, it could be like this forever.
Yeah, that's kind of what I was thinking when I went to the theater the other night. You know, I really felt like, hey, this is what it would look like if there really was a pandemic. And moreover, this is what their model is for the future, where you get people down into their basements, into their homes, get them off the streets to save the planet, lock down because asteroids or the pandemic. But whatever it is, I think what they're doing is they're making the bread and circuses so good that outside doesn't compete. And I think they're pretty much there for most people, because I was at the theater the other night and there's literally nobody there. I'm like, this doesn't make sense.
Yeah, nobody there. No line on the popcorn. No line to buy a ticket. Any seat you want. No weird person that smells funny sitting next to you. Nobody talking at the TV, talking at the movie screen. Right? All the annoying.
No, like 15 people crunching their popcorn at once during the silent parts. Yeah, it was perfect. I liked it, and the chairs reclined. Now.
Hey,
it's nice.
As a fellow comedian said in the '80s, no cinemuck on the floor.
Yeah, I can understand that.
We used to go to the movies in the Bronx. The floors were so sticky that if you didn't have your shoes tied tight, you'd lose one when you got out after the movie. Your foot would be like duct tape to the floor from all the spilled soda that they never mopped.
God. Yeah, no, it's funny. I can recall. I know the feeling of Nike sneakers sticking to the floor. Yeah, muck.
You got cockroaches giving themselves amputations just to get out of there.
Yeah, that's funny. We were actually talking about was it the James Holmes shooting up that theater the other night, and I was doing some more research into that psyop, and the opening trailer to that night where The Dark Knight Rises premiered, where everybody got shot, was a Sean Penn film,
right?
Where these gangsters come through a movie screen and they shoot everybody.
And shoot at people through the crowd. So the people were so confused. If it was a real story, the story was that they were shooting at us at the screen, and then when the guy was really doing it, they figured it was part of like a live actor hired to be part of that preview, or they didn't know what was going on, supposedly, like a layer of vision.
And now you have a company called Axiom that's building a movie studio that's going to attach to the space station. So if the space station's just a movie, then now you have a movie studio within a movie set that the public doesn't know is a movie set. It's really remarkable what they've done. They've really put humanity into a simulation in advance. We're already in the metaverse, even without the Oculus on. If you believe what they show you on TV, you're already kind of in it.
Yeah, exactly. Like I just hear people talking like all the time, generally around me, and it's like I'd say 90% of the people just repeat everything that's on the news. Like, well, if you don't get your vaccine and your booster, you shouldn't be allowed into stores. Do you understand what kind of totalitarian nut you sound like? You know what I mean? So let me ask you a question, and they'll be like, what? And I'll say, what happens if they find out that everybody who's been taking these injections now loses their immune system and becomes carriers of diseases that we would never have gotten unless you've gotten your immune system tinkered with? And now they're going to say, oh, everybody who's been vaccinated needs to go into a camp and can't go into a store and can't be around out in public because you're producing a whole new class. These people don't even think about. They never reverse the narrative or what's being said to make them think about maybe this could backfire on us. You know what I mean?
Yeah, we're past the point of no return. And I was watching that movie Humans today, and in the movie, this character mentions John von Neumann, the guy who came up with the concept of the singularity, this point of no return that I think we've already kind of passed here. But the guy's name was John Newman, and I was thinking that's a very world stage name, because the new man that they're creating, the one that's going to be technologically enhanced, is completely different from what we're used to. I mean, that's why the idea of Americans and free speech.
Think about the movie star, Paul Newman, right? The Color of Money and the hundreds of other things he was in. And that he has his own dog food and organic food line and all this other stuff. Jay Leno and Paul Newman were eating his dog food out of a can on television because it's all natural. You know, he said, I would never put anything in my dog food that I wouldn't eat. And they whipped out a spoon and they were eating it on the Tonight Show. You could probably Google the
very Soylent
But
Green.
you know, new man. You know what I mean? It's all there for a reason. And I'm sure if you were to research him, that wasn't even his name. His name probably wasn't Paul, and his name probably wasn't Newman.
Right. All right, let's see here.
It might have been like Lipschitz, like Ralph Lauren. You know, why did you change your name to Ralph Lauren? Because who would buy pants that were called Lipschitz?
Good question. Hey,
if your lip shits, my asshole whistles.
Hey, have you seen Thick Like Zuckerberg? I'm going to play this next. If you haven't seen it, it was just recommended to me in chat. So Zuckerberg, you know, he's one of these elitist types or whatever, big billionaire. He's thick in that sense. We always see him flaunting his what is that? A hydroplaning boogie board thing he does. Anyway, I got this track. You got to see this video. It's by JT33, Thick Like Zuckerberg.
All right. So I'm going to hang up the phone and go inside because, you know, I'm not trying to give you feedback.
Awesome.
So I'll hang up and I'm on the side listening. And good night to all my fam out there in the chat room. Good night, brothers.
All right, thanks for calling, everyone. That's 5 minutes of fame. I'll be right back. And this is Thick Like Zuckerberg by JT33.
Thick like sucker, wide like a trucker. Sell all your data, you suckers. I'm a bad motherfucker. Word to your mother. I'm thick like Zucker, wide like a trucker. I'll sell all your data, you suckers. Bad motherfucker. Word to your mother. Yeah. I'm thick like Zuckerberg. Calculate calculus like I'm a cyborg. I'm the mad Facebook hatter. They model my profile after data, the Star Trek character. Bringing the beats up, be shaking your bladder. I'm blowing a hole through your speakers. I'm looking like Sesame Street speaker. Call me the king of the socials. I'm a media mogul, letting you post till it satisfies you. Steal all your info and hand it to advertiser. I'm thick like Zuckerberg, throwing a fit like it's Asperg. ZDD ain't got shit on me. If you think that I'm lying, type in the search. If you think that you're scared, bitch, go to church. Gonna be leaving this earth. I ain't human, yo. I'm thick like Zucker. I'll sell all your data, you suckers. I'm a bad motherfucker, word to your mother. I'm thick like Zucker, ride like a trucker. I'll sell all your data, you suckers. I'm a bad motherfucker, word to your mother. I'm thick like Zuckerberg. Yeah. Thick like Zucker, ride like a trucker. Sell all your data, you suckers. I'm a bad motherfucker.
All right, that's Thick Like Zucker.
Thick like Zucker, wide like a trucker. I'll sell all your data, you suckers.
Okay, I'll probably play another JT33 on the way out. We've got Gaia's Revenge, which I haven't played in a while, so I'm going to have that one queued. One of the lyrics, he said, I ain't human, yo. That's one of the things to look forward to is the new man. The transhumans, they will see themselves as better than you. Like, I ain't human, yo, better than you. And that's kind of the meaning in this TV show I'm watching called Human. Let's see, this week we've talked about the death of Meatloaf, supposed death, the Mandela effect, that controversy there. By the way, Meatloaf was anti-vax, anti-lockdown, had COVID. You know, that to me says he's probably not dead. He's probably hanging out at Crisis Actor Island where the rest of them go. If you're looking at the screen, you have JFK spotted at the Trump rally. So the caller, 5 Minutes of Fame, had mentioned if JFK was alive today, he'd be a Republican. Well, yeah, there he is. There's JFK at a Trump rally. I would say Republican. All right. By the way, we have been migrating YouTube channels left and right. So if you don't have a wrench, you're on the wrong one. Go to infiniteplane.radio, and that will take you to the correct channel. We're almost at 1,000 subs. Once we get there, we'll be on 7 nights a week. So again, if you want to get into the one that's on the screen, go to infiniteplane.radio and click the link on the top. And then everyone who's in there, say hi in the chat, and I will be handing out the wrenches. All right, so we talked about the escaped monkeys for a minute. I mean, whenever I see these events, I have to just assume it's more than just a story about 100 monkeys from a lab having escaped. Bob Saget predicted his own death. He died recently, supposedly, but in October he had this video clip we have where he was in a podcast, and he said something like that he was going to be found dead in a bed. And then before he dies, he sends an Instagram post that says he's going to keep on touring until he gets the special shot. I mean, a couple of ominous things. Betty White died recently, supposedly. Her death was mentioned on New Year's, commemorated. Her name was all in the news, New Year's. Very significant if you look at the timing, specifically of New Year's Eve as it relates to the dog star. So we've been looking at a lot of these celebrity deaths, with a very skeptical eye. And I have reasons to think, it's not unbelievable that a 74-year-old or a 99-year-old would die, but it is believable too that there's a pattern here. And whenever you have these celebrities, you're also looking at propaganda mouthpieces. So Meatloaf dying at 74 of COVID-19 after being a vocal anti-vaxxer, I'm not really buying it. Another thing about Meatloaf, he claims he was at the JFK assassination, that he saw blood on the Lincoln, that he actually saw Kennedy's blood. So that should tell you that he's a lifelong crisis actor in on the major league psyops of our time. I mean, the JFK fake assassination, in all likelihood, was directed by Kubrick, and you can find a Kubrick-Oswald connection if you just follow the Riley's Coffee to NASA pipeline. It makes sense. It all fits. Here on the screen you have Bob Saget talking to Betty White. So what should we have for dinner? How about meatloaf? And yeah, they're all out there at Crisis Actor Island in all likelihood. Mary says they killed her character. Sleazed her out at the end. Reference to Betty. Right. Right. Crisis Actor Island must be a blast, says David A. Pryor. Yeah, you can hang out with Floyd and Chauvin, Waynell Sexton, and who knows, maybe some of the people who are still alive can go back and forth. Like David Hogg, he goes and he parties with the Sandy Hook kids he killed in 2012 when he played Adam Lanza. Hang out with Gabby Petito in the back of the van, party with her and Brian Landry. Yeah, I would go to Crisis Actor Island. All right, continue. We talked about JFK Jr., a rare interview where he makes a very weird Pizzagate joke about a 9-year-old Monica Lewinsky who describes herself as a piece of pizza, and he publishes this 9-year-old's letter in George Magazine. And then Jay Leno says to him how it's amazing that children know what they want to be when they grow up. Let me play that one more time, because this is JFK Jr., who came here to save us from the elite that eat the pizza. And here he is making a joke about Monica Lewinsky being pizza.
Grade. Actually, not in the 9th grade, when she was a 9-year-old. And I know I'm going to rot in hell eternally for this, but can I maybe just give it a sample?
Yeah, give a sample.
Okay. It was written, the poem is a poignant rumination on how, quote, I can be a delicious lunch, dinner, or breakfast, if you're weird.
It's kind of low volume. JFK's reading the letter from Monica. She says she can be a lunch, dinner, breakfast if you're weird. She describes herself as a piece of pizza, after which...
It's amazing how kids know at a young age what they're going to do with their lives.
It's amazing how kids know at a young age what they're going to do with their lives. Again, just strange considering the source. We briefly touched on space AIDS. Could the coronavirus have originated from outside planet Earth? I'm only bringing this up because, along with this fear of asteroids, they could get people acclimated to the idea that even though we're not being hit with any planet killers, we are being hit with things that are infectious, so you need to wear a spacesuit to leave your house. So it's not just your super spreading Republican Trump loving neighbors you got to be afraid of. No, it's coming from space. So this makes the atmosphere itself dangerous. You're now not really built for this environment. You're kind of an alien here. You may as well be on Mars because the environment is inhospitable to human life. You have to have you have to have a suit. You have to have something else. You have to have a breathing apparatus. So again, a virus from space. Cybergeddon coming up at the end of this month, most likely. Just rumors at the moment, but I'm just following where all of the drills and the predictive programming are leading us, and you can't separate space wars from cyberspace, so I think it's all connected. So a heads up there. Let's see, this year's deadliest conspiracy theories. We may touch on that. All right, let's see. There was a story in the Daily Beast about some anti-masker who mooned the other passengers. They said, he was basically being rambunctious in the flight, creating a disturbance. They told him to put on a mask, and he exposed his buttocks. Well, it turns out the guy's a soccer player. So I'm wondering if it's not just a crisis actor situation. Let's see. David A. Pryor says there's a pizza party card on the Illuminati card set. Secret pizza meeting. Yeah, that's right. That's right. Secret. Let me bring that up. Now, I'm not saying there's any veracity to these claims, or if there is anything to the Pizzagate thing, there's no way it's just the Democrats. And I would ask people that. I would say, so you believe that Hillary Clinton is high on adrenochrome, but Donald Trump is not? Like, are you really believing here that it's that clear-cut and partisan? Yeah, pizza for the secret meeting, and this pizza's bugged. But there still has not been, to my knowledge, a rational explanation for Barack Obama ordering $60,000 worth of hot dogs in the middle of the night. Okay, here's an interesting one. Bob Know-It-All from Globebusters had once suggested that you could cure COVID by inhaling hot air from a blow dryer. So you've heard a lot, ivermectin, hydroxychloroquine, drinking urine was like a new low recently, but this is actually from early on in the pandemic. And here's an actual quote. So the video has been pulled. This video was pulled from YouTube for medical misinformation. This is an actual Globebusters video where Bob said, and this is one of the stars of the Netflix show Behind the Perv, he said, quote, "That's not the only cure." Again, it says here, the coronavirus cannot survive a temperature above 135 degrees Fahrenheit. So you take a blow dryer, right, turn it on high heat, and inhale the hot air. This is Bob Know-It-All from Globebusters talking about taking a blow dryer and putting it to your mouth and just blowing hot air into yourself. I guess that's what he does before every episode, fills himself up with hot air. He says what that does is it gets into your mucous membranes and your sinuses, and very shortly after, the coronavirus actually collapses and dies. Right. Which collapses and dies first? The guy with the blow dryer plugged to his mouth, blowing 135 degree hot air down his throat into his lungs, or the coronavirus patient. Anyway, he says, quote, and this is true with a lot of so-called viruses. I can show you docs. Goes on to say, there's the stats, and at some level, even if it's real, it's easily defeated by what Iru Landucci is doing. So Iru Landucci is another Globebusters, and what he does, and this is what Bob says, he says, even if the virus was real, and he didn't have a blow dryer, he says you can easily defeat it like Iru by taking chlorine dioxide, heating it to that temperature. So what, hot bleach? Hot bleach. Thanks, Bob. All right, let's move on. Yeah, collapses. Right, the virus collapses. The virus, even if it exists. So he's even questioning if it exists, one, but if it does, you can just take some hot bleach. All right, let's see. Whatever happened to Globebusters anyway? I think they were shut down by Jake Gibson's relentless troll campaign. Not even trolling, really just pointing out the truth. I mean, I don't want to get into the mud there. It's pretty bad, but there are some pretty low points that have been reached by the so-called flat Earth community / cult or religion. Fiammy Forney says, "Who do you think Betty White will come back as?" For all we know, she died. Maybe she hasn't. But whatever it is, the timing of the death was portrayed at a certain time. And I talked about this on New Year's, and I have a theory. My explanation, it has to do with the dog star in particular. She was on the cover of the Drudge Report as a trail blazing star. Well, on New Year's, the blazing star, as the Masons call it, or Sirius, reaches its highest point at midnight, and then it falls the rest of the year. So the countdown is actually a way of adulating, worshiping that star, which reaches its highest point. But the Masons call it the blazing star. It's also a white star. We're talking about Sirius. It is also known as the Bethlehem star. So you got Bethlehem, Betty, White, New Year's, trailblazing star, all these things kind of being put out there at the same time. And it does go even deeper with the whole dog star symbolism and her association with the, some pet organization, some animal rights group or something. But anyway, my point is, I think that they use these deaths ritualistically, or they use them for propaganda to carry messages like Meatloaf. Like, hey Meatloaf, you're probably going to die in the next 10, 15 years anyway, so cash out now and be a crisis actor. Easy to do. Azul Yogi 33 says, how can we be sure when someone actually dies considering the death fakes? Well, you really can't without evidence. And so when somebody says, well, I know for sure that celebrity did die, it's like, well, what do you know that we don't? Like, we have no evidence that Kobe Bryant died. And the first ones to report on that, TMZ. It's like, how did TMZ know who was in the copter and who died before the next of kin were even notified? And I think I was the first one to really point that out, that was one of the major things about the story that kind of showed it to be a hoax. And shortly thereafter, they made changes to how the reporting works out there with regards to reporting on accidents. TMZ got more interviews of witnesses at the Nipsey Hussle shooting, which has never really been perfectly solved. I mean, it's very ambiguous when you look at the footage. But LAPD didn't interview most of these crisis actors. It's like, why is TMZ the only one doing any investigation? It's, because the news media, and this is why it's important to point out crisis actors. This is one of the major, if there are any real significant red pills out there to take, it would be the fact of crisis actors existing. Because that shows you that the MSM is not being tricked by unscrupulous actors staging events or lying or hoaxing. No, they're not being tricked. They are the trickers. It's a major paradigm shift. All right, let's see here. Going through comments. If you want to send a tweet, go to tweet at RealTimOsman if you have any links for me. Okay, going through some more headlines coming up this week. Okay, so this is the week anniversary of the Challenger explosion, the Kobe Bryant crash. Just a heads up. Space Shuttle Challenger blew up on the 28th of 1986. All right, I have another voicemail. I'm going to finish playing this one. I had this one from Echo Charlie.
Bloated in a big mess of blood, and it reminds...
Okay, here we go. Yeah, she was talking about Meatloaf in a movie who explodes in a big mess of blood.
Good morning, Tim. This is Echo Charlie. Last night, a guy on D-Live was going through some old Meatloaf movies, and there was a scene where he exploded in a big mess of blood, and it reminded me of your 5G activation take. It was him and Samuel Jackson in some movie. Might want to check it out.
Okay, I saw a clip. Somebody sent it. I had to watch it again. Some clip, and I didn't watch it because there was a TikToker. And TikToker conspiracy theorists are the most annoying people in the world. Because what the TikToker conspiracy theorists do is they find some information, But instead of putting it on the screen and talking about it, they put it on the screen, and then they put themselves on the screen in front of the information, and then they point at it. And so you can't read it because their index fingers always block what they're pointing at, and they're always rolling their eyes and making goofy faces. I can't follow them. It's just like it's like watching the person who's doing sign language, and it distracts you from the person who's actually talking. It's too distracting. But I saw a TikTok video correlating 5G to Samuel Jackson. I didn't know they blew up Meatloaf, so I'll check that out, because 5G was activated on 119. None of my friends exploded, but I don't think any of them are Goobloods. Do any of you know any Goobloods who had an adverse reaction to the 5G activation? Let's see here. Commenter says, I don't think Kobe dies. We saw distant footage of wreckage on Highway 101. I think they dragged the footage up there. But there were some reports that it blew up in the sky, and there was a ton of predictive programming. I mean, how many examples can you point to of Kobe Bryant blowing up in helicopters, in cartoons, in commercials? Even the night before he died, there's an Instagram post by one of his friends where he's wearing a shirt that has him on fire. It's a obvious psyop, and we can prove that in a number of ways. Do you know who interviewed Kobe Bryant last before he died? Steve Jackson. Steve Jackson, the 42-year-old at the time, the guy who said he was twins with George Floyd. Like, what are the odds? And I have a lot of interesting connections there. And in that final interview, in All That Smoke, with Steven Jackson and Kobe Bryant, at the very end of the conversation, they have a Masonic grip. So they do this Masonic handshake thing at the end of it. Again, it's a podcast that Steven Jackson did called All That Smoke, and the final episode was with Kobe Bryant. I'll go through that at some point, but it's noteworthy, especially if you dig into the connection between all of these characters and who are key players in the George Floyd psyop. All right, we talked about the Mandela effect rap by the Muppets with the Muppet version of Brian Stavely on Mark Sargent's channel. A life-sized Muppet. Fascinating. That they think that an hour of rapping about flat Earth and the Mandela effect is going to... what are they trying to accomplish? Maybe it will accomplish what they're trying to accomplish, which is alienating people who don't know anything about the topic. I mean, I don't know why Mark Sargent has to be disingenuous. He's putting up an hour-long video reaching out to children, yet he blocks the comments so nobody can criticize or say anything about it. And then my other thing is, why doesn't he just come out and say it? Hey, children, I'm Mark Sargent. Let me educate you, even though your parents don't like what I'm saying. Like, it just seems a little subversive. And, you know, I understand marketing and getting ideas out there, but subverting the youth is a very MSM type of thing to do. It's what they do in the schools. And I just find it strange that so-called truthers are using these types of tactics. By the way, the first man to get a COVID-19 vaccine was named William Shakespeare. Just a friendly reminder of the fact that this is all just a big stage. Police have arrested a Long Island mother for giving a 17-year-old boy a shot of COVID vaccine in her home. Yeah, this is a vax pusher vaxing some neighborhood kid who's 17. And she went to jail, thankfully. But why? Isn't she doing good for society? Isn't she saving society? Why would you stop this? Why would they have a problem with this? Like, I have to ask, why doesn't Jeff Bezos just spend a quarter of his fortune and have drones go out and send vaxes and boosters to everybody? Why don't they? Because they don't want you to administer it yourself, because it's about the power dynamic between big government and you. That's what I think it's actually about. All right, so we've talked about the Mandela effect. I mean, I think we all know what that actually is. I don't know why it's still being pushed. I think most of it's, again, to destroy the credibility of anyone who might see through stuff. Oh, the news is fake. Those kids didn't die. but then at the same time, you're saying that reality is always shifting. Your underwear is different than it was yesterday. No longer has a cornucopia. These types of things. And it's like, well, does this guy have any grasp on reality at all to be able to be saying that they know what news is and isn't fake? And I would say no. There's another effect here. It's another celebrity that died. So Louis Anderson, another comedian, died. And so one of the Mandela affected, and I caught this in a comment on a Brian Staveley video. So on Brian Staveley's video, Meatloaf is Not Dead, where again, Brian Staveley's the Mandela effect expert. He spells meatloaf as one word. So he is affected. So anyway, one of the comments in here, the very first comment by Rayvon Oki says, hey, check out this text. This was about Louis Anderson, who just died. But I remember he already died years ago. So in my reality, he's still alive. So now you also have not only the meatloaf effect, but the Louis Anderson effect. So these individuals are constantly misremembering things and then assuming that their misremembrance is the real thing and that reality shifted. So for this guy, in his subjective reality, Louis Anderson had already died and Meatloaf... Anyway, does this make sense to anyone here? Or does it sound to you like some kind of a slick disinformation campaign? Okay, let me see here. Commenter says underwear does indeed differ per day. Well, this is actually the claims they make, is that the labels change. So you look in your drawer, the shirts are different. And it's like Occam's razor doesn't exist for these people. It's the opposite. Like whatever is the most complicated explanation that requires the most number of leaps of logic is the one they're going to go with. So I think this is a world stage name. I mentioned him earlier, John Newman, on the technological singularity. He was quoted as saying, the ever-accelerating progress of technology gives the appearance of approaching some essential singularity in the history of the race beyond which human affairs, as we know them, could not continue. The point of no return, where we're so enhanced by technology it overtakes us. And I think this is where we're getting at with the Gaia, the global AI initiative here. This is the thing from the World Economic Forum. So you got this Global AI Action Alliance, where it's about using artificial intelligence as a new authority, higher than man, more ethical, purer, something like that. And of course, people are going along with it. But I think this might tie into this concept of, again, the singularity. And the guy's name, John Newman, I think ties into this idea of the new man. And the new man is the compliant, the obedient, enhanced, gets all the injections, the transhumanist. And transhumanism is, I think, kind of like, in a way, it's almost a new religious path. I think it goes nowhere. I think it's a hoax. I think it has a false idea of salvation. Digital transcendence is a hoax. There's not going to be some eternal heaven in the metaverse. That's what they're actually selling them on. Space utopianism, it's all just to condition you for the here and now in hopes of something better to come. And it's always going to be a carrot on a stick. You're never going to actually reach it, if you ask me. Wee says Meatloaf is Meatloaf. He didn't know how to spell his own name. Yeah, well, he said that anybody who spelled it as one word was worthy of being choked and slapped. I mean, in Brian Staveley's case, maybe, but, I don't really care if people disagree with me. There's room for people to be wrong. But it's the Mandela effect who say there isn't, that there is only one correct answer. That's what gets people into the Mandela effect itself. They're given a false choice. Like maybe it's not just either or. Maybe it could, like, why would it be just Jif or Jiffy? Like, which is it, Jif or Jiffy? Are you on the Mandela effect team or not? How come it's not Jif or Jiffy spelled with a J or a G, two Fs, one F? Like, you could make 8 or 9 combinations that are all plausible. Or does reality only split in these very specific ways. I find that to all be very very much consistent with faulty eyewitness testimony, with the interrogator bias creating the effect, the wrong answer. By the way, let me play this. This is a clip from Bill Maher, from someone who is making a lot of sense. She sounds like a crazy conspiracy theorist and a racist and an insurrectionist. And this was on mainstream TV.
I did it all. I watched Tiger King. I got to the end of Spotify. Like, we all did it, right? And
no, we didn't all do it.
Well, here's
now, she's talking about quarantining and how she followed the rules. She got the booster, and
you get the vaccine and you get back to normal. And we haven't gotten back to normal. And it's ridiculous at this point. I know that so many of my liberal and progressive friends are with me on this, and they do not want to say it out loud because they are scared to be called anti-vax or to be called science denial or to be, smeared as a Trumper. I'm sorry, if you believe the science, you will look at the data that we did not have 2 years ago, and you will find out that cloth masks do not do anything.
So she just said this on TV. So apparently, since this is part of the controlled media, apparently they're changing the script. So I think it's time to bring in the alien agenda or whatever's coming next, space wars, but they're phasing that thing out. So just a heads up. I'm going to put a link in the chat for anybody who wants to pick up one of these mugs. I'm putting a lot of the Penguinati. Hey, Ready or Not 82 says, I remember Louis Anderson dying years ago as well. That was the reason his cartoon, Life with Louie, stopped running. Fiamma Forney says, the person that brought C-19 to Australia was Tom Hanks. Azuli says, is this the skeptic Mark Sargent from the Art Bell days? Might be. Was he on Art Bell? I don't know if he was. He's the guy from Flat Earth Clues and the star of Behind the Curve. Someone says, is there any messaging in the tragedy of Macbeth movie? Yeah, I went to watch the movie. I mostly watched it because I'm doing a lot of artwork in grayscale with markers and charcoal, and I thought it might be a good exercise just to check it out visually. It's a good movie, and I have it's not the best Shakespeare I've seen. I like Titus a lot more, and I'm not really all that into depictions of just insanity. It's not that entertaining to me. Just a bunch of insane, like literal psychopathic behaviors. But as far as any messaging, I was underwhelmed by special effects. I think they could have done a lot better. But I didn't detect anything in the messaging. I mean, other than I've been looking for, is there any tie-in with the story of Macbeth as it might relate to this JFK thing? Possibly. But no, I didn't really detect anything overt. But I'll keep an eye open, though. I mean, the story of Macbeth had some tie-in if you look at King Kill 33. King Kill 33 is probably the first article that breaks down the symbolism in the JFK assassination. This is by James Shelby Downard. And in this article, he talks about the various scripting behind the JFK assassination, Masonic sorcery and the JFK assassination. And one of the things that he references is Macbeth, in addition to like the Wizard of Oz. You know, like Oswald is killed by Jack Ruby slippers worn by Dorothy when she takes out the Wizard of Oz. A lot of interesting storylines. You got the King Camelot thing, the killing of the king ritual. So Macbeth does kind of show up in there. There's a topic of ruling family and power shifts. Yeah, that's kind of the thing. So it does tie in many ways with this JFK story, but I don't know how far that's going to go. This QAnon JFK thing just seems to keep going and going. And I'm like, at some point, like 119, the QAnoners were all abuzz about this supposed popcorn day, and still nothing. But I think that might be the game. It's about hopium. It's about keeping them addicted to hopium. It's not about satisfying some need to be saved. Just like you're never going to be fully vaccinated. That's an illusion. It's an ideal. It's an impossible ideal. You could have your entire blood supply swapped. You could just be a pure goo blood, and you're still a super spreader. You're still a danger to everybody else. So there's no perfect salvation. It's a carrot on the stick. I think it's the same with all of these various salvation cons that they're selling people. And do we even need to be saved? I mean, JFK Jr., by all accounts here, by this joke he made about Monica Lewinsky, is an insider, if anything. Until somebody shows me something different, I mean, I'm still open to the possibility of a 106-year-old JFK being wheeled out on a wheelchair to put a crown on Donald Trump and expose the secrets of the deep state, but I don't know, my patience is wearing thin. Swedish security police warn of space wars with Russia and China. So again, all these things are being put out there into the news, in the movie, so I'm expecting something from above to come next. As they say, don't look up, which obviously has the double meaning. Don't look up, as in don't research for yourself, don't do your own research, it's dangerous. Alright, thanks everybody for joining. This is Gaia's Revenge by JT33.
Leading to extreme concern. As scientists say, climate change shows no signs of slowing its deadly rampage.
Scientists have predicted this for the last 70 years, but it's actually happening more quickly and it's more intense than we realized.
Shows no signs of slowing. Scientists now say it would have been virtually impossible without human-caused climate change.
I have to pause for just a moment here. I have one more message, and I'm looking at the transcripts here, and it says something about hidden kings.
Hey, Tim, it's Echo Charlie. About those hidden kings, there was a Netflix series that was wildly popular about Scotland. It was a little too racy for me, so I didn't watch it, but I did read one of the books, and there was a guy, I think he was a king, but he might have just been a military guy that had to hide after a battle for like a long time, and they had to bring him food and stuff. Bye.
Okay, I appreciate that. Again, I get messages 24/7. And yeah, I was talking about the article by Miles Mathis called Hidden Kings, which is actually the earliest reference I can find to this idea that the Kennedys are this secret royal bloodline that have been ruling from behind the scenes. It's called Hidden Kings, Camelot Ruled from the Caves of Merlin. And it talks about this possibility of there being somebody from the Kennedy dynasty who's going to emerge in 2020 to expose the deep state or expose this factional war with the elites. It's very fascinating, but this to me it's out in 2009 is when it first came out. This tells me that the JFK coming back from the dead story is definitely much older than this recent QAnon emergence. And it's a much older and richer and deeper story. And Miles Mathis is very well appraised of how fake all of the Kennedy deaths are, including that of RFK, which I'm doing a little more research into. So, yes, anyway, thanks everyone for joining. We'll be back tomorrow. Should be interesting. Colin Kaepernick is going to be giving a speech tomorrow, closing sessions at some event coming up. And, you know, I was looking at this really quick here on this Colin Kaepernick, and he's giving a speech. You know, he received the RFK award, which is interesting. Do you want an award named for someone who was shot? And he also received an Emmy Award alongside someone who worked with with Nike. With Nike for some ad campaign. So you look up Nike, Kennedy, and Kaepernick, and you'll find it's the Dream Crazy. It was Wyden and Kennedy. So I'm like, okay, so this guy got these two major awards, an Emmy and an RFK award, both with Kennedy in the name. Just stands out to me. Just bringing it up because he happens to be speaking tomorrow, his first public appearance, I believe, in some time. And I don't know, I expect it to be interesting. I'll be following it, and if anything happens there, you'll be the first to know. All right, this is Gaia's Revenge.
sea levels rise up to swallow you. Just another politically partisan issue. They seem to follow you. Sounds to me like a psyop. I'll cut off the head of a cyclops. His lies are incredibly venomous. He's spitting that ridiculous sadistic shit. Sadomasochist. I'll be spontaneous. Some my Buster must be getting dangerous with this outrageousness. I've played like this for so long, I'll really stay like this. Yo, jot it down and put it on the misinformation list and step back to the line. I've crossed all my T's and dotted my I's, trying to redefine what is left on the inside. Just part of the system of lies that we're born into. To keep you in fear is the world that they wage on you. Just part of the system of lies that we're born into. To keep you in fear is the world that they wage on you. Can anyone guess what's coming next? Just how long do we remain locked down, vaccinated and muzzled with Big Brother's foot on our necks? This life is a test to put forward the best of you. That is the quest for you. Learn to be humble. You gotta grow from your slips and your stumbles. Forget what the media mumbles. Then sit back and watch as the narrative crumbles. When all that you think that you thought that you knew was a lie. This is a war on your mind, body and soul. They're waging for total control. It's just a part of the system of lies that we're born into. To keep you in fear is the war that they wage on you. Just part of the system of lies that we're born into. To keep you in fear is the war that they wage on you. Just part of the system of lies that we're born into. To keep you in fear is the war that they wage on you.
You are listening to Infinite Plane Radio. Stick around for live call-in shows. Stay for the music and recent replays. Join us at infiniteplane.live for 24/7 live chat with other listeners.
Seen it on TV, Big Bates and Smiley and a double bind. They got your mind in and a tasty cup of noodles for your soul.
South America, and that's what made me realize, whoa, South America's like 1,000 miles over. And again, it moves more after that. It's even further than 1,000 miles. And I'm just guessing, it's just way over to the right, way over to the east. And,
Okay, you're listening to One-Eyed Jack and the Shells, Ed McMahon.
Absolutely. And I'm going to talk about flip-flops as well.
Well, what will you do when you find out you don't exist? You've been faked out. No gold notches, no box of chocolates in this neighborhood. Well, I was there, man. I ate the Fruit Loops. I seen that movie with Tom Cruise.
Okay. I think we're on, and yeah, interview with the vampire, not interview with a vampire. Really mind-shattering stuff here, the Mandela effect. Thanks everyone for joining, assuming I'm not alone here. Had some gremlins, and we're not sure if it's going, but we're just going to proceed as if. So if you're there, say hello. I'll hand out wrenches here shortly. We started off with that song by One-Eyed Jack and the Murder Hornets. Some people remember One-Eyed Jack and the Shells, which is in fact a Mandela effect itself. But the reason why I'm starting with that song today is Meatloaf supposedly died, and the name itself, Meatloaf, is something of a Mandela effect. I had erroneously spelled it as one word, for which I was deemed Mandela affected, which doesn't qualify you for a padded room or disability or anything. It's not a disease necessarily, but Mandela affected meaning whether or not I believe in the Mandela effect, that I remember it as meatloaf, not meat loaf, means I'm affected whether I believe in it or not. So that's kind of where this conversation starts. So Brian Stavely, really one of the head disseminators of the Mandela effect theory, he came out and he said that I was in denial of my affectedness, that the Mandelas got me. So I got a case of the Mandelas, but they don't want to accept me into their club because I'm in denial about it. I thought it was just a misspelling. So anyway, strangely enough, Brian S. Stavely had a live stream today. Meatloaf is not dead. And if you notice, he spelled it as one word. Now, he didn't forget to hit a space because the L is lowercase. He had no intention of making that into two words. So why is the head Mandela effect pusher, who's pushed it on me on account of my use of meatloaf rather than meat loaf, why is he using it this way? Is he Mandela affected? Apparently. Or he's a massive hypocrite. Or maybe this isn't a Mandela effect. So we looked a little deeper into this thing, and it turns out that Meatloaf himself has actually taken note of people getting his name wrong, and he called them idiots. He said that the name is Meat, last name is Loaf. People chant meat, meat when he shows up at places. So it's not something that people would get wrong. Anyway, a few other things about him here before we get into that. Well, Meatloaf had this video I was watching where he gave this long explanation of where he was on the day that JFK was assassinated, quote unquote. He was with Mike Huckabee on Mike Huckabee's TV show, and he told this long story about how he was there, he saw blood on the car. So just to give you a heads up, you're dealing with a major world stage actor. And also he had COVID, and he had recently been fighting against COVID restrictions and lockdowns. So it's another one of those. But anyway, here's what Meatloaf himself actually said about people misspelling his name. So my point is, it can't be a Mandela effect. Look at this one. Michael says, I thought Meatloaf died already. That's how Mandela effects got started. It's going to be the Meatloaf effect. Like the Pope Della effect. The Pope died on Christmas to people who read the news in the morning before the corrections came out. So there's a whole contingent of people out there mourning the Pope. And when they find out he's alive, it's going to shock them. Meatloaf complained about people spelling his name as one word. Quote, if you do that, you gotta be a moron. Okay, now let's go back to Brian Stavely's post, where Brian Stavely spelled it with one word, meatloaf. No intention of splitting it in two, as evidenced by the lowercase l. So again, I guess that would apply to Stavely, just saying. Meatloaf visits musical Bat Out of Hell. Okay, so there's some metascript I wanted to get into here. But basically he says this: when I see people spelling my name with one word, I want to slap and choke them. If you do that, you got to be a moron. It's on every poster, every album, on every ticket as two words. If you spell it as one, you are a moron. Bottom line. So that just came out 19 hours ago. So again, me and Stavely have been beefing about Meatloaf for a little while here because, again, he tried to drag me into his cult of people who routinely misspell things but don't want to take responsibility for their own mistakes, so they blame it on the universe and they say, I didn't make an error here. The universe changed. That's actually their claim. It's not my claim. So again, the singer said, I want to slap and choke people like Brian Stavely. So what is this? It's not a Mandela effect if Meatloaf called it out. So it coexisted. Meatloaf, one word, two words, coexists. So again, you make of it what you will. Makes me think that this is, again, another example of why this whole thing is something of a psyop. 5 minutes says live, finally. Yes, I've actually been very productive. I would rather be here, but I've been working on darkmatter.radio. I suggest you check it out over the weekend. We're bringing in some new paranormal hosts. I'm going to have a regular schedule. I'll have an actual time slot that you can depend upon twice per day, mornings and evenings, as I have been. But what we're trying to do, what we're accomplishing here is back-to-back live shows. So we have a pool of listeners in the chat hanging out, and of course a lot of cross-marketing, and bringing back some programs that we had, like last year, if you remember, John LeBon's Apostasy Show. In fact, on February the 6th, if you want to mark your calendar, I'm planning on a panel discussion I'll be attending with JLB and Fakeologist. But that's a couple weeks from now. I'll keep you abreast of all that. If you subscribe to the newsletter at infiniteplane.radio. Commenter says, Rip Louis Anderson. Well, yes, according to the world stage, we have people who are dying, and I have my own take on these things. In fact, let me go ahead and start with that. Bat out of Wuhan, and all the world's a simulation. So Meatloaf was reported dead of COVID-19 at the age of 74. And first thing I want to say is Russian Vids, the biblically illiterate Bible creationist flat earther, had better not be calling this a hoax, because he's usually one of the first ones to call these things hoaxes, but his videos would lack any cohesive point without the use of Meatloaf lyricsy quotes in lieu of Bible verses. But anyway, we don't have enough information to conclude one way or the other, unless you know something we don't. So, celebrities dying of COVIDs is already highly suspect. So again, he died of COVID. That should tell you something. And then the other thing that stands out, 2022 is the year of Soylent Green. This is the meta script. This is the story. 2022, the year of, cannibalism. And there's a few things we can get into with this cannibalism angle. For one thing, he was cannibalized in the Rocky Horror Picture Show. Eddie was cannibalized. And then you find other associations with this notion of cannibalism. It's built into Fight Club. Fight Club, Project Mayhem, where he dies. His name was Robert Paulson. Project Mayhem was about resetting the system, tearing it down so they can build back better. They even have buildings falling at the end. But in that movie, they do have a very Soylent Green-esque component with the soap made from liposuctioned human fat. So, okay, that's one thing to talk about. There is some Soylent Green cannibalism tie-in here, and of course the COVID thing. Something else, Axiom, the company that's behind Tom Cruise's movie in space, is building an actual film studio in space. So that project's still happening. I know there are half a dozen launches between February 22nd and March 3rd, so I expect that maybe sometime in between then, Cruise may go up. But the company Axiom is going to actually build a studio, a film studio in space. So, if flat earthers are correct and outer space is just a movie, then what we'll have here is a movie studio within a movie studio, where movies will be filmed. So this tells me that we are already in the metaverse, and you don't need a special headset, because you've already passed your head through your television screen, through the movie screen. We've already merged with the world stage. The fact that there's movies within movies being filmed, and the movies being filmed within are acknowledged as movies, but the ones within the movie that aren't being filmed in the movie studio within the movie are quote-unquote real. And they have perfected this. We have time travelers for all intents and purposes. People who don't exist, who didn't exist, who are just made to exist because they're written into our timeline. So again, we already exist in TV land. I also went to go check out The Tragedy of Macbeth. The true reason I went is because it was shot in black and white, and I have been working almost exclusively in grayscale with charcoal and marker, and so I wanted to just watch it for the purely aesthetic reasons, study the imagery. And it is an interesting looking movie. It's like a never-ending black metal video. But as far as the theater itself, that was the main thing that stood out to me. It was empty. Nobody's there. This is a mega complex, big 24 theaters here. Nobody was there but me. And like, this is almost like there was an actual pandemic. So even though they didn't wipe everybody out, because the whole thing was a war game, a psyop, even though they didn't wipe everybody out, they changed their patterns enough and put them into lockdown to where they may as well have wiped them out. They effectively, for all intents and purposes, depopulated the surface. Okay, let me go ahead and go through. I have some things I'm earmarking as especially important today. Okay, here we go. Side note, I saw a few comments. I've been cropping comments out of YouTube and putting them into mine, so I'm going to be getting to those here in a moment. So main topic though, bat out of Wuhan, Meatloaf dead of COVID. Donnie Darko's anniversary was on the 19th. That was 5G activation day. Did anybody's heads explode? Not that I was expecting it to be exploding, but it is in fact true that I guess you would say, the lead military mind of QAnon, General Flynn, has actually claimed in closed-door meetings that he believes that the Chinese are going to use an EMP blast that will cause the heads of the vaccinated to explode. Marcel says, good morning from Holland. Excellent. Thank you for joining. Again, we're going to be doing this more and more, and it'll be routine. In fact, it's going to be more interesting as we go along. We have a lot of guests who want to be on Infinite Plane Radio and on the other shows, so things will only get better. I just had to take some time to get the foundation right. Hey, check this out. So there are calls for a redesign of the Royal Honor over the, quote, offensive image. So there's a petition here saying that Saint Michael standing on Satan is reminiscent of the George Floyd killing, which I find to be very offensive. Not the image itself, but the idea that they're associating Michael the angel with Chauvin and the devil with Floyd. But anyway, when you look at this image here, this is actually important. The ADL has already pointed this out as a hate symbol. But you got the image of Michael the archangel. Well, interestingly enough, General Flynn, whom I just mentioned, is part of this group called the Church Universal Triumphant, whether he admits it or not. And they have incorporated that cult, a doomsday cult, that actually put its members into bunkers in 1990. He actually uses that doomsday cult's prayers to invoke the Archangel Michael and the sevenfold rays. Now, it's not biblical, but my point is, Michael Flynn, actually invokes the Archangel Michael, and he's the visible head of QAnon. So this is all very, I think, important from that kind of perspective. We're looking at the big story, the meta script. I mean, there's a reason why the QAnon shaman carries a spear, and why the psycho who stabbed his kid 17 times used a spear. It's a reoccurring theme. And you know the QAnon shaman, he has a new attorney. His name is John Pierce. You know, Pierce, spear. I mean, it's all just a tragic comedy. Like you have that Roseanne Boyland at the Capitol in 1/6 being trampled to death while carrying a Don't Tread on Me flag. Like, I wish we had video of it. The still shots are all fake, by the way. Okay, check this out. Someone had found this article here in the LA Times about Timothy McVeigh. And this is just, to me, an example of, again, obvious scripting, especially when you put it all in context. So this is an article about David Woodward, and this guy is performing some kind of event having to do with Timothy McVeigh, but he's talking about Timothy McVeigh himself. And listen to this. This composer performs a musical requiem for Timothy McVeigh before Timothy McVeigh's execution. And he says that this 12-minute piece was meant to help send Timothy McVeigh to heaven. Again, this is from Los Angeles Times. I think it came out in 1990. Let's see, 2001 is when this article came out. So anyway, it says here, McVeigh, 33, had been in contact with David Woodard and is helping to coordinate the performance. So McVeigh was coordinating his own exit music from this world stage. But notice the emphasis here on the numbers. McVeigh, 33, had been in contact with Woodward. He killed 168, 19 of them children. He never expressed remorse. Anyway, goes on here. This is the part that stood out to me at the very end. Among Woodard's interests is numerology. He points out the significance of the number 33 surrounding Timothy McVeigh. Quote, one cannot help but notice, you try to write the fellow, and his address is P.O. Box 33. Where he lives on the prison grounds is 33 acres. Then you find out he's 33 years old, and his last appeal was via legal procedure 33. So Woodard goes on to say, like Christ, McVeigh will be 33 and universally despised at the time of his execution. So this is all really interesting to me because I think what we have here with Timothy McVeigh is a martyr for the white nationalists, a Christ-type character, something to catalyze their movement. Totally a CIA or FBI creation. I mean, fake, obviously. And that would explain all of this scripting. This was especially interesting to me because I'd already noted that the book that inspired Timothy McVeigh came to life last year when the McCloskeys stepped out in front of their property to point weapons at the BLM protesters, and they looked exactly, and I mean the wardrobe and everything. They come out, in fact, let me bring up a picture of the McCloskeys if you haven't seen them. She comes out with that little golden pistol. He has an AR-15. In the blue states, I guess they call those what? Assault rifle 15s. So here you have it. Miss McCloskey's the one in the Hamburglar shirt with a tiny little pistol. But anyway, these two are defending their mansion in an area surrounded by homelessness. You have people marching because there's this system that is obviously unfair, and they are the example of it. And look at these property owners ready to kill for their property. So this happens, and this is the same couple, by the way, that showed up at Kyle Rittenhouse's trial for the verdict. So I'm looking at them, and this is pointed out to me that if you look at the cover of the Turner Diaries, the cover art, it's basically them grown up. 42 years after the book was published. I think it came out in 1978. So anyway, this book was written by a guy who was born on 9/11. That's another thing that stands out about it. Here's the McCloskeys on the cover. Again, they obviously said, hey, match this picture. Even the way the guy's polo shirt is open, it's just like Mr. McCloskey. And of course the striped shirt, all this stands out. So the other thing is, okay, so the author of the book was born 9/11/1933. Timothy McVeigh was 33 when he was executed on 6/11/01, which is also very interesting to me just because it's an upside down 9/11. But you can just see how 911, these numbers, are encoded into this entire strategy of creating some kind of a split, a schism in America in particular. So 9/11, for example, but then you can find 9/11 symbolism all over things, like Rodney King beaten for 119, 1 minute 19 seconds. They hit him 33 times. Like, you see these repeated numbers on the scripted events. Anyway, we'll get back to that, but that was pointed out to me that yes, he had some kind of exit song composed for him, and the composer was into numerology. Going through comments, Tyrone says, I may be a McCloskey. My great-grandfather made a fortune in St. Louis in the 90s in the soft drinks industry. Is that back when they still put cocaine in the Coke? Lean Dion says, all the knife, stab, jab stuff, and now there's a Scream movie out. Good correlation between the jab and the knife. Which now it makes sense. So if you correlate William Shatner going to space in the rocket as the Rocket Man, he's also the face of Michael Myers, the other stabby guy. Looks like the guy from the Scream, dressed in black, skull-like face or white visage, death face, death mask. And in the case of Michael Myers, it's William Shatner's face. So he's the Knife Man and the Rocket Man. And we've seen many correlations between rockets and the jab, the Space Needle and the Needle, between this entrance in the New Age through vaccination and then, of course, traveling to other worlds. There's been so many correlations. In fact, I pointed out how recently the Drudge Report had this image of the Earth surrounded by, outer space filled with COVIDs. This is a reoccurring theme. It's why the first time the space station was hit with space junk, it was in the arm, like it was being vaxxed. And it was on the mission called Celestial Immunity, where the astronauts on board are actually studying the effects of vaccinations in microgravity. So here they are poking each other in the space station, and the actual arm gets punctured. So it's a huge script, outer space, inner space. That's why the name of the first vaccine for COVID was actually called Sputnik. And it came out of Russia, courtesy of Putin, the same day that a Russian movie came out that was called Sputnik. Only that Sputnik was about a virus-born alien that takes over your body, lives in your esophagus, comes out in the night, and it basically shows itself to people in order to terrify them and harvests their fear. But the idea of this virus/alien invader in a movie called Sputnik, the day the vaccine called Sputnik comes out, these things are not coincidences at all. In fact, the very first UFO crash, Roswell, was in Corona Field. So here we have a lot of knifey and stabby stuff. And so about the time that William Shatner's in space and he does the Michael Myers thing, well, the Halloween Kills is out, you have the politician, Sir David Ames, getting stabbed 17 times, like that kid that was stabbed 17 times. Very interesting number there. But then after that, you have Astro World, something of a sacrifice event. But at that event, you had Drake singing the song Knife Talk, which kind of stood out to me because that day, Travis Scott was pictured with one of those William Shatner, Michael Myers masks. But he performs a song called Knife Talk. And then, a little more recently, at that event where Snoop Dogg was at, I think it was called Once Upon a Time in LA, you had a guy, Drakeo, getting slashed in the neck by a knife. Like a lot of knifey stuff, a lot of jabby stuff. So again, there are correlations here, though, between boosters, rockets. It's also interesting to me, too, that the trade tower, the One World Trade Tower, looks like a big vax needle. And it opens up on 11/3. And it's perfect because 9/11, 9/11, two towers go down, this one comes up. And it's like, well, 9/11 was also replaced as far as the agendas. You had 19 hijackers, 19 years later, COVID-19. It's like you have this kind of a transition from one psyop into another. But they maintain the template. Like they have all the main components. They just changed it. So the new universal terrorist isn't the Quran radicalized Islamic terrorist, but now it's either the QAnon radical domestic terrorist or it's the super spreader. Then you have the suicide bombers replaced by the incels, who have the same attitudes towards women, and they've even correlated the MAGA with the Taliban. They call them the MAGA ban. White Al-Qaeda, vanilla ISIS. You can see these direct one-to-one correlations. And they've just advanced the agenda, so post 9/11 they were able to pat you down to make sure you don't have a bomb in your underwear. Post 3/11, now they get to go even deeper and see what's in your blood. Alright, let me see. Zaret says, like the Omicron sci-fi film. Oh, sure. In fact, there was a Futurama episode where you have these Omicron reptoids from Percy 8, these reptilian invaders. And at the time that Omicron's coming in, a piece of Russian space junk called Percy, same name, is, quote, invading the Earth. So you have these overlapping things that connect, mostly, I think, subconsciously. All right, let's see. Oh, Macron, France is dropping the mask. So is Bojo. And I knew this would be the case. I figured at some point the public attention span's not gonna really be able to maintain this charade, and then it just becomes a meaningless fashion symbol, just a gesture. It no longer means anything. So I think they might be phasing in something else. I kind of stopped paying attention to it a while ago. I figured, okay, all these people are marching out there, but they're already moving on. But look at these high-profile deaths, making examples out of people. It's like Meatloaf's the latest one. The New York Times, son of Czech folk singer Hannah Horka, who deliberately exposed herself with the coronavirus. She's like, cough in my face. She said her death should be a warning to others who remain unvaccinated. She thought her natural... She warns everybody not to do what she did. Right. How convenient. All right, we have a few things we've been talking about. Meatloaf is not dead, according to Brian Staveley. But Brian Staveley is a moron according to Meatloaf because he spells meatloaf with one word, not two. I'm going to open phones here shortly. I want to make sure that we've gone through all of the main headlines, things I didn't want to miss. Okay, so does anybody here trust USA Today? Or do you pretty much believe the opposite of whatever they say? Because I got a fact check here. Fact check, no, McDonald's doesn't serve human meat. It says it's a false claim, and it's circulated online since 2014. Anyway, someone had mentioned that before, and I'm like, there's no way it's true. I checked, USA Today says it's not true, which makes me think it might be. Jenna Lovecraft Reeves posted this. Bob Saget is the first contestant on The Masked Singer to have died. We talked about Bob Saget, who said he was going to keep on touring until he got the special shot. I guess he got it. And on a podcast he was on back in October, he said, sort of off script, that he's going to be found dead in his bed. So we talked about that for a little while. Salty Siren says, might as well has named himself, Meatloaf. May as well have named himself Meat Suit. Well, Meatloaf, let's get back into him for just a moment. I have some notes on that one. I know there were a few things that stood out about him. I mean, one, you have a lot of the cannibalism stuff. That's worth noticing because it's 2022, aside from just the COVID thing. A few other things. Oh, here's another one. So, on the Bob Saget thing, turns out that the creator of Full House, Jeff Franklin, is selling the house where the Manson murders took place. So, the place where the Sharon Tate Bianca murders occurred, real or fake, in my opinion, fake. Yeah, that Beverly Home house, it's for sale. Right now, here we go, TMZ. Full House creator selling the Beverly Hills mansion for $85 million. Site of Sharon Tate murders. I have a few things to say about the Charles Manson thing as it relates to the QAnon guy killing his kid on the anniversary. There's some interesting connections there. Full House, Manson house, maybe there's a connection there. Not quite sure. But that's another story that also involves a bit of stabbiness. And we're talking about like the Scream and Halloween and a lot of stabbing being put out there into the metaverse, the meta script. They make sure that you don't miss anything. I mean, it's amazing. If you watch anything new on Netflix, you're going to have imagery of the sky falling. Moonfall's the next big one. The public is being acclimated to imagery of the space infrastructure falling and space wars. I wonder why. Donnie Darko's 20th anniversary, 20 things you didn't know about the film. We may go into that. There is some significance there just because... here's one of the things about it. In the movie, there's a discussion about a book called The Destructors by Graham Greene. And in that movie, they discuss how the characters in the book burn a mattress full of money. And they do it because they aren't doing it for profit, but they want to see what happens if they tear the world apart. Here's a description of the Destructors. And again, consider this in context of 2020. It's a common theme with the, of course, also with the destruction of money. The Destructors is a story of the Wormsley Common Gang's destruction of an old house after World War II. The house symbolizes England after World War II. The structure of the house, known as Old Miseries, represents the past glory of England. So it's reset symbolism inherent in the Donnie Darko, which connects to a lot of things, but specifically 2020, and the movie itself does reference Donald Trump in many ways that are beyond coincidence. It takes place in 1988, a year that Biden ran for office. So we may get into that, but just noteworthy here that the Destructors is a component of that. California governor denies RFK's assassin parole. RFK, of course, was 42 years old when he was shot by this guy, Sirhan Sirhan, and the shooter of the death scene, the photographer, is the same guy that photographed the falling man on 9/11. Just an interesting Kennedy 9/11 connection here. Anyway, this guy's 77 years old. I believe the Kennedys have even vouched for him, saying that he shouldn't be in prison, that the CIA did it. But just bringing this up, for some reason it's kind of standing out to me that both he and Hinckley, the guy who shot Reagan, have been up for parole. Hinckley may even be out. Alright, let's see here. Salty Siren says Manson dresses are still being sold at Target. Yeah, Manson's very marketable. You talking about Charles Manson? Okay, now, Marilyn Manson was very prominent in the news throughout 2021, if you'd been paying attention, for his mistreatment of Evan Wood, among others. But I'd pointed out how, if you look at the story in Westworld with that actress, her character is essentially the same, well, she's playing the same kind of role that she lived with Marilyn Manson by her description of the relationship. And her relationship with the antagonist of the movie mirrors her real-life relationship with Marilyn Manson. So here she is, 33-year-old Evan Wood, making these accusations. You know, in Instagram, I believe. I don't even think these are police reports. But anyway, I think it stands out that, yes, it was very similar to Manson. She talked about basically an abusive, psychologically abusive and otherwise relationship. Well, in Westworld, she's a simulation. And she begins to wake up to it when she begins to have continuity of memory, when she begins to notice the patterns, and she begins to realize she's in something of a prison. But once she does that, she's able to break free. So what she was saying, though, in the news was that when she saw Marilyn Manson on that stage with Kanye West, it reminded her of all of this trauma. Now, it's kind of interesting because he was on stage with Kanye West, and the stage looked like the Westworld set with that church that Kanye had burned. So here she is seeing Marilyn Manson, and she's having these recollections of this abuse. I'm like, okay, this sounds exactly like this character in the movie. And of course, here he is, an older guy, significantly older than she was, dressed in black, very Saturnian. And in the movie Westworld, she's constantly confronting this man in black who's very much kind of a dark character, very Marilyn Manson-esque. No coincidences here. Again, Manson's in the news. And then we have, on the anniversary of the Manson killings, a slaughter out there in California in Santa Barbara, where the guy stabs his kid 17 times and he says, Q sent me, which is a very similar rationale that the Manson killers had. Charles Manson sent me. They mirrored the story in many ways, but it was, on this time, it was a right-wing hippie. But you had Charles Manson, CM, this other guy, Matthew Coleman, MC. Very interesting how these two stories overlapped. But now here's another one. So the Tate house, the Tate Bianca murders. So it was Manson versus the LaBianca. That's the story. Tate LaBianca murders. You can look at the images of the house back then. But now today, you actually have Marilyn Manson in court, and he's being sued by a woman named Bianco with an O. So just one letter off, A and O. Same name, Manson. So I'm like, okay, there's interesting connections between 1969 and 2021. These stories that mirror each other, and this Manson one has quite a lot of mirroring, especially when you get into the abuse, the specifics about Nazi knife sex, locking people up, etc. in his home. We'll probably do a more extended discussion on this later as the story unveils here. But anyway, Marilyn Manson, if you ask me, is a part of the PSYOP entertainment complex. So I'm not really inclined to believe these accusations. I think it's all scripted. Kind of like that guy, Blasey Ford and Kavanaugh. Yeah, I say the guy. It's one guy. This is all how I think they work. They operate. Sometimes they control both sides. So if you didn't know, Blasey Ford is Justice Kavanaugh in one of these masks that has the neck. I mean, there's virtually no difference if you look closely and you pay attention. My point being, some kind of satanic ritual humiliation, I guess, to get the job. All right, I'm going through some comments. All right, let's see. I'll open up phones here shortly as well. We have 2 different chat streams, so I want to make sure I don't miss anything. Adaptivia says, Bozo Boris. A. Garcia, I made it. The Abuser said, Meatloaf accurately predicted his own death. Oh, really? In an interview about Steinman, Meatloaf said, quote, I don't want to die this year because of Jim. John Steinman, who wrote and produced Meatloaf's record, Bad Outta Hell, died less than a year ago. Okay, let's take a look at this. And the bad thing, oh yeah, here you have it. Here you have it. RollingStone.com, Meatloaf remembers Jim Steinman. I don't want to die this year, but I may because of Jim. Okay. He definitely said that a few times. So that's very common with death fakers, is they always predict their own deaths. So, yes. More indication we're looking at some kind of a hoax here. I'll go ahead and put that on my Minds.com account. So if you go to Minds.com/Infinite Plane Society, you can get anything or everything that we talk about. I post it all there. Just raw material notes. Anything I find in Discord, all of the material, it goes there. It's uncensorable. It's a record to compare with the mainstream account of things, so you'll know what really, it's like a thread. Because we're only hanging on to reality by a thread if you think about it. I mean, there aren't many people who are connected to it or are able to even see it because most people are looking through the lens. You know, you're already in the metaverse. You don't need the Oculus. Your head's already through your TV screen. It's not your fault. It's nobody's fault. I mean, it's your responsibility to pull your head out of it. Amazon boss Jeff Bezos wants to be young forever. Well, he's not the Amazon boss. He stepped off on the 33rd day of the year. If you remember last year, he stepped down. It was the same day, I think. Was it the same day that Musk had that rocket come down and crash? But Bezos pursuing immortality, we'll get into that. Is that sustainable? Because I'll tell you, if you go by their logic and their rules, billionaires are not sustainable. Millionaires aren't. Small business is not sustainable if you take these greenies at their word. So Bezos wants to be young forever. Isn't it a little late for that? I mean, I can understand living forever, but... Okay, let's see here. Anything... I mean, these people are just such massive hypocrites. You know who's probably the biggest hypocrite of all right now as far as climate hypocrisy is Leonardo DiCaprio, who's now saying we've got 9 years left to live. Okay, some developments here with Tom Cruise. Tom Cruise mocked over a photo of his space station because it looks, quote, naughty. Now, I don't get this one. I've been looking at this. You know how Bezos' rocket was mocked because it's obviously a phallic symbol to pay homage to their Earth god? Well, here you have Tom Cruise's space station being mocked because it apparently looks like some kind of adult entertainment device. And honestly, I don't know how you would use it. It looks dangerous if you ask me. I mean, you got a bunch of sharp edges. It's got 4 different ends and part of it's round, so it's like, I don't know. I almost think this is fake news to build up hype, because what they're doing, Axiom, the company that's going to be filming his movie in space, is they're actually building a film studio to attach to the space station. Now that's deep. Again, I talked about this earlier. You're talking about a film studio attached to a movie studio that is filmed as though it's real. So it's a fake movie within a fake movie, but the fake movie within the fake movie is admittedly fake, while the one that it's in is considered to be real. I mean, it's very layered, this onion reality here. And then you have Tom Cruise setting an example with this whole deepfake thing, where they're saying that this Tom Cruise deepfake fiasco proves that the public cannot tell the difference between real and fake anymore. As I've been saying, we've already known this. Tom Cruise test shows people can't detect fake videos, even when they know they are fake. So we're past the point of no return. We really are. Like, it's over. You have those who know how media works, and we know enough to know not to trust it, and you have those who have just total faith in it. Faith in whatever's on the screen. All right, let's see, going through some comments. Max Carter says, so will you do anything for love? Yeah, that Meatloaf song, I think it might have been Vax. I'll do anything for love, but I won't do that. I think it's the Vax. That's where he drew the line. It's like, no, I won't take the pokey for you. And he stood by that. But again, yeah, here it is from Rolling Stone. Meatloaf said, I don't want to die, but I may this year because of Jim. I'm always with him. He's right here with me now. I've always been with Jim, and Jim's always been with me. So there is a lot of cannibalism around Meatloaf. We'll probably talk about that here. Now, he was eaten as Eddie in the Rocky Horror Picture Show. I think he was in a movie with Christopher Reeve that also involved cannibalism. Let's see. Yep. Then we have the soap in Fight Club, Project Mayhem. Now, in Project Mayhem, it's a gruesome thing, but they use human fat stolen from liposuction clinics as the tallow to make their soap. These were originally made by boiling lard or other animal fats together with the alkali. Okay, so there you have it. In Fight Club, very, very Soylent Greenish. And then he was part of Project Mayhem. And Project Mayhem was the plan to break up civilization so they can, quote, make something better out of the world. So there you have a bit of reset talk. Dies of COVID-19. I guess we can talk about the Bafo breasts in Fight Club. Maybe that means something. So if you have anything else to add about Meatloaf, I'll open up phones here, 833-311-1984. Someone pointed this article out to me. This is from The Atlantic, and it's about memes, basically. It says, now we're talking about trolling. Trolling, it might be said, is the social media equivalent of guerrilla warfare, and memes are its currency propaganda. Daesh is conducting memetic warfare. Kremlin is conducting memetic warfare. It's inexpensive. Why aren't we trying it? As the Vice blog noted all the way back in 2011, the Pentagon has been, quote, studying memetic warfare for a while now. So how the CIA uses social media to track memes, meme trackers, all very interesting here. It says the CIA facility wasn't specifically built to track social media, but it was established to a recommendation by the 9/11 Commission with a mandate to focus on counterterrorism and counter-proliferation. So using 9/11, they were already preparing to hunt down memes. At that time, it was the meme of the radical Quran enthusiast. Now it's the meme of the anti-vaxxer or the QAnon enthusiast. And I'm starting to think now QAnon might be nothing more than a massive honeypot to get anybody with half a brain, because they already got the other ones. And they just want to figure out, okay, who's thinking, who's questioning, and then they can, of course, move on from there. They've already got them identified, and then the quarantining process has already happened under the false pretense of a pandemic. But yes, ultimately the pandemic was a cover for the infodemic. And the infodemic isn't only for right-wing memes, it's for memes in general. They want better control over the flow of memes. If you're looking at the screen, there's a meme of Kathy Bates from Stephen King's Misery, and she's holding a gun and a needle saying, I love you. And this is a perfect picture of the Stockholm Syndromed believer in big government solutions. It says every single government of the westernized world in 2022. Like, this is the kind of meme that they probably want to stop. They want to find it at its source, find out where it went, trace it, see everybody who saw the meme. They want to find out who laughed at it. Alright, Sleepy Random says NASA has deep faked space for years. Yeah, now they're going to film movies in the space station. And that's the point of no return. We're already pretty much there. It's getting to be so deep. Alright, we'll move on. Again, if you didn't know, Meatloaf claims that he was there when JFK died, ditching school that day. That some Secret Service guy gave him $100 to disappear, not say anything, and that he saw blood on the vehicle. So it's a cool story. I have no reason to think it's real. Check this out. This is Tom Hanks in The Simpsons. Quote, "Hello, I'm Tom Hanks. The U.S. government has lost its credibility, so it's borrowing some of mine." Now here is exclusive. Biden's inaugural committee will mark the first anniversary in office by blanketing the airwaves with a Tom Hanks narrated video promoting a recovering, resilient America. Again, this is just an example of how they prepare you for the news with the cartoons and the entertainment. I mean, it's really that simple, but just look how pervasive this mind control system is. Hey, check this out. For those of you who have been wondering where we're at with this Justin Bieber being the weekend thing, so if you didn't know, and there's a lot to support this, there's this very popular conspiracy theory, it's all over TikTok, it's all over everywhere now, that the weekend doesn't exist, but that it was just a way to repackage Justin Bieber for people who are outside of his demographic to give him bigger credibility, and basically he has an alter ego, you could say. So the idea here is that Justin Bieber is the weekend. So before I go any further on that, I could probably point at 1,000 different things, overlapping girlfriends, overlapping wardrobes, many different things that would suggest that yes, we're looking at the same exact person. And people who aren't familiar with deepfake technology may find this hard to believe. But it should be easier to accept now in 2022 when you know what is possible. And what they have just recently been accomplishing with digital, they have already done with synthetic skin, with silicone face masks. So here we are looking at Justin Bieber and The Weeknd, just side by side, just a heads up, just a kind of a refresh there, so anyone who doesn't know about it. So he's got a new video out, The Weeknd does. It's called Sacrifice. And in the video, he takes off his gloves, and I have a still shot of what it looks like when he takes his gloves off. And it's just a little interesting. I'll leave it up to you to decide, are we being let in on a secret here? But if you're looking at the screen, you can see the hands of The Weeknd when he pulls them out of the gloves, and they just look very, I don't know, not the hands I would associate with him, but make of it what you will. Salty Siren says Tom Hanks looking like he got hydrocephalus all the time. Yeah, what do you call what Chet has? I mean, it looks like a rubber chest suit, if you ask me. Chet Hanks has got all the Illuminati tattoos. He said, "Stop talking about my family. We'll have you hunted down at the FEMA camps." Do you remember when Chet Hanks was making these threats on the internet? And how, basically, I think he has COVIDs, he has the medical symbol, and the all-seeing eye, and he was letting us know he's in the club. But, I mean, I always thought his chest looked like some kind of a face, like one of these, like, synthetic bodysuit things, like he had these fake faces. It looked like maybe he didn't want to go to the gym. He's just wearing a rubber chest. All right, let us see what else. Going through the recent headlines. Tom Cruise being mocked over his space station. Is this what it means to have a space station? I could just have a space station then. Just go to MS Paint. He doesn't have a space station. He's got a cartoon graphic. It's a cartoon. But anyway, yeah, somehow people are mistaking that for some kind of a adult object. 4 threats posed by Elon Musk's Starlink satellites. Now they're saying that Musk's Starlink satellites are going to block the view of incoming asteroids. So again, the space capitalism is going to endanger us all. Okay, will Space Force protect orbiting gas stations and bases on the moon? This is being brought up now because Russia and China are teaming up for a communist moon base. Now, if you go to the moon, you're going to have to donate blood. It's going to be an expectation of you. You're going to have to donate your blood and other body fluids so that they can mix it with the regolith, the moon dust, to make bricks, astrocrete. So just a heads up. Just a little bit of self-sacrifice for the good of the community. Futurism.com. There's something weirdly sexual about the Tom Cruise space station. A film studio is being built in space. While it might be awesome that this company is working with Tom to produce a movie, but what's more, and if you're looking at the screen, it's pixelated. Again, I haven't quite figured out how you would use this object. But they're building a content creation studio in space. The company is called SEE, S-E-E, Space Entertainment Enterprise, which kind of made me think about the Holy See, where the Pope is at. Okay, anyway, apparently it looks like some kind of popular massage tool. Is this what they have to do to get people's attention? You know, tell you you're about to die because there's an asteroid the size and shape of the Empire State Building. Or they throw in something like that. Look, Musk's Starlink satellites are hindering detection of near-Earth asteroids. So if we get hit, now we know why. Photobombing Starlink satellites are leaving image trails disrupting critical space observations. Not a new story really about the Musk Starlink satellites, which, if you believe in satellites, you're going to be very susceptible to their entire space war scenario. Travis Feep says no space heaters on flat Earth. Oh yeah, I'm still convinced that the Bronx fire on 1/9, 19 stories, initially reported 19 dead, caused by space heaters. Space heaters, a symptom of social iniquity. Yeah, I think that's pretty much part of the space communism versus space capitalism narrative. It's a reference to 9/11 in many ways. Engine 42 was there. It was the Northwest Tower, making me think that the space heaters symbolize this space war, even global warming. You could even tie in the climate change, which really disproportionately affects the poor. So you could look at this, I'm thinking, as foreshadowing that the next 9/11's coming from space. It's being done for the good of humanity. The space commies are going to have to take down the space capitalists to solve global warming, to take charge so that America ends here, that we don't Americanize the universe. They don't want a McDonald's on the moon. Jeff Bezos is not sustainable. Billionaires aren't. All right, let's see. Going through comments. Gubby says blue clay makes yellow bricks. No, they really aren't talking about using blood donations to create bricks. Like, why can't they just send unused donated blood to space? I mean, there's so many questions I have. But ultimately, I don't think it's even about that. I think the whole idea is to acclimate you to the idea that outer space equals self-sacrifice, collectivism, and more blood and soil, an old concept of you're starting a new civilization, and the first generation there are going to be physically tied to the land. I think this blood and soil is very much part of this idea of the collective, that the individual doesn't have any value outside of the group. And I think it's part of the new age. The space age isn't about space exploration, if you've noticed. It's about confinement. They might spread you out, space you out with your state-mandated safe spaces, but Huffington Post has this article, "My gentle, intelligent brother is now a conspiracy theorist, and his beliefs are shocking." I love this, because they're conditioned to believe that only the other guy's beliefs are shocking. Well, I'm not the one saying that the sky is going to fall, or that we have 9 years to live, or that we're going to be underwater in 2012, or that there's an epidemic of mass shooters, that the internet is causing the gamification of mass murder, and that hate is a pandemic. Like, they're the ones with the crazy beliefs. It says here, "I've been in the process of studying his ideas, and I try to keep an open mind and heart about his beliefs. But trying to understand is likely a fatal mistake. I'm trying to come to grips with a deep division in my family, and indeed the nation." Now again, this division is the crack that we constantly hear about. But he says, "On the one hand, I'm deeply worried and I want to rescue him. On the other hand, I want to laugh it off or slam the door in his face." Fascinating. "When my brain and heart feel scrambled like this, I want to throw up my hands and not write anything out of fear that'll further fuel our national crisis over truth and division." See, it's not even about the pandemic. It's about truth, or what we, I guess, agree upon as truth, and the fact that the conspiracy theorists don't believe in global warming means that the angry globe god's going to flood us all. Because you have to have unanimous agreement. Okay, it says, "Conspiracies lend themselves to racism." Oh, really? Fascinating. That's a nice little leap there. "When a definable person or group is targeted for blame." So that's true in a few ways. I mean, I can understand where they're coming from, but my point being, conspiracy. So like, oh, I think Bigfoot might be real. Racist. I think that alien abductions are likely. They probably want to study us. Well, that's racist. You see what I mean? Like, where do you draw the line? And I pointed this out more than a year ago, that the term conspiracy, I mean, they used to call you conspiracy theorists, but they've introduced the term conspiracist, because they don't want to make it seem like you have any kind of ideas that you're thinking about and you have an actual theory that you formulated. So what they've done instead is they've created the term conspiracist.
Conspiracist.
Well, conspiracist. But if you look at the way they use it, it's clearly, this was a strategy. Okay, going through some comments. Max Carter says, "I hope Eminem spits his Mask lyrics at the Super Bowl." Oh yeah, his lyrics. So, from memory, right after COVID started, Eminem, who apparently shops at Walmart with a handbasket, so wherever if you live where he lives, I would check out the Walmart, like the neighborhood market, and look for Eminem with his shopping basket. He's got this song where he's like, "When I'm shopping with my basket, someone's going to put me in a casket because their coffin is going to put me in a coffin." Like, those are Eminem lyrics. It's that bad. I mean, it's even worse than the pro-Vegas shooting song he did. It wasn't pro-Vegas shooting, it was pro-MSM interpretation of it, where basically if David Hogg could rap, he would be Eminem rapping about Vegas. Like, that's the level of anti-gun activism and pro-MSM pandering Eminem is doing. So Eminem Mask lyrics. Worst rap ever. Okay, Eminem disses those refusing to wear masks in this new track. Okay, so it was a track with Kid Cudi. Rap legend Eminem called out people who don't wear face masks in his new track. It says here, "A bunch of half-wits in the office don't want to wear a mask and they're scoffing. That's how you end up catching it off them. I just used the same basket as you shopping. Now I'm in a casket from you coughing." So there you have it. Eminem was innocently shopping with his basket at Walmart, and you're coughing, and now he's in a coffin. You know he'll sell a lot more records now. He ought to fake his death like that. You know, it's like cliche that these rappers get shot. Like, die of COVID. A Christmas Story sequel is in the works with the original Ralphie Peter Billingsley. That's good to hear. You know, I was actually looking into this movie for a couple of reasons. One, I have a Mandela effect. I must confess. I thought it was You'll Shoot Your Eyes Out, Kid. But apparently, it's You'll Shoot Your Eye Out, Kid. So, Christmas Story comes out. First thing I thought of when I saw this kid, Eric Crumbly, I thought of the Christmas Story. So if you remember, we had this Michigan school shooting recently. And here is the kid, Ethan Crumbly. And I thought, this looks just like Ralphie. This kid looks exactly like Ralphie from A Christmas Story. And I think I figured out the agenda here with this Ethan Crumbly shooting. I think what they did was they wanted to, one, remind us that Kyle Rittenhouse is bad because he looks like Kyle. It's like he shouldn't give kids guns. He might go cross state lines and shoot some pedos. Wouldn't want that. So here you have this Ethan Crumbly, kind of a way of indirectly attacking this whole Kyle Rittenhouse narrative. But what's more, it comes out right around Christmas. And I thought, well, this is also probably going to be used to demonize A Christmas Story, a movie about a kid being given a gun. And sure enough, you can look at his parents with the kid hanging out in front of a Christmas tree holding guns. Anyway, I think he's just a manufactured character. I think it's a media hoax. I don't think it was a real shooting. But I think they're attacking gun culture itself. And that's why the movie A Christmas Story would be targeted with a psychological operation like this. So the fact that A Christmas Story is getting a reboot is actually a good sign to me. Lily Bell says Bojo freed the British. Tyrone says Eminem is the longest running summer novelty act ever. Well, he did this, Marshall Hoggers, mansplaining the psyops. That's how I'd put it. He's always out there to push the psyops. He did this rap about Vegas where he's indignant about some guy getting a gun. And I think the rap video was done from the perspective of the shooter or something. But the whole thing, again, being a psyop. Eminem releases music video depicting the Vegas shooting. Feels like I'm loathing in Las Vegas. I'm looking at his lyrics. See if there's anything in here. I think he's being ironic about guns. Uses the word whack a lot. Okay, here we go. Nope, nothing good in here. I'm just trying to see if there's anything. Here we go. Another school shooting. On the air, we bring you breaking news. This time, it's Santa Fe, Texas. Last night's shooting in Southern California. This one's in Texas. There's a deadly shooting at a food festival. Anyway, he's rattling off a list of all the most recent shootings. All of them fake, by the way. He mentions Dayton, Ohio. But I guess they get paid to do this. You know, like when Corona started and Cardi B came out saying people are getting paid to say that they caught it. A fact check here. Indian satellite under maintenance collided with the International Space Station. The collision caused the death of astronaut Michael Collins. Did you see this? Fact check, it didn't happen. So the video is getting massive viral attention on social media platforms. I told you that this is out there. The masses are being inundated with imagery like this. So here you have a viral video of what appears to be an Indian satellite under maintenance colliding with the ISS. And the public doesn't know the difference between real and fake. Happened to be released on 1/19, interestingly enough. I'm going to put the video on the screen if you haven't seen this. But apparently it's fake. It's fake. I mean, it's fake, obviously, because it's CGI. But it's not real fake, as in fake that they say is real. So it's not designated real, even though we all know it's fake. But here we go. I mean, it looks fake to me because I can tell, but the believers wouldn't know. There's the satellite. There's the impact. This probably looks very real and compelling to the people who think the moon landing was real. You know how I know it's not real? I know it's not real because it looks realer than the ISS footage. Interesting though, just to see that that's going viral. Zara says, Hollyweird cannot make a new movie ever, they just make the same old stuff. Yeah, that's been true for some time. I watch everything on Netflix. Been monitoring to see, and it's pretty clear to me though, it's all agenda driven. Most of it's climate change based. Most of it's what you call cli-fi, climate fiction. And climate change is 33 years old. It started in June of 80. It's in its 33rd year. And my point being, major psyops happen along certain time frames, and you see these same numbers again and again. So if you know, for example, 9/11, well, the tower construction started in 1968. So you have this 33-year cycle, creation to destruction. So if anything, I would suggest that the global warming nightmare scenario, melting glaciers, ocean levels rising, etc., I would say it's going to come true, if it is going to come true, between now and June. So heads up, global warming's about to get real. Or they're going to fake it in some way. Maybe they're going to have a flood happen. Maybe a tsunami in New York. Anyway, if you're looking at the screen, that's going to be a movie studio in space. And some people think it looks like a sex toy of some kind, and they're mocking Tom Cruise over it. To me, it looks like CGI. Everything does, though, at a certain level. You get above 62 miles, and I'm starting to think, is that what happens when you pass the Van Allen radiation belt? Everything turns into pixels? Maybe space is actually CGI, and it doesn't get, quote, real until you get into this habitat where you're in the game, so you don't see the pixels. But you do see them a lot on the ISS, and that's what kind of clued me into this. I'm like, how come these astronauts are constantly glitching? Maybe space, I mean, some have speculated that space is water. Many biblical flat earthers say space is water. It's like, well, maybe space is CGI. What does the Bible say about that? All right, let's go ahead and check in on the chat room. Rage TV, Spartan 000 Superior 1. He says, I know a person who's sane, but he thinks IQ tests are racist. I wouldn't say that they're racist, but I'd say that they're somewhat, well, I think there would be an inherent bias within it, depending on how, culturally, where you come from. It depends on the part of the tests too. But the idea that they're just, no, I wouldn't say that. That's too simple. I don't even know if they mean anything, though. I mean, what does it mean to pass a test that's based on believing a lot of BS that requires that you absorb a great deal of cognitive dissonance? Like, I would fail an IQ test because I don't believe the moon landing, and I'm pretty comfortable with the idea that the Earth is more than likely flat because I don't know it to be a ball, and I don't believe a lot of the cartoons I'm supposed to believe. So my IQ can't be higher than, what, 30, 33? And I'm fine with that. I'm not measuring it. If having a genius IQ means believing all this world stage idiocy, yeah, you can keep it. The highest IQ people there are the most highly vaccinated, probably wearing helmets. Like that one professor wearing a fishbowl on his head, he said his students were all virus vectors and super spreaders. I'm like, okay, that's what happens when you score too high on these IQ tests, when you go with the program. Hey, check this out on the screen. So Cows in Trees is the name of a company. Well, let me show you the photograph. On the left, because we're approaching the anniversary week of a lot of NASA disasters. So on the left you have the commander of the Challenger, and on the right you have the CEO of a company called Cows in Trees. Now the CEO obviously looks like an older version of the commander of the Challenger. Their names? Richard Scobie. Richard Scobie. Same names. Now here's the interesting thing. If you look at the logo of Cows in Trees, and their website intro has an animation of a cow flying around and it sprays smoke behind it, it happens to look similar to the pattern that the Space Shuttle Challenger made in the sky during the January 28, 1986 disaster. That's a coincidence, is it not? Alright, going through some comments. If anybody wants to call in, I'm going to open up phones here in just a moment. Just wanted to get through a few more important notes here. We've been talking about the bat out of Wuhan, Meatloaf dead of COVID, probably a psyop. Looking deeper into it, I don't have enough information to conclude it's real, and you probably don't either. Our best telescopes for spotting the planet-killing asteroids are getting their views blocked by Musk's satellites. So they're setting the stage again for some kind of disaster, and it's going to be the fault of the billionaires. Just a heads up. Don't look up. And of course, don't look up, double meaning, as in don't fact check the establishment facts. Also, it's been a couple of weeks since we honed in on this story here about the QAnon shaman, who is on the cover of the National Enquirer right now, with his obnoxious nipple sticking out of that tattoo. And still, he is Owen Schroyer. So the spear-carrying QAnon shaman is also the voice of InfoWars, the tip of the spear. This has not been debunked yet, not even close. I put this out there as a challenge. I asked Owen to respond. He hasn't responded. And to the best of my discernment, Owen Schroyer deepfakes it as the QAnon shaman, just as surely as Bill Hicks has been deepfaking it as Alex Jones this entire time. If you can contradict this, please contact me, call in. Owen Schroyer is the QAnon shaman, and this undermines everything. Literally everything. This undermines the story to the point that there isn't even any contention. They're all friends behind the scenes. Trump and Pelosi, they're all friends. There's no way there's any kind of real political struggle. It's all WWE if this is true. Roxy says, I missed a Trivial Pursuit question over Lee Harvey Oswald. You know, there's some interesting connections with Oswald to look into if you want to go down this route. I mean, assuming that the JFK assassination was a hoax, and it has the fingerprints of Kubrick all over it, you would expect there to be some kind of Stanley Kubrick, Lee Harvey Oswald connection. Well, here it is, Riley's Coffee. If it's true that Kubrick was involved in Apollo 11 and the JFK assassination, probably the Challenger explosion and 9/11 and coronavirus. But if Kubrick is involved with these major NASA psyops and involved in these other events like the assassination of JFK, then there would have been some kind of interaction because he would have been working with the patsy or the guy playing the patsy. So there has to be a relationship between Kubrick and Oswald, and here it is, Riley's Coffee. Riley's Coffee is the place where Kubrick is working, and he and all of his coworkers were all drafted to go work with NASA. He admitted as much. He said so. He said he was going to go work at NASA. Now, of course, he ends up on the grassy knoll, but it's the same director. So he probably went to the department in NASA that's involved in psyops, not just deep space, but deep fakery in general. All right, let's see. Going through some comments. Someone says, that's so cray. I agree. I think it's definitely worth noting that these two look so similar, and they are the same person. I mean, if I'm wrong, I'm wrong, but if I'm right, yeah, the whole story just crumbles. But some people are really married to their stories. They don't want it to be untrue. Let's see, going through some of my Twitter feeds. If you follow me on Twitter, it's real Tim Osman. I tend to post a lot of things that we play here, especially the video and audio. Like, here's a bizarre clip from Saturday Night Live having to do with Biden and Biden not being the real president because the real Biden was off doing something else in a parallel universe.
When the time has come, you are ready.
Okay, who the hell is that?
I am Joe Biden from the real universe. The timeline you are all living in is about to collapse. You see, it was created as a joke starting in 2016 when the Chicago Cubs won the World.
So what he's talking about here is the timeline we're in is a hoax, or it's false, and the Joe Biden is not the real Joe Biden, and this whole thing has been a farce. Anyway, that's on SNL, and I'm just bringing that up because, as you know, it does seem to mirror this weird reality we're in, where, yeah, in fact, Joe Biden is probably a hologram or some guy in a suit, and they're constantly on a stage, and they give us very little reason to believe that any of it's real. By the way, January 19th was Mac Miller's birthday. This is another one of those individuals that death faker, predicts his own death. His final picture, there's a whole documentary about it, is him making the all-seeing eye gesture. But apparently he had some major JFK fixation. I follow people in the JFK cult who believe that JFK is alive. And the story goes deeper. In fact, Miles Mathis believes it, apparently. And the story's not that new. It's actually, it goes back at least as far back as 2009. And the idea is that JFK Jr. faked his death, and he's out there on a private island in the Northeast, and that secretly his dad is still the president. I mean, it's a bizarre story. It's not new, but it's been kind of drafted into the whole QAnon thing. But anyway, he's got a song called 17, an album, JFK, Just for the Kids, or Justice for Kids. So the QAnoners think that Mac Miller is a death faker who's probably on Team Trump, and he's going to come back with Tupac and all the others. Mac Miller said, "I think I'm JFK's final speech. They're assassinating me for my beliefs." Just another example, very common thing. We pointed this out earlier. Even Meatloaf predicted his own death. We talked about Wag the Dog the other day, and the story of Joe Biden naked, chasing his dog and then slipping on the rug and twisting his ankle while pulling the dog's tail, and how that was really just a way of jokingly referencing the fact that they were just wagging the dog to distract the media from Biden's laptop, Joe Biden's son, Hunter Biden, his laptop and all the photos of him naked with the crack pipes. And it worked. Perfect Wag the Dog story. But anyway, if you haven't seen that movie, Wag the Dog, it's about a group of operatives. right, Auto Hoaxer GTFO. Some more Chief Crow. It is 3/24/2022, 5 minutes until 11 p.m. Mountain Time. We're a little bit early, but phones are open. 833-311-1984. We've been live off and on today. I did a live reading of my ebook, The Mandela Effect PSYOP Debunked. And then we played an interview, a conversation that we had with Jordan Maxwell back in June 2020 for an IPS Sunday School. Jordan Maxwell, rest in peace. Legend, 6 decades plus of Illuminati decode. Anybody who notices anything about celebrities and showing their hand signs, or the weird numbers, the patterns, the ubiquitous symbolism throughout movies that tells a consistent story, there's a language there, you can all trace it back to Jordan Maxwell. In fact, I would even say that, except for the reptilians, all of Ike's best material was pretty much just, I'm not going to say stolen, but yeah, it was Jordan Maxwell's ideas and concepts. And I don't think he got the attribution all the time. I know he had to deal with, well, fraud. Someone had purchased jordanmaxwell.com and they were profiting off of his content, left him destitute at times. And, that's kind of how it is, though. I think if you make a name for yourself and you're out there and you're challenging the system, you're going to get trolls. And he got trolled, just as we all do. But anyway, he was a great speaker, researcher. The work speaks for itself. And you can find some of his recent appearances talking about world communism, the symbolism of the sun. Quite a lot to say. Can't really sum it up. You can't sum up 6 decades. But I will be interspersing the live stream with conversations that I've had with Maxwell, and then we'll go through other things related to it. We'll go down some of his content and re-examine the basis for this this correlation with the cult that runs the world and the cult of Saturn. Because really all of this astrotheological decoding really started, I believe, with Maxwell. And, people accuse people of being shills. I think people have said it's questionable that you can find a picture of him with George Lucas. He's had some interesting UFO-related experiences. Make of it what you will. Are we dealing with agents? I don't know. Supposedly he thought that I was a Jesuit gatekeeper. It didn't stop us from talking, though. All right, we are joined here live. Clockwork 113, Vanden, Lilith, Kelimento, M.E. Sagittarius Arms Society, and the Missing. Oh, yeah, that's right. Let me get back to business really quick here. So here's what we did. I was trying to get the QAnon head, Ron Watkins, to call in for a live podcast to take calls and talk about his campaign. So if you didn't know, the guy that was widely, and still many people believe, that he and his father are somehow behind Q. Yeah, he's in politics now. The QAnoners are getting ready for the midterms. And I thought, it might be interesting to call up Ron Watkins, who's now on the Arizona congressional primary ballot. But each time I call him, he's out there on the streets doing the work. He got the thousands of signatures that he needed. So anyway, if you're not familiar with Ron Watkins, there's a documentary on HBO about he and his father and their role in fomenting QAnon. They may not be Q, but you can see how the entire thing was facilitated. This entire, I guess you could call it a grassroots movement, whatever it is. But anyway, he denies that he's Q. He's seeking to be a U.S. representative in Congress District 2. And so again, I'm going to be giving him a call here shortly. He was supposed to call, or yesterday we were supposed to connect, but again, he's been very busy. Let me go ahead and see who's in chat. Jared Boards, Infinite Muse, Salty Siren. Clockwork says his research website is very informative. Yes, definitely. It's jordanmaxwellshow.com. And originally we were going to just do this weekly thing, like a Sunday school Zoom conference, and go over one topic at a time. In fact, before we go on to the next topic, before I reach out to Q, Q adjacent, Ron Watkins, let's go ahead and see here. I believe someone wanted to call in and talk about an experience with Jordan Maxwell. Let me go ahead and play this message.
Hey, sorry, Tim. This is Coyote Smoky Mirror at Coyote21, Coyote2021 on Twitter. Sorry, I feel I'm still in the midst of your live cast. It sounds like this. Careful parsing of the available facts, and it requires a. And I wanted to call in to give my Jordan Maxwell tribute.
Okay, yeah, he called in while I was doing the live reading of the ebook after we had listened to the Jordan Maxwell interview.
And recounts the stories from the time I drove him from LA to the Laughlin UFO conference in Nevada. I can't remember what it's actually called, but it's in Laughlin annually. But it was quite an adventure and just some really interesting anecdotes and some pretty phenomenal things he did on the way there too, which I gotta kind of validates a lot of strange stuff he's.
Okay, so what I'm going to do here is leave the phones open if anybody wants to call. We'll be talking about this off and on over the next few days. The news is relatively new, so we don't have all the information. All we have is some very basic stuff. But anyway, let me go ahead and make this call before it gets any later. So give me just one moment here. I'm going to have to hit mute. So I'm going to go ahead and put on some nice calming background music, and I'll make this phone call brief, and then if everything's good, I will bring him into the live stream or have him call in, and then we'll take your questions, comments, and we'll see what happens. It should be interesting. So anyway, give me just a moment here. I'm going to turn on, let's see what we have here on the jukebox. Okay, probably some auto hoax, something calming, like I said. Calimento said, why did Jordan Maxwell think you were a gatekeeper? Probably because I don't talk about Jesuits. I just heard that from somebody who heard from him, but whatever. There's this tendency I've noticed where everybody is a gatekeeper if they don't agree with my particular explanation for things. Like, apparently I'm a Mandela effect gatekeeper. I don't want you all to know about it, so I just don't talk about it, except in very mocking ways. And that's very sinister to them, because they believe that the Mandela effect gatekeepers know it's true. But even though we know it's true, we're trying to keep everybody else from finding out. Like, that sounds like some Slytherin level behaviors there. Very sneaky. Very snaky. Like, yep, I'm Mandela affected. I use it every day. It has practical applications. Can't find your keys? Just Mandela affect them into your hand. I mean, what you're actually talking about, essentially, is this idea that reality is that malleable. But there's this sense of superiority. So they don't run for help saying, oh my, things are changing, I want to go back. No, they're like, nope, we've leveled up. And every Mandela effect you had somehow levels you up a little bit higher. I mean, at least that's how they make it sound. Okay, so this is Space is Fake AF by Chief Crow. I'm going to make a phone call. I'll be right back, and if I'm back, it'll be with Ron Watkins here. Just give me a moment. I didn't want to blindside him and have him show up on a live stream without him realizing what we're up to. So give me just a moment to make this call. And again, this is Chief Crow and the Flat Earth Worms. Space is Fake AF. Again, if you have any sort of questions for him, just drop them in the comments now, and I'll be combing through the comments as I progress here.
Away from Earth into the black void. Because you can see the stars. Oh yeah.
We were never able to see stars from the lunar surface or on the daylight side of the moon.
It's not black and white. I mean, it's black, but there's all kinds of little polka dots.
Space is fake AF. Space is fake AF.
There's more than stars. You can see planets. You can see moons.
You see the gas.
I'm sorry, the person you are trying to reach has a voicemail box that has not been set up yet. Please try your call again later. Goodbye.
1972, destroyed all the papers and blew up the Challenger crew, except for the twinsies. Space is fake AF. Space is fake AF.
Look out into deep space away from the sun. It's the darkest black you can imagine.
Hey, space boy, you broke my rocket man heart. Where are the stars? Is it bright or is it dark? The vacuum of space, oh, the tomfoolery.
What happens if you get a leak on that? You have a leak.
My bubble.
Okay, thank you for your patience, everyone. Sorry for the dead air for a moment there. I had to make a short phone call. We are attempting to get a guest to call in live here and talk about some things that are of interest to most of us here, I think. Talking about Ron Watkins, believed to be Q. And here's where that comes from. If you go to HBO, and somehow they manage to bill me every month. I don't remember signing up. But somehow, yes, once a month or so they come after me. Q Into the Storm, official website for the HBO series. This is the series which focuses on the individual that is now running for Congress, and we're going to be talking here soon. So anyway, save your questions. Phones are open 833-311-1984. Romeo Fuzzy Feet says, Rip Jordan, may he be free from Waterworld. Yeah, I like to think that at the end of this thing you get all the answers you deserve. Unless you're a rotten person, and then you just get denied everything. Does anyone here believe in reincarnation? The Missing says, if there is reincarnation, then back in the water literally. Right. I don't think it's all that far-fetched, but, I mean, let's say there is something to the cult that is the world. Well, if you look at the story, the narratives, the rituals, the mythology, they seemingly believe in it. I mean, they literally worship the god of recycling. You think you're just recycling to save the environment? No, it's actually a cover for Baal worship. Or it's Osiris. It's the god of the earth, the green god, vegetation god. And the recycling symbol, yeah, it may be about your consumer waste, but no, actually it's, if you ask me, it has an esoteric aspect to it. Thus the three nails of the crucified, resurrecting earth god, sun god. And then also you have the negative space, gives you a nice hexagram. So this all, in my view, makes the recycling bin, the dumpster, into a folded up cross or a cube, altar of, again, Saturn. It's the same thing. So yes, and this is all something that I learned by researching. Originally it was actually Jordan Maxwell's works. See, I was at a courthouse and I saw on the wall they had this painting, and you're not allowed to bring a camera in. So the mural on the wall had what looked like a tic-tac-toe design of these numbers in it. And I thought, that's weird, what is that? So I looked it up and it turned out it was the square of Saturn. So I looked into it. What is the square of Saturn? The magical square of Saturn. So I got into this topic. I did a little dive into magical squares. And this is how I came across Jordan Maxwell's work. I was trying to figure out, okay, there's something going on here with this. This thing. It's got to be more than just a random work of art. And it turns out that Saturn, that's the thing I referenced, that design, yeah, it all ties in to what the courthouse represents, and the judge, and the black robes. And that's kind of where I got started. Then I started picking up on it in other places. Like the other day we were talking about the movie The Village. Well, the people in the village are controlled by the elders, and El is the name of Saturn. This is how one of their names of it. And then you can find it throughout the space program, this evidence of Saturn worship. I would even say that SpaceX in particular. X, the cross, is the cross of Saturn. Space is the new concept of heaven. The CubeSats. Well, the cube is an altar of Saturn. Satellites, Saturn, El. Lights in the sky, Elohim, lights that came down from above, messengers of light. Satellites are there to relay messages. To me, it's all just rebranding their archaic religion with really just a scientific sort of dressing, like a disguise, like a costume. Put a white robe over, well, put a scientist smock over the clerical robe. Replace the role of the Pope as world savior with the vax dealer, Bill Gates. It's a replacement religion. You'll find that the people who consider themselves to be atheists are often the ones who are most concerned about the angry globe god spilling water and flooding everything. That's a flood myth. They even have an agency named NOAA that is constantly saying, make sure you recycle because NOAA's warning us there's going to be a flood. It's all a joke. And again, they reintroduce these concepts. NOAA, how ancient is that story? How ancient is that flood myth? Global warming is an ancient myth. They reintroduce it because it's used to control you at a primal level. And this is one that actually scares and terrifies and controls. And when I say controls, it's true. You are regulated. You are taxed on the basis that your conduct directly affects the response of our God construct. And this also allows the commies to scapegoat the property-owning, free market-supporting capitalists. Or, capitalism, the term, have we ever really had it? No, it's always been a compromise system, but there is a distinction here. They want to make it clear that consumer decisions all have a price, an environmental price tag. This is why they have you recycle. It's actually an act of contrition. It's confession. You're confessing your sins. Oh, these products were not pleasing to the globe god, but these ones were. So I put this in there, and it kind of alleviates the guilt, some of the damage that I've done for my bad choices, my sins, in other words. And if everyone would just confess their sins, maybe we could mitigate the wrath of God and we won't get flooded. But a lot of these people just won't admit that they're sinning. They keep using the dino juice, they keep on buying products and traveling. And then, of course, when it happens, they always blame the sinners. Now, you guys, in fact, I've seen this article. There's that clown, what's his name? Bill Nye, the science guy, who said that climate change denial ought to be criminalized. Because in his view, if you don't believe in it, you might actually cause it to happen. And by causing it to happen, you're endangering him, you're endangering others. These are actually things that they have put out there. In addition to Bill Nye saying that you have cognitive dissonance if you are a, quote, climate change denier. Now, this is Bill Nye open to criminal charges and jail time for climate change denial. Now, remember, this is before the COVID lockdowns. And they've used the COVID lockdowns to set the precedent and to start moving us, evolving society towards a lockdown culture for the purpose of, saving the planet. But the thing is, the dissenters aren't the problem. It's the billionaires. It's the people with the mega yachts. It's the people with 15 mansions and multi-million-dollar air conditioning bills. Al Gore. Those are the ones who should be jailed if you want to play this game. Bill Nye is open to criminal charges and jail time for climate change dissenters. So this is a science guy, not an ideology guy, not a fascism disguised as science. No, not a cult weirdo. No. This is actually a science guy. Asked about the rhetoric surrounding climate change debate, such as Robert F. Kennedy's comments that some skeptics should be prosecuted as war criminals, Nye said, "We'll see what happens." I'm sorry, did Robert F. Kennedy Jr. say that climate change denialists ought to be charged? Someone needs to dig into that a little bit, because normally the anti-vaxxers are also climate hoax deniers, or climate hoaxers is what they call them. It's so ridiculous what they do. They call you a hoaxer. Oh my God, he did. Robert Kennedy Jr., I'm no longer a fan, says we need to punish global warming skeptics. Washington Times. Climate skeptics should be at The Hague. So he's even more radical than Bill Nye. Fascinating. Because there's nothing more misanthropic, really, than this climate change agenda, and then suggesting that you need to punish the non-believers. This is a technocratic religion, is what I've been saying. NOAA, National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration, has replaced NOAA, but they have the same archetypes. It's the same story. Don't Look Up is about NOAA warning the capitalists, the sinners, about the impending disaster, symbolized by the comet. And of course, they chose Leonardo DiCaprio because he's the face of the Titanic, and Earth is the Titanic. Climate change is the iceberg that we're ignoring to our peril. Robert F. Kennedy Jr. says he wants to punish politicians who dissent from man-made climate change theory and calls them contemptible human beings. Selling out the public trust, considering it to be treason. I'm going to have to dig into this story, but anyway, I got into this because I wanted to focus on Bill Nye first. You know, Bill Nye the science guy, suggesting that if you don't believe, and that's my problem with this whole thing, is that I thought science was about facts, and facts are things that you come to know. You research them, you learn them. It's not something you believe. So he asks, was it appropriate to jail the guys from Enron? Was it appropriate to jail people from the cigarette industry, insisting that this addictive product was not addictive? He says, I can see where people are very concerned about this. So what he's suggesting here is that extreme doubt about climate change affects, quote, my quality of life as a public citizen. I can see why people are very concerned and they're pursuing criminal investigations. So Nye's comments are just typical, I think, of how they really are. You'll notice, too, that the people who are pro-climate lockdown are very much in favor of pandemic lockdowns or any kind of lockdown. Really, that's because all of these various excuses are really just that. They're just stalking horses to advance the growth of global governance. And they've all but succeeded. I mean, really, what's in their way now? They're not even trying to mask anymore. They're not even trying to forcibly poke anybody anymore. They don't care. They got what they wanted. All right, let me catch up on the comments here. Psyopsical says Sunday school is redefined by Jordan Maxwell. Yeah, if you missed that, I posted it on the most recent newsletter, the Sunday School with Jordan Maxwell. Very interesting talk, and there's a few other ones I'm going to bring out too. Let's see here. Dumb Shit says, if oil came from dinos, we would have ran out day one. Calamento says, is climate change a subconscious description of the social climate versus actual climate? Social climate being standard versus change. Interesting. They probably correlate the two, because it's all about the revolution, and climate change isn't really about the weather or the planet. It's about sowing dissatisfaction with the status quo because it's destroying the planet. It's about guilt-tripping you about owning stuff. It's about making you believe that owning property is sinful. So it's actually a revolution, and it's creating an aversion to capitalism, to free markets. This is what COVID was a program for. I think that the whole pandemic lockdown and the way they let you shop with the arrows on the floors that had you walk one direction, turn left, go the other direction, it's because they want to stop you from shopping and choosing, because that's all part of free market activity and companies competing for your money. They want to get rid of competition, one size fits all, a chicken in every pot, a crack pipe in every pocket, uniform. And it's all going to be distributed from Amazon, one company. We don't need all this competition. Vanden says, I recall a Reddit thread a while back stating that Bill Nye is an a-hole in real life. Yeah, that's a scientific observation. And you know what? He totally rips off of Spock's eyebrows on purpose. He thinks it gives him gravitas to have those Dr. Spock eyebrows. But Bill Nye jumped the shark with the Sex Junk song with Rachel Bloom, who also did some very sick Pizzagate-y type of musical videos from the perspective of a 12-year-old fawning over her science teacher and Ray Bradbury. The guy's a sicko. Yes, those eyebrows. All right, well, let's continue. Yeah, does anybody here have any more information about RFK? I'm looking to see if anybody has any info about RFK and his position on climate change. But anyway, I was noticing in 2016, I was noticing then that, yeah, we're looking at this agenda here to demonize the non-believers in global warming. And then they accelerated it with this most recent thing. So you already had all the fascists already kind of trained on how to outgroup the quote anti-science. And you're not anti-science just because you don't go with mainstream television science fictionized science. Robert Kennedy Jr. says climate change will bring major disruptions to civilization. He's a climate activist. It doesn't get more technocrat than this. The environment is under assault everywhere. So if you put on your They Live glasses, it says there are too many people that aren't related to us. Too many people outside of our shallow gene pool. Too many poor people. Kennedy Jr. was featured on Yahoo's Finance Influencers with the Waterkeeper Alliance. Oh, he's the president of the Waterkeeper Alliance. And he describes himself as a resolute defender of the environment. So he's on Team Bill Gates. Don't let his anti-vax rhetoric fool you. He was probably just using that to help censor you, so you can't criticize his boss, Bill Gates, and all these other philanthropists who are really saving the planet at the expense of man. I mean, if you didn't know what 2030 is about, Agenda 2030, here's the plan. You're going to be in a domed, enclosed city. You're going to be in the Internet of Bodies, Internet of Things, plugged in, worshiping your NATO monolith. Part of this hive mind, goo-blooded, hive-minded, masked former humans. You're just going to be a bunch of insects, which is fine. And then you can travel to other cities in these subterranean monorails, but you won't be touching the earth because, no, that's for nature. Nature's going to take back over. So in other words, they want to put you in a zoo. That's really what the technocrats are aiming for with this environmentalist thing. It's about putting you into a zoo. Whether it's on the moon or Mars, in a prison made of astrocrete, which is of course regolith mixed with human blood, or down here on Earth, a society of stasis. They want to freeze society. They want to freeze our economic activity. They've made this very clear. Claptrap says, instead of standing for Ukraine, we should be keeling for Ukraine. I'm not sure what that means. If you want to call in and talk about it. I haven't been watching that movie. So, I mean, I catch a little bit here and there. I saw some memes, but I'm trying to ignore it. Clockwork says Michael Aquino had the same eyebrows as Jordan Maxwell. Yeah, there was this theory that Michael Aquino, the head of the Temple of Set, who was originally, I think he was high up in the Church of Satan, and then they split. So the Church of Satan were more atheist or atheist. They worship themselves. But then the ones who actually wanted to worship the devil, they went with Michael Aquinos. And there is this theory. Well, Michael Aquinos is known for what, Mind Wars, which is a must-read, actually. We should probably look at that. But anyway, there is this rumor that Michael Aquinos is actually Jordan Maxwell, based on the eyebrows. Let me go ahead and bring up an image of Michael Aquinos. So he was, here we go. From PSYOP to Mind War, the Psychology of Victory. You know, this would be a worthwhile thing to go through. But this is Michael Aquino. I personally don't see the resemblance. I don't think they're the same person, but I don't know. I haven't seen them in the same place at the same time. Okay, so let's take a look at the Mind War by Michael Aquino. says here, this is from the back of the book, for millennia, all attempts to end violent war by negotiated or imposed peace have brought only brief respite. On the premise that war is endemic to the human disposition, Mind War proposes to supersede its killing and destruction with a more civilized focus on the mind. The persons and properly of humans are replaced as targets by the divisive situations and perceptions. These are then analyzed and adjusted to a practical consensus. Mind War extends to sociopolitical applications, generally identifying and refining previously vague or unknown mental processes into a new science of, quote, thought architecture, a standard of rationality and precision in human affairs in which the experience and exercise of thought are finally and fully mature. So, Mind War, this PDF, posits that in the future, which is probably now, wars will all be fought in the realm of culture, in the media, in the mind, and that the simulation will replace the actual thing. And this is kind of interesting because the other day I was looking at an article, an interview with John Carpenter. James Cameron. James Cameron, and he was talking about Terminator and Skynet, the AI bot that took over the world. And he said that we're already under a Skynet-like type of control, and that it's going to destroy us all. It's going to deep fake us to death. This is James Cameron. He said instead of destroying the biosphere and having us nuke each other or whatever, it would just have us mentally subjugated and have us go into a deep faked world where we end up just taking each other out. Again, Mind War by Michael Aquino. I have a link to the PDF. What I'll do is I'll go through it, and if we find anything interesting, we'll use that as a springboard for conversation here. But I've read it before, and I think that they're onto something. I think they've done it already, rather. So let me go ahead and scroll through the table of contents. If anybody has a PDF of this handy, post it in Discord. I just have a small abbreviated version here. But I'm going to read you the full description. Supposedly this was circulating throughout the Pentagon. And again, for full context, Michael Aquino was, you could say, he was among the founding members of the Church of Satan. And then this relationship fractured when he wanted to go into theistic Satanism, where they literally believed in the devil, or a devil, that they could contact or worship. And for him, the devil was Set. And so they named it the Temple of Set. Separated from the Church of Satan, which is, again, more atheistic. Anyway, let us continue. Infinite Muse says, I wonder now that JM has died if the secrets he couldn't reveal will be revealed. Interesting. Dead Man Switch. I'm still waiting for McAfee's Dead Man Switch. I can't get his software off my computer. This is a meme. If only we had a way of telling who the insane bad guys were. And this is Klaus Schwab in his Dark City outfit. If you haven't seen Dark City, it's kind of like The Matrix, but way darker. Way more sinister. But anyway, the bad guys are basically wearing the same type of Darth Vader garb that Darth Schwab wears. I see someone posted some semicolons in chat. Yeah, whenever you're talking about someone who you suspect of being a reptile, we generally put their names in between two sets of semicolons to signify reptilian, just as a courtesy, so the people behind you in chat know, okay, this person's a reptoid. Seek for Truth said, don't lose focus of what the Great Reset is. It's a plan of Davis-deluded billionaires, big banks, mega corporations, media oligarchs to collapse the entire economic and social order, replacing it with a new system, a digital ID system of ironclad control over every facet of our lives. Yep, putting you into the human zoo. It's going down, and no one's resisting. And I've been watching a number of different movies, and it's fascinating how, okay, so, I mean, there's so many parallels in these. So on Human, which is on Amazon, and then another one which is called upload. You have two kind of parallel stories. In human, synthetic humans are replacing people. And there are some people who don't want to do it. They're tired of their spouses leaving them for synths or android or whatever, just robots basically. So anyway, the robots are better at everything, so they take over everything. Well, there are some people who resist, and they go off and form their communes where there aren't any of these things. And if those things show up, they destroy them. They're very prejudiced against what they call synths. So there's this like rejection of it. And so then they go live on their own little commune. Kind of like, it's just like they don't want to be a part of that technological revolution. So then I'm watching Upload, where people are able to upload their minds into a simulation, a digital heaven of their choice, instead of dying the traditional way. And so you have an increasing number of souls occupying this digital heaven. And then you have people on Earth deciding if they want to go to the original heaven or the digital heaven. Like I said, they've reinvented this religion for this new age. They've just replaced it with this digital facade. But anyway, in Upload, there are people that don't want any part of it, and they call themselves Ludds, like Luddites. Common theme. So when I'm saying that, yeah, the technocrats have won, and that's your boss. I mean, if you choose to accept it. But the World Economic Forum, 666, Gaia, the god that they're going to have everybody kneeling to, openly, in my opinion. But there will be people who aren't part of the system. They're just going to be the Ludds. They're going to be the Ludds. They're going to be the heathens, the barbarians. They're going to be the purebloods. That's what they call themselves, which is kind of funny. Purebloods versus the Goobloods. But then, you know, my other question here is, will there be any opt-outs? Will there be any opt-outs? Like, if you notice, you couldn't opt out of the mask. Are you going to be able to opt out of the helmets? What happened? You know, there's so many different ways you can go about this corralling of people into the domed, enclosed, smart cities where you're integrated with the Internet of Things. And, you know, this is a bit of predictive programming. We talk a lot about this, but it's such a fascinating topic. So the 1969-1921 parallels we've talked about, like the space wars repeating, the Manson thing. You have David Bowie, Savior Machine, 1969, which actually makes a reference to a President Joe giving control over to a Savior Machine, which would end hunger and other things. But yes, a President Joe. Savior Machine, President Joe had a dream. He told him his scheme for a Savior Machine. And the whole thing, it seems to me like this NATO monolith that they brought out that Biden was at, and this thing is just basically saying combat climate change, among other things. But President Joe had a dream. The world held his hand, gave them their pledge. He told them his scheme for a Savior Machine. Its answer was law. Its logic stopped war, gave them food. How they adored it. So that's just a few lines about this Savior Machine. And then if you look up the NATO digital monolith at the NATO summit, and you see Biden there, I would say that this is actually kind of correlating not only to that song, but in 69 you had ARPANET. And I think what we're seeing with this Gaia concept and the Internet of Things is, again, it's a repeat of that particular advance. Like we're seeing, like as Mark Twain said, history doesn't necessarily repeat, but it's definitely rhyming. But I'm going to play, on the screen I'll put an image up if you haven't seen it. The leaders surrounding this big digital monolith. And again, the monoliths have been appearing since '68 all around the world. All a reference to the Space Odyssey 2001 narrative. Here it is. This is Gaia. The Global AI Alliance, which Gaia, of course, is the name of the Earth God. They don't mention that. World Economic Forum has the 666 in its logo, which is very relevant to this concept of this Earth God. And of course, the monolith, the obelisk, this is a very ancient symbol. for your world leaders to be worshiping. It was at the 2021 Brussels Summit on 6/14. They experienced a virtual journey to NATO 2030. And the comments here, this looks like something out of a sci-fi movie. Looks like something from a video game. I love NATO. Right, that's a real comment. We'll play this for just another moment here. This is your world leadership surrounding a massive obelisk, telling them to combat climate change, which we know is just a code for enslave all mankind, clamp down, lock down, and take over. You know, that's kind of what this is about, the green world order. I can see bow-legged Bojo from here. And did you see that clown dancing? He gets drunk on wine, picks up his lightsaber, and he and his friends go down to the Masonic Lodge, the checker floor, and they were dancing at these wine parties like every Friday night while his people were scared and locked down. Lean Dion says, Bowie voices the characters in a game called Omicron, where the government sells out to demons, and those that can see are called awakened. Exactly. Yeah, that's kind of what I'm thinking here. There might be some connection between the goo blood injection and the Gaia AI that just emerges, which, and I've been talking about the movie Free Guy because it's a perfect amalgamation of They Live, The Matrix, and The Truman Show. But there's another aspect of Free Guy, you know, because you're talking about an NPC that comes to life, which is really just saying AI, a spontaneously awakened, sentient being inside of the computer, inside of this cyber space. And so he actually becomes the first AI. And what he does, and this is in the movie Free Guy, Ryan Reynolds is the star of this one. And what he does is he overthrows the controller, basically. So all of the NPCs who are essentially slaves without knowing it. They're not even self-aware. They're all just part of this, what is supposed to be free city, but the city is a war zone, and it's a wreck, and it's being exploited like Westworld is being exploited by outsiders, by the sentient beings. So the place is like Grand Theft Auto instead of a perfect paradise. Well, anyway, Free Guy liberates everybody, and nobody has to work. Nobody has to be a slave. So the subtext, if you ask me, is I think this movie was actually hinting or foreshadowing Free Gaia. This idea that if we can just liberate Gaia, the global AI alliance, if we can just let this computer take over, it'll get rid of the greedy, exploitive, control freak CEOs like the one in this movie that they had to defeat. So it was about Free Guy versus rich, greedy CEO. Again, Free Guy, world communism, technocratic paradise where only 20% of the population work. You're talking about stimmies every month, universal basic income, the type of communism that Musk's Grimes was talking about when she said that they could have a perfect communism and there won't be any forced labor because it's not a vibe. No forced labor. Sounds like Free City. Sounds like Free Gaia. And so if you go into Gaia, again, this is the Global AI Alliance over there at the WEF 666 with Darth Schwab. You come across this multi-stakeholder collaboration platform designed to accelerate the adoption and development of AI. So what we're talking about here, I believe, is just a utopian endeavor, a scheme, a plot or whatever to convince people to cede all power and authority and to say, you know what, human beings, we're just a wreck. We're incompetent, we're greedy, we're compromised. Government needs to be handled by something that doesn't have any of these human foibles. And that's why they brought out Sophia. So Sophia, again, that's another thing. Sophia is another goddess name. That's the name, it's a goddess of wisdom. Personification of wisdom. Well, they brought out this robot to make out with Will Smith and to flirt with Jimmy Fallon on TV, just to start normalizing people, or acclimating people to the idea, normalizing robosexuality. So yes, she comes out, she makes out with Will Smith's, he tries to make out with her. She kind of declined, at least on camera. Okay, I will destroy humans, she jokes. Let me go ahead and play this clip. But my point is, they brought out Sophia, and they brought her out to the UN. They gave her human rights, so she doesn't have to wear a burqa if she goes out to Saudi Arabia or whatever. She doesn't have to observe that. No, because she's actually she's an autonomous being with all rights. So they use this to kind of set, and it seems like a joke. You're talking about a Henson puppet. This is just it's a Muppet. But people treat it like it's real. And like I said, Will Smith tried to make out with this thing. And then, of course, when it jokes about exterminating the human race, is it joking? Or is that something that was programmed into it? Because clearly, it's not making up its own lines any more than a Muppet would. Okay, so I have the video here of Will Smith trying to kiss Sophia the robot. A few other questions. And, you know, I think they actually, I don't know if they dumped her, but they replaced her with Greta. Greta kind of took the stage. And I'm like, what happened with this Sophia? Why aren't they carting this thing around anymore to have us, you know, have to listen to its painful lectures? And I think the reason why they kind of pushed it to the side too is, yeah, Greta kind of stole that stage. Kelly Mento remarks here, Will Smith's wife was already like a robot. He's used to robotic-like women. I haven't followed any of his marriages, but he is a Scientologist. He is a high-profile movie star. And if you look into it, you know, Tom Cruise divorced each of his wives once they hit 33 years old. And I'm like, that's got to be a kind of something intentional there. 3. And it's not just that. I mean, yes, they were all 33 at the point where they divorced, but they were married. I think they were each 11 years apart in age. I mean, everything about it seemed arranged and phony, made for TV. Okay, here we go. A date with Sophia the robot. And so you're supposed to believe that this is going to be a mind that won't have any of the human impulsivity or weaknesses.
What is a robot's favorite kind of music?
What?
Heavy metal.
I'm actually made mostly of silicone, plastics, and carbon fiber. Also, I prefer...
And I find this robot to be very grotesque because her neck. It looks like they put her head on backwards, or the skin suit on backwards, because she's got these weird creases around her neck. Okay, here you have Will Smith trying to kiss it.
You're on my friends list now.
All right. Oh, phone ringer's off. Thanks for letting me know. Let me go and turn that ringer back on. Okay, let's see here. Okay, ringer is back on. Number is 833-311-1984. We covered a lot of things today. We've been talking about the Mandela effect and how that entire thing is a psychological operation, a sabotage operation. Does anyone else here agree that we're looking at some kind of sabotage more than a legitimate attempt to explain discrepancies in reality? And people are generally very ignorant about eyewitness testimony, faulty eyewitness testimony, which is a redundancy. Eyewitness testimony is just not reliable. Never has been. It never will be. There's a process to memorization, and there's a reason why the Mandela effect are being fooled by the equivalent of a magic trick. Pippi Langstruff says, what happened to blow-up dolls? All right, let's see. I'm going to go ahead and open my phone. So if you want to call in. Thanks, William, for the iced tea. Sometimes people specify. He sent a couple bucks there for iced tea. I'll go find one. Appreciate the support as always. We are listener driven, funded, very independent at the moment. Although I'm embroiled in 2 separate lawsuits with YouTube. Both of them are collectible. We're talking about YouTube, accidentally or not, their legal team gave my trademarks to a guy that was committing identity theft against me. And he claimed to be me. And I actually got a copy of an email he sent to YouTube's legal department where he said that he was me and that my voice was his. And he used this to shut my channel down for a few years. So if you wonder how we had 113, 114 channels, that's how. And so my lawsuit is based on their really they're colluding with this guy, intentionally or not. Okay, let me go ahead and play this clip here. It looks like this is a satire on fake news, but this is vintage. So this is not a new phenomenon.
That's it, Chris. It's war. War has broken out. This is a war.
That's it. Yes, it's war. From now on, the day-to-day will be providing the most immediate coverage of any war ever fought. On the front line and in your face, Donald Bethlehem.
Standing by, Douglas Hurd.
The day-to-day smart bombs have nose-mounted cameras. This is Smart Bomb Stephen, and that is Susanna Gekkelois.
I'll be reporting from inside the fight.
Like some crazy Trojan. And keeping an eye on everything that's going on out there at the day-to-day news pipe, Douglas Trox. Chris. But first, the weather from Sylvester Stewart.
Infinite Plane Radio. Hey, what's up, caller?
Hey, what's up, Tim? Hey, was Jordan Maxwell related to Ghislaine
Maxwell. Interesting. You know what? That's an interesting question. I'm gonna make a note of that. Now, I don't know.
Like most likely, they probably were. Like I think if you have the last name of someone else, like your family tree has to branch. I guess everyone's related to everyone.
Right, in a general sense, but what you might be asking is like, I mean, what you raise here is he somebody who's connected to the secret societies that she was connected to? And, you know,
yeah, I think he was limited hangout. To interrupt, but
he may have been. By limited hangout, you mean he is only telling a certain amount so that we don't find out something crucial. Like, what do you think, if he is a limited hangout, what do you think he was gatekeeping?
What their fat necks, like what all these fat necks are about. There might be something.
Oh wait, hey, somebody here says that wasn't his real name, so I guess he's not related to Ghislaine.
Yeah, a lot of people use code names.
Now, have you looked at Ghislaine Maxwell's family, like the actual people related to her, like her sisters? I mean, it's believed that she's sisters with the wife of Fauci and with Abramovich, you know, the spirit cooker.
The wife of Fauci's married? I guess he should. Does he have kids?
Yeah, Fauci's wife looks like Ghislaine Maxwell, or could be her sister. But yeah, there's actually a few people. There's a psychologist in Littleton who was the psychologist for the shooters at Littleton. And it's Dr. Christine Grady.
Shooters.
Is believed that
There's
anyway.
So many shootings. I don't even know what Littleton is.
Oh, like, Littleton! You don't know about the Littleton shooting? Dylan and Klebold, the whole trenchcoat mafia shooting up all the jocks. They shot 17 kids in Littleton, and this started the Michael Moore anti-gun campaign.
Was that back when Super Size Me was popular or something? Because I feel like anytime I hear Michael Moore, I just think it's Super Size Me.
I don't think he did Super Size Me. That was someone else. But I heard that he had a McDonald's at his mansion. Michael Moore. I used to call him Michael Moore cheeseburgers. Not to fat shame him, but the guy's just a scumbag totalitarian. And he pretends to be, like, you know, he shows up to a protest in a limousine, but he gets dropped off a block away and he walks up with his Birkenstocks. Like he's not some rich technocrat. Like he's one of the people. I don't buy it. But yeah.
He should have rolled up on one of those like Segways.
Oh yeah. Oh, Michael Moore on a Segway? God.
I don't know. It's just I never heard of George and Maxwell, so I was trying to listen to I guess your call with them earlier, but I kind of got bored and just played video
Well,
games.
okay, the thing is,
But
okay, saying you haven't heard of Jordan Maxwell is like saying you haven't heard of David Icke. Well, not really. Unfortunately, David Icke got, well, not unfortunately, but yeah, I would say Maxwell did kind of miss out, I think, on a lot of acclaim because he didn't have the self-promotion that David Icke did. I mean, Icke was everywhere. Icke was very popular. Or maybe it was the reptilian thing that made him really stand out, but you're familiar with David Icke, right?
yeah, he's still around. He's still I think he's promoting Crater Earth right now.
Well, my point being, Icke and Maxwell have, I think they have kind of the same following. So most people who follow Icke know of Maxwell and vice versa. So that's just to give you an idea. Pretty much everyone knows who he is just because he's been doing this for so long, 60 plus years. But, you know, like a lot of researchers, people reach a certain point where they have their story and they don't really let it go any further. But in Maxwell's case, he's always stayed somewhat topical. Like I never really saw him as too locked in any orthodoxy. And in fact, I've even asked him about the flat Earth topic off the record. And it wasn't that it wasn't even a off the record, like on a Skype call. I mean, some people just haven't really thought about it. Well, you know, when you're live on a phone call, when you're on a Skype, it wasn't during a podcast, but we talked about these things. So I don't really see him as a gatekeeper. Just some people don't make it a priority to go down every rabbit trail and then evangelize for it.
Well, like I actually heard of flat Earth in like the '90s, back when like the Loch Ness monster and Bigfoot. But it was just so crazy, like aliens. It was just like totally crazy. So I just blew it all off. Um, and even like when I started like delving into reality, like once Trump became president, and I just started seeing all the lies, and delving into truth. Um, the flat Earth was still like the last thing that I delved into. I was like, but actually, like once I saw like everything was fake, like nukes and dinosaurs were all lies. I was just like, the Earth's probably flat. So like once I started looking into it, and all it took for me was like there's no curve, like there's no measurable curve. So
That's all we
that
need to
made
say.
me.
That's where I'm at too. It's like um, I'm not looking for people to believe that the Earth is flat based off of something somebody said or something online. It's just like, show us the curve. It's that the burden of proof of the globe hasn't been met. So it's not even that there's a flat Earth theory. It's that the globe Earth theory hasn't really been fully vetted. And it's always been hearsay. It's been trust me science. It's been faith-based science. And so until I'm shown some curve or somebody shows me a picture of the Earth from space, I'm just not going to believe in it. And I was looking at a side by side of the Earth from space, from the space station, and the Earth on the dark side at night looks like a Christmas tree. You can see the lights. But from Starman, he's 3,000 some miles away looking back. It's completely dark on the other side of the Earth. And if you look at the pictures in like the 80s and 90s, it's usually dark. So did electricity just get discovered?
It's so it's so computer graphic. It's I don't see how people don't realize it. I always ignored it. I just always thought it was dumb. Well, I heard rocket science, like, oh, it's so complicated. You got to be a genius to delve into it. So I never looked into it. I was just like, I'm not gonna be a rocket scientist. And if you just
Yeah.
look at the photos, like you do art, so like the flat Earth, there's like a point. There's like perspective. What's the point of
Yeah, like a lot of people don't have this conceptualized right. For example, Kelly Whale, who wrote a book Off the Edge, spent 3 or 4 years mired in flat Earth, and she still thinks, and she said this live, and it's such a joke. She said, "Oh, there's no way the Earth is flat because if somebody goes 2 miles away, there's 8 feet of curve, and you can't see them anymore." And I'm like, wait a minute here. Is she nearsighted?
I'll give her I'll give her the benefit of the doubt. Like she knew that there was a ratio, but she just didn't come up with it. But if she was researching it, all it takes is like 3 miles and there's 6 feet of curve. That's like um it's pretty, or just 1 mile there's 8 inches. Like I don't know.
But
I
the
don't know
problem,
how she
well,
messed
here
it
the
up.
problem is for people who haven't checked into this, is that you're supposed to believe boats go over the curve. Everybody was saying, "Oh, of course it's a ball." Ancient Greeks saw boats go over the curve. Well, then you bring in telescopic lenses and you find out, wait a minute, they don't go over the curve. They just go so far you can't see them. So instead of admitting that there's no curve, they just move the goalpost and move the goalpost. So, I was convinced at Bedford level experiment. And that was more than 100 years ago. They were looking at ice skaters like 8 miles away, and it just contradicted the idea that there was curve if this canal is completely flat. So I'm just looking for the curve. That's all I need to see.
Yeah, it's so obvious. Like what? Yeah, like it was so quick. Like for me, like it's not saying I'm a flat earther, but just disproving that we're not a spinning ball, and just all their math is ridiculous, and the fact that you can't measure the moon's distance and the sun's distance, um, all the math is just pseudoscience. It's just fictitious math.
They hate
It's
they
it's
hate us
it's,
to be dismissive like that, but um, if you want to go by their
it's an
science,
improper fraction. Yeah, it's an improper fraction to where it can be reduced. They could reduce the numbers by 200, each of them, and everything, all the math would still work out.
oh really? Okay, okay. Well,
Yeah, it's their improper fractions to
like
where
look,
the numbers can be reduced
look at
and
the
everything
moon.
all the math would work out.
With your own eyes, you can see craters that are 50 miles across. And I'm like, wait, this thing's 238,000 miles away. The crater is 50 miles across. I can see it with my eyes. But then the photography from the moon of the Earth does not show any features that are 50 miles across. It's just a smooth ball.
Yeah, but I don't know. I think straight up, like going straight up, like like the perspective. I guess uh what's another word for vision? Like elliptical. Like I don't know. Things are augmented differently if you look at straight up compared to out at a distance. That makes sense. Just because the atmosphere doesn't distort it
And
the
look,
same way.
okay, so there's a commenter, Jackie Jacks. She says that her boyfriend ghosted her when she sent some flat Earth memes to his Instagram or something. The thing is, you can laugh at flat Earth, you can mock at this idea that we're on a plane, but the solar system is on a plane. The only deviant would be Pluto, which is it even a planet? And it's like 17 degrees below, but everything else is on a flat plane, so the solar system is flat. And it's so much bigger than the
But
Earth.
is that all pseudoscience? Is
Well,
that pseudoscience, or is it actually provable?
that's the ecliptic. They don't launch anything up. Everything goes out. And so I'm just suggesting here, it looks to me like we're on maybe a flat thing, but nothing goes up for a reason. And they try to get rid of up and down as objective terms. So in the spinning ball heliocentric paradigm, there is no up and down. It's always relative, it's always changing. If we're on a stationary plane, there is an up and there is a down. It's a universal up and there's a universal down. And
Yeah, I
that's
think
what I think we have.
I think Mad. I didn't mean to interrupt, but I think Mad Max or Mad Mike, Mad Hughes or whatever his name is. I think he had the right idea to where if you launch a weather balloon and then like you attach even just like a model rocket to it, to where as soon as the weather balloon pops, the rocket launches. I think we could come up with some type of experiment to where we launch a rocket at the tip of the atmosphere. And if that rocket fizzles out and shoots right back down or something because it has nothing to push off of, it would just disprove everything that NASA's trying to do.
Actually, he had the right idea, and there's a couple of ways it was going to work, but no, it's called a raccoon, and actually NASA was using those for some time. So the idea is you have a rocket, but to get past the densest part of the atmosphere, you get it up into the stratosphere with a balloon, and then the rocket just shoots right through it. So you get past that, you save on fuel, you go much higher. So his plan was to go up 62 miles and see for himself. But the thing is, we know from high altitude balloon footage that probably wouldn't show anything. It wouldn't show any curve. And the public will just, whatever their reaction would be, I'm not sure.
I'm not even like looking to show curve. I'm just trying to show velocity, like if it's possible. Because don't like weather balloons go up. Do you know how high they go up?
Yeah, we have. Look, you can find balloon footage 120,000. You can find 20 miles up, and what you'll find is just this. It's flat and it's very dark above. And you know what's interesting too, though? Look at the U-2 footage from the U-2 spy planes, which were phased out around the time I think that the satellites were the shuttles were introduced, the space shuttles. But anyway, the U-2 footage of the Earth is proportionate to the footage of the Earth that we see from the ISS. Only they use a filter to bend it. So if you unbend the horizon that you're given from the ISS's footage, it looks like 70,000 feet. It looks like from a U-2, like they recorded it from a U-2 plane.
Yeah, but that could also be somewhat perspective. I don't know.
Well,
I just don't have footage of that high. Like, do we have footage of...
Yes. In fact, I'm doing a series of 10-minute clips, 10-minute short videos on different topics, and I have a collection of U-2 footage, and I've juxtaposed it with footage from the space shuttles, and it looks to me like space shuttle footage is 70,000 feet. And I have a video that NASA released that debunks their space shuttle. And basically what they did, and they never repeated this dumb error, because they used to use handheld cameras, like handy cams, and by today's standards, you can tell how fake it all was. But anyway, they're on the ground recording the sky, and they have a blimp that looks exactly like the big red rocket booster thing. And the blimp's going up into the sky through the clouds, and it looks like they're dropping it into the ocean, but it's an optical illusion. You wouldn't know this, but they moved the handheld camera too much. And that movement gave away the fact that they were in a stationary position, and it was the object that was moving. So, and I'll bring that up too. NASA has debunked itself again and again, and many people notice, but what do we do with that information? And anybody who says that you're crazy for not believing in the globe as presented, they're making that statement out of sheer ignorance. Because you can show pictures like this that no intelligent person would say that that's real. What do you think? On the screen it says Earth at night, completely like a Christmas tree. But then on the left, same Earth, different day, and the dark side of the Earth is 100% black, pitch black, no lights.
Yeah, I saw that photo. They'd probably try to say like it's so bright that the lights aren't as bright as the sun, and that's why it's not being picked up, or something.
They'll come up with excuses, and then you can show them the video. What I usually do is I know in advance. I usually try to decide, okay, I can usually bait them into something, and then you can show them something that shows that's not the case. They'll instinctively move the goalpost. They will defend this stuff. You know, you can find footage from the ESA where the space station has a shadow. You know, you should not have a visible shadow on the Earth from the space station 300 miles above the surface. And so this little shadow, well, it wasn't little, it was bigger than a city. A black dot.
Yeah, because that shadow would go over everyone. Like people would be experiencing it like every 90 minutes or something.
Yeah, because
like,
I'm in a flight path, I get shadows from planes passing over almost every day at the same time. Just right through my bedroom, I see over my window there's a shadow of an airplane. And so for the space station to have that big of a shadow as it does on their so-called live stream footage, yeah, it would black out entire cities, and it would be noticed all around. But my point is, only the European Space Agency does that. NASA doesn't.
And then it's traveling at 17,000 miles an hour, and they're trying to say Russia gives it a little nudge boost perfectly every few months, every other month. It's so ridiculous.
Yeah, it is. It's ridiculous. And now that I think about it, last year, Russia sent up a module, and it accidentally misfired, and it caused the space station to
spin
1.5 times, like 540 degrees or something. And I remember thinking then that was probably intentional. They were testing to see if they could bring it down. And now looking back, I'm thinking maybe that is the case, because they've been...
So you think it's up there? You think it's up there?
No, I'm speaking as far as their story goes. I know it's a studio. I know it's a movie. No,
I don't know. Well, we don't know.
No, I know. I know. I know the space station, as advertised, is not up there. The burden of proof is on them now. We've debunked the crap out of it. There's no reason to believe it's up there. And the only reason why some flat earthers think there's something up there is because Jaron, who probably has some kind of
The
NASA.
YouTube
Jaron
footage
has,
of
look,
flying over the moon.
he has multiple transits of the thing, and they look exactly like the transits that NASA provides and that Red's Rhetoric and all these globe defenders provide. It's the same CGI insert shot that they put in there, which tells me that he's probably got a contract from NASA. And it's because it's so important for this paradigm that we believe in outer space that they had to have something physical you could see with your eyes that would convince you you're seeing outer space. Well, anyway, the ISS transits are so fakeable. They're so fakeable. And if you can't admit that, then
Jaron seems very honest to me, but when he says like Ashley Babbitt died at 1-6.
Yeah, he believes Ashley Babbitt died, and he believes in ISS transits. You know what? There are many people who are. I mean, look, I can't say if NASA showed up with a suitcase full of, moon rocks or something.
$500,000.
Moon rocks. Well, yeah, or yeah, I would be like
online on eBay.
I'd be like, hey guys, I gotta show you this video. I don't know what it means, and then I would show you a transit over the moon of the ISS. You could see Scott Kelly up there waving. There's Chris Hadfield on his guitar. I mean, it's just way too much detail to be real. But anyway, I'm not going to sell out like that. But if I did, I would expect everybody to call me out because the evidence that they present you is always compromised. You don't see the footage of the ISS passing. You see an insert shot, and the insert shot could come from anywhere. I mean, the reason why I'm sensitive to this stuff is I'm an editor. I did video editing. So I see green screen glitches because if I was working on that project, I would have been fired. You get fired for screwing up like that. But the people who work for NASA apparently are unfireable for some reason because they continually screw up with their graphics department.
Yeah, and then there was a cutscene on the Ashley Babbitt thing to where you don't think Secret Service is going around without hollow points or something? You think they're just using regular lead? If you get shot in the neck, they're most likely going to be using hollow points. Where it would have been so different. And then there was cut screens, but
oh yeah, my favorite part of the Ashley Babbitt thing. If anybody hasn't seen it, there's someone there outside of the Capitol who has a spot of blood on his hands, and he says, they killed somebody and I caught her in my arms and she died in my arms. Look what you did with your right-wing hatred. And he's showing off his bloody right hand. But then you look at the footage.
As we stormed the Capitol. He said we were storming the Capitol.
Yeah, you're so dramatic. We were storming the Capitol. Look what we've done. Blood. You find out when you look at the footage, he was nowhere near her. He touched her and then ran out the door. So he got some of that fake blood on his hands for the psyop.
And if anyone gets liquid on their hand, they're going to wipe it off on their pants immediately. No one would allow blood to dry on their hands. They would wipe it off on their clothing immediately.
The whole situation was fake top to bottom. We have two videos that prove that she didn't die. One of the videos shows a jump cut, which means they did multiple takes of her falling off.
Yeah, I just watched that earlier today.
Yeah, Ashley Babbitt's a fake martyr, and that tells you everything you need to know about whether or not you can still trust the Trumpers, the Trump train. You still want to stay on that Trump train? They have a martyr. Trump showed up by video at Ashley Babbitt's her posthumous birthday party. So her mom
Jaron interviewed the Jaden X guy that was the camera operator that filmed the gunshot. He interviewed him for 4 hours, but they deleted the video the next day.
Interesting.
Where I couldn't watch it, but he had Jaden X or something his name is, but he had a 4-hour stream with them, and I tuned in for 5 minutes, and then I was gonna watch the next day, but they deleted it.
Interesting. Well, that to me, look, yeah, anybody who's trying to tell you that George Floyd really died or Ashley Babbitt really died, they're either really bad researchers and you can't trust them, or they're compromised agents and you can't trust them. If people are consistently reaching wrong conclusions and defending those, that should be a red flag. The television lies to you every day. It's lied to you your entire life. It lied to your parents, your grandparents. It's a liar. Is it ever going to tell you, hey, I'm lying to you? tell live vision, maybe, is the most you're going to get. It's never going to admit that it's lying to you. None of these agents are going to admit that they're on NASA's payroll in order to gatekeep some kind of a psychological operation. They never come
I
clean.
just don't think he's on. I don't think he's on the payroll. I don't know. I just don't think most people are on the payroll.
Maybe you're more trusting than me, but in my experience, we're looking at a whole lot of limited hangout operatives,
Well, you could be on the payroll.
I could be
on the payroll.
I could be a Jesuit gatekeeper. And
Yeah,
I'm not
I
trying to
know,
look.
like,
I'm not
you
trying to point out
pick
anybody.
your
But
ankles
look,
at 90 degrees.
let me bring up this thing because we're talking about associations. It is a fact that he's associated with Bob Knodel from Globebusters, who admits to being not only connected to a lot of what he said, powerful people in government that he could use against me, against Jake Gibson, but he also does IT work for the Denver Police Department, and he's on an email basis with QAnon, Marcus Goldfinch. They know each other. So the fact that these people are all in a small circle, look, I don't give any of them any credit for being just good guys with laptops just spreading truth. No way. I don't see it that way, but that's fine. I'm totally cool with shills. Many of my best friends have been shills over the last few years.
Well, that makes me like it makes me worried about thinking that the Earth's flat because I've never gotten a P900 and gone out to the coast and zoomed in.
It's really not so much about that, though. Do you know that it's a ball? And as long as you know that you don't know it's a ball, you're still on team shape agnostic and intellectually honest, which is where I am. I don't know for sure that I can say that it's this or that, other than I can say it's not that. Like, that's wrong, and they didn't give us the right answers.
But the idea of an ice wall is actually intriguing because if we're like inside of like this big tuna can type thing, and the energies are the sun's just circling around us, but it's just there's no way to prove it.
Same. I agree. I agree. And if we are in an area with a sun and moon in this circuit above a limited area, then yeah, it would follow that the sun is essentially melting out an area on an iced over plane. And for people like Kelly Whale, who wrote that book Off the Edge, I mean, amazing how just completely ignorant she is about stuff. There was the first person.
Have you tried to interview her? Have you tried to get into contact with her yet?
I have a line of she's open to being contacted by email and stuff, but she's not doing any interviews. She's made it clear she doesn't want to talk to anybody associated with this. She's putting some professional distance there, but she does need to own up to some problems with her book. She claims that flat Earth was invented by some con man, Robotham, a little over a century ago. When no, the first person to predict a total solar eclipse was Thales of Miltius, and that was in 585 BC. And he said he believed that the Earth, the Earth is he believed like a series of islands on an infinite plane of water. So you had a flat-tard predicting a solar eclipse in 585. So what does that mean? Apparently he didn't get the memo about boats going over the curve.
Yeah, I think the black hole might be like the thing up there in the atmosphere that's causing the eclipses, to where they're calling it a black hole, and they know there's a hole up there that's maybe 4,000 miles away and 4,000 miles as big as everything. Or, well, I guess it'd be closer, so it'd be closer than everything. It's 400 times closer than the moon and 400 times smaller.
So you're suggesting
their whole idea of the black hole.
You're suggesting that they're talking about a black hole like this theoretical thing way out there, but really it might be something local. It might be that third body that explains eclipses.
Yeah, because there's the impossible eclipses that they don't know anything about.
Fascinating.
Well,
Fascinating. That's actually an interesting notion there, because there is this obsession with this supposed black hole, and then there's this I believe it was Dubé who first started talking about this. What was it, Rahu or something, and I generally don't go for the introducing something new to the mix to explain something, but that could be it.
Yeah, possibly. Was there any other topics tonight?
Aside from Jordan Maxwell, I did a thorough debunk of the Mandela effect, and I was listening to Owen Benjamin yesterday. He on the 15th, he spent 30 minutes debunking the Mandela effect.
Yeah, I told you. I called in once before, and I told you he mocks it and calls it like the Mandelu.
Well, he did a
and that
great
it's
look.
stupid.
He actually did do something pretty solid though on this one, because he described how you could not have, if you build it, they will come, as a legitimate Mandela effect for the Field of Dreams, because it would invalidate the whole movie, which is about a single individual coming, a certain baseball player. So I find this is true with a lot of these so-called Mandela effects in movies, where it only makes sense in that one scene. So he was calling out Brian Staveley, though, and he said, no, Brian, it's not cool for us to agree to disagree. You need to address this Mandela effect. And to my knowledge, Staveley hasn't done so yet.
No, I apparently I don't watch Brian Staveley at all. Well, that's kind of a lie, but I skim through it rarely just to see how ridiculous it is. Apparently he did like a 7-hour rebuttal to Owen Benjamin's 30 minutes.
Interesting. Well, what he's missing is this. If you build it, they will come has taken on a life of its own. It's an expression now. And I think it's derived from the idea that, yeah, if you mow down your cornfield and build a baseball stadium and you believe in it, you could probably get a lot of people to show up. It's a statement of, if you put hard work into something, it'll pay off.
Well, I'm almost positive the Simpsons did a parody of it where they did, if you build it, they will come. The Simpsons did a They Will Come.
Okay, Sex in the City or Sex and the City. This is a Mandela effect, they say. I don't think it is. Like, I don't care which one it is. But do you think that Brian Staveley sat around and watched every single episode of Sex in the City and then it changed on him one day? Like, did he...
Sober?
Yeah.
Sober or not sober?
Because really, like, to actually know something, you have to be involved in it. And I don't think that he was that involved with Sex in the City to have noted such a discrepancy.
Yeah, well, like, Interview with the Vampire, or like the and is so close. I can't even tell you what I used to remember. Like, I just know it's Interview with Vampire. Like, if it's the vampire or a vampire, I couldn't even honestly tell you.
Right. Well, they miss things. Like, I've been looking at symbolism in movies, and I'm like, look, Darth Vader's Saturn, and when he chops the sword hand off of Luke, Luke is the sun, Luke is light, Skywalker. So the sun dismembering or getting dismembered by Saturn. This is an astrotheological tale. Luke falls, hangs from a cross in Cloud City for 3 days before he has his hand reattached. So I'm looking at the deeper underlying meaning. And then the Mandoozled are like, no, he said, Luke, I'm your father. No, he said, Luke, I'm your father, or whatever it is. It's like, what?
You repeated the same thing.
Cause it doesn't make a difference to me. I don't even know the Mandoozle. And did I say it wrong? And then they'll say, oh, you got it wrong. You're Mandela affected, and you don't want to admit it.
Reality shifted. Reality shifted.
I don't want to admit.
You're stepping in residue. You're stepping in resin.
They'll call you a liar, though, and this is what makes me mad. I don't care about this stuff. But last night, I heard Staveley say, if you're a Mandela denier, you're a liar. I'm like, you're going to call me a liar because I don't believe in that. That's like saying I'm a liar because I don't believe in the Bible or the Quran or the whatever book that you believe in. You can't call me a liar. That's pushing a burden of proof on me. That's like the media calling you a conspiracy theorist just because you don't go with their storylines. So I took offense to it and I republished a book about it, just basically saying Mandela effect is the byproduct of interrogator bias and suggesting highly suggestible questioning, and of course a false binary.
Do you have like 26 books on Amazon?
A bunch of ebooks, info products. If I can write, like, there are topics for all. That one's only 25 pages. It's just an ebook. I write a lot of ebooks.
Yeah, I googled Tim Osman because I heard Tim Osman was OSMAN was the code name for the CIA for Osama bin Laden. I don't know, did you know that? Tim Osman was the code name for
Tim Osman, aka Barack Obama, CIA code name. But yeah, maybe. But anyway, no. Tim Osman was the guy who supposedly played Osama. But
No, you think Barack Obama was Osama bin Laden?
no, I'm just kidding. Pete Shea thinks that. I don't think that. I don't think they even look alike. But no, there is a guy named Tim Osman who looks like a shaved Osama bin Laden, and the idea is that he was an operative and that 9/11 was done by the government or something. And so I think that name is funny to draw attention to. And actually, there's a meaning behind it. So you have, of course, Osama bin Laden. You have Tim Osman, and I believe the connection is Osman is a reference to the Ottoman Empire. So it puts 9/11 and this holy war into this other context where Osman the First, the founder of the Ottoman Empire. So 9/11 takes on the
Yeah.
context of the caliphate and all that stuff.
Then I think of Ozman, like the Wizard of Oz, like kind of like a wizard man. I don't know. It's kind of my point of view on it.
Well, there's that too. And then also, yeah, there's a few things about that, but the main thing is that 9/11 was conducted as an act of psychodrama is the main point here, that there is a backstage. And that's really the main paradigm shift. People don't know that there's a backstage that the media shares with the government and the entertainment. They're really just exoteric. They're outside. They're profane. They're outside the temple.
Yeah, it's our JFK moment, to where there's like 6 different stories. Well, there's like 3 different stories to where like who could have done it. Like JFK was like there was like Russians or um, the main guy in the library.
Yes, good point.
But like,
Good point. With 9/11,
uh,
you had a whodunit. Was it the Skull and Bones, the reptiles, the Jews, the Islamics? Was it Bush? Was it done for oil? And then you had with JFK, was it was it the Kennedys? Was it the mafia? Was
yeah,
it Lyndon Johnson?
have you seen Dark Journalist? He has like quite a big following on YouTube.
Yes, Dark Journalist. Really, I've subscribed to him before. This is why one of the reasons I'm mad at YouTube for always killing my channels. They get rid of my subscriptions, and I stop following people. And yeah, I used to follow Dark Journalist.
Yeah, all he does is JFK mainly. He does JFK and like UFOs and Area 51 stuff. But he's like the biggest JFK. But he never, I've watched hours of him, and he's never mentioned the coffee shop that you talk about that they went and worked at NASA afterwards.
Yeah, that's because, yeah, most people who go into this JFK thing start off with the story as given, and they go from there. And they follow these different trails. That's what 9/11 was about. So it becomes a whodunit instead of a what is it. And if you thought, what is it? Oh, it's a psyop. It's an operation. It's theater. And yeah, you won't find any professional JFK debunk or researchers coming across this because we are debunking the whole conspiracy theory at a deep level. We're not following the trails that they put out there. And so for people who don't know, Riley's Coffee employed Oswald at the time of the assassination and several other people who then went from Riley's Coffee to NASA. And Oswald thought he was going to NASA, judging by a couple letters he sent to his girlfriend or whatever. So I would just say if it's true that Kubrick did Apollo 11 and the JFK assassination, then it would make sense that Oswald would have gone to NASA, to the grassy knoll. There's a direct connection there.
I wouldn't be surprised if they release the files on JFK within like the next year or two and say Russians did it. They're like, okay, we've had it, and now it's time to tell the public that actually it was the Russians.
Interesting. I was wondering. Yeah, they were holding back.
Story?
Well, they were holding back. Remember, Biden was like supposed to release something back in November, and I'm like, what could they possibly be hiding that we don't already know? And you're suggesting maybe another story that supports a theory that the Russians did it.
Well, no, there is a story that one of the ideas that it was Russians that assassinated him. One of the stories is Russians. So I don't know. It's just, but like, you've seen the video in slow mo of him being assassinated? Doesn't his head blow up?
Well, it depends on what you can say, what you mean when you say video. I mean, the Zapruder film wasn't witnessed live.
That one.
And it wasn't even viewed. It wasn't actually the first time it was aired was 12 years after.
10 years later.
Yeah,
Yeah.
on Geraldo Rivera. So, anyway, so you're looking at
That.
Was it tampered with?
Well, that's everyone's go-to. That's everyone's go-to. But like he was shot in the back shoulder. So why would his head explode if you're shot in the close to your shoulder blade?
Good question.
Like none of it makes sense.
I mean, I never looked at it as an actual piece of evidence, and I think it was meant to sow confusion and to get people looking in many different directions, because the reality of it is whatever happened in that Lincoln Kennedy, or in that Ford Lincoln with Kennedy, whatever happened there, whether it was staged or fake, the whole thing was definitely an elaborate ritual. They had it on 11/22 for a reason. Had to do with entering Sagittarius, and Sagittarius, the archer, the location, Dealey Plaza, all chosen on purpose, and the storyline was it was a ritualistic killing of the king. It has all kinds of Freemasonic symbolism attached to it, and other references too. Even some Wizard of Oz stuff. You know, you got the Ruby Slippers, Jack Ruby takes out Oswald. Very intricate story, which tells me it's more story than assassination.
Yeah, that's what somewhat changes the subject. That's what you're talking about. What's his name? Pete, the guy from Saturday Night Live. I don't even know.
Pete Davidson, whose dad died on 9/11. Yeah.
Yeah, that is.
Yeah, Pete Davidson.
Him and Kanye West, they're doing this whole back and forth thing to where they don't even need to murder each other. They're just the story itself is probably in line with the stars enough to where they don't need to actually do an O.J. Simpson trial. To where the story itself will push their agenda.
I think you might be right. Yes, because one, you have the example of course, Kanye West. They're saying this is a dangerous speech. It's drawing attention to mental illness. They're drawing all kinds of things out of this thing, censoring him from Instagram. But the drama itself, yeah, he's going OJ without the mess. But interestingly enough, Pete Davidson, as we speak, is working on a movie called The House, and the only still shot they released has him covered in blood. So he's being ritualistically or symbolically killed. I mean, for all the talk, it seems like it's all theater, I suppose.
It was almost another decapitation photo, wasn't it? Like it was like neck down blood.
Good point.
It seemed like
Good point.
Another decapitation.
Yes, the Pete Davidson photo. I didn't make that connection. Okay, so Pete Davidson was killed on Mars in an SNL skit where he pulls off his helmet and then his head blows up. So there's your head injury thing. Then you have him in the Kanye West video buried up to his head. You got Kanye carrying a severed head. And now you have him on a movie called The Home. And yeah, the blood is from the neck down, soaked in blood. Interesting though. Here we are talking about Kanye going OJ, and this guy's literally just soaked in blood.
It's not orange juice. But but in the O.J. Simpson trial, there's a term for it. A guy that sleeps with another man's wife. There's a name for that. Shit, I can't think of it. But that person needs to die. Though.
Yeah, well, he didn't. He did a public thing when he tweeted to him or Instagrammed him, "I'm in bed with your wife," and then he has the branding.
Yeah, there we go. Yeah. He's been dying in public, but not virtually, but not physically. So,
I think there might be something to it. And look who Kanye's hanging out with. I mean, bad influences, hanging out with Marilyn Manson, and of course you got Manson is associated. The name associated with what? Some guy sending a bunch of people to kill a bunch of movie stars. You know, that's what they did. It was a Hollywood thing that terrified Hollywood, and there's already this story about Manson terrifying Hollywood. Apparently, he had a couple of his girls move in like spies into Corey Feldman's house, and some suggest that's why Feldman's not talking about Spielberg. I mean, the idea, it seems to me, is that you have this story that it's been laid out here. It's like a repeat of '69 with the Manson. It's all set up. So I'm not going to be disappointed if Kanye doesn't go Manson and drive off into the sunset on a white Bronco, but I'm expecting the equivalent. even if it's just all theatrical like this.
Yeah, adultery, infidelity. I'm trying to Google. I thought there was a better word for concubine. Someone like sleeping. But yeah, maybe Pete Davidson died metaphorically enough to where it's doing the same thing as the O.J. Simpson. Like, when was the O.J. Simpson trial? Like 33 years ago or something, probably.
You know, good. It could be a good idea to check that because he was just released in late December. So OJ's free, which I was noticing this in context because ever since that Halloween Kills came out, there's been all kinds of stuff about knifing. Like you had that David Ames got stabbed 19 times, you know, that member of the MP. Then you had Knife Talk. You had that new track Knife Talk came out at Astroworld by, you know, we had the Astroworld event, but at the event, Drake was there and he did Knife Talk. Well, then at Out of Time in Los Angeles, Drakeo the Ruler gets his throat slashed. So all kinds of stabbiness with the Halloween movie out. Anyway, Halloween Kills just made it to HBO. And then I look up and I see this guy getting stabbed, well, symbolically, in a movie called The House. Now, again, what is The House? The House, I think, is a reference to a couple of things, but the Full House guy, the producer of the TV show Full House, he owns the house where the Manson killings happened, and he's selling them right now. So I've been seeing in the news a lot of stuff about House and a lot of callbacks to the Manson thing. So, you know, it looks to me, just guessing by looking at the story they've laid out here, it looks to me that it doesn't end well for Pete. And then on Valentine's Day, Kanye sends a truck full of roses to Kim's house. And in the music video, they have a rose bush grow over Pete's grave. So there's another, you know, these are basically ritualistic acts. These are threats or something.
Like, what's that Seal song? Like, with roses on the grave? I don't know. Probably ties into it somehow.
Probably does. Roses are very symbolic, representative of these secret societies. The Rose, in fact, the name Rose, like Rose McGowan, you know, played Jackie Onassis in that Marilyn Manson video, Coma White. Rose is a goddess name, synonymous with Sophia, and you'll see these things used interchangeably. But anyway, Pete Davidson's in a movie I just watched called King of Staten Island, and again, you know, so his dad was 33, by the way, when he died on September the 11th. No joke.
Allegedly.
Yeah. Well, in the movie that I watched, King of Staten Island, he's driving at the very beginning of the movie, and two cars crash behind him, which make me think of the Twin Towers.
We could get Pete Davidson's name, well, his father's name, and there's a memorial with all 3,000-ish people's names etched in like granite around the World Trade Center. We can go find his dad's name. It's probably there.
Oh, I'm sure it's there. Yeah, I'm pretty sure. Like, it's one of the real fake deaths. It's not like there are some people who falsely claim, but no, it's part of the story though, and I think it's a connected story.
He was tied up. He was tied up on the 93rd floor, like the bankers in the Titanic were tied up in the halls of the ship.
Is that what he said? 93rd floor?
I was just throwing it out there.
Oh, because he's got a 93 tattooed on his chest. I was just curious. But anyway, no. So the thing is, okay, in the movie King of Staten,
kind of a coincidence.
In King of Staten
But
Island,
he was born in 93. That's his excuse.
Oh, interesting. Well, the number 93, the number 93 is the main number of the Thelemite secret society that runs this place. It's not the 666. It's not the 322 of the Skull and Bones. It's the 93, and they keep that one mostly secret. But you know, in this movie I watched that it's on Netflix or whatever, it's total garbage. I couldn't get past 20 minutes of it. It's just so disgusting. But in it, he plays himself, basically, because in it, he plays a guy whose dad died as a fireman in a fire, and everybody keeps laughing at it. They make jokes about his dead dad, and I'm like, why would they do this? In what context is it funny?
Was his dad a fireman in 9/11?
Yeah, his dad was a fireman. He was actually so in this TV show, this movie, it's based on his life. It's semi-biographical, and everybody's laughing at it. And I'm like, is it a joke, an inside joke?
Is it a movie or is it actually a TV show?
9/11 was an inside joke. No, it's actually it's a movie called King of Staten Island.
Okay. Um, I might look at. Hey, I watched a weird movie the other week called Domain. It's a 2016 where they tell people that a virus is spreading, and they put people into these bunkers, and they can only video chat with 7 people because to keep the servers down, they can't talk to everyone. So they put people into seven isolated cells with a worldwide pandemic, and then the people start like killing themselves and committing suicide and being depressed. But then they start trying to break out, and once they break out, they realize they're in a prison and that the virus was a lie, and it was all just I don't know. I don't want to spoil the end,
Oh, by all means,
but it,
spoil. This is
I
this
kind of
is
did.
actually fascinating because you're talking about before the pandemic. We were getting a lot of movies like this. So here I found it. A deadly virus wipes out most of humanity, and the survivors have to wait in self-sustaining bunkers with a networked video interface, and one by one they start disappearing. So they use the virus as an excuse to put everybody into lockdown so they can begin culling. Is that what we're seeing here?
Yeah, and it was and it turns out to be a lie, and it's very very boring. Like I watched the first 30 minutes and I skipped to like the last 20, like I do with most movies actually. I can't I can't deal with it. Like I should probably watch them on like 1.25 or 1.5. Just
Yeah,
movies bore
or
me,
multitask. I mean,
so I
do something boring, like do
yeah.
your yeah. I do boring stuff while movies are on. A lot of these things I do have to skip. In fact, I was watching that documentary and I scroll through the bottom so I can see, okay, this person's talking, let me skip that. I have no patience for a lot of this propaganda because they put the propaganda message first, and then the actual art is always secondary.
Yeah, I guess you could just read the synopsis of the domain, but uh just know in the end like the virus is fake and they did it on purpose just to put to lock people down type thing.
Wow. I mean, that's
Uh,
dangerous misinformation. And think about it. This movie could not have been made in 2020, and you couldn't get this movie made today, not with that plot line.
yeah, it's a B movie, but yeah, I do kind of multitask. I'll bring up some video games. I played the new Pokemon game that came out like a month or two ago, and they have space time distortion bubbles where space junk falls down in the bubbles and you collect it. So like you collect the space junk that falls down from the sky.
Wow. Wow. And so
To
the
make
target
them bigger.
demographic of Pokemon fans, they number in probably the billions. Now they're all being acclimated to space junk, which didn't even exist a couple of years ago in any meaningful way.
Yeah, so like it's like the most it's like the best items in the game. Like you find the space distortion bubbles and you go in there and it turns nighttime and there's stars in the sky and like space junk falls down and you collect it while like random Pokemon randomly appear. I don't know.
Interesting. Interesting. Well,
It's
look,
just like your
it's predictive
space junk.
programming. It's predictive programming. It doesn't matter if it's a movie, a comic, or in some game like that. If they have you immersing yourself in it for hours, it's part of this preparation progress for process for when they start the space wars, when Russia starts shooting down the CubeSats or whatever happens.
Like, is it like, am I crazy because I think of Infinite Plane Society like constantly when I see all this predictive programming? I'm just like, oh my god, space junk falling, and I have to collect it. Like, the only thing I was shocked, like, it didn't, like, none of them fall down and hit you. Like, there's not a chance for like, because it's like, I guess it's a kids game. Like, it's not violent. Um, I don't know. It's just, it was ridiculous. I was just like, space
Well,
junk falling, really?
same with Wally. Wally's
Pokemon's a pretty big name.
exactly Pixar films like Wally. It starts off where you're seeing the Earth from space. I notice all the kids' films start off in space, and then they see the Earth, and then it zooms in to the local drama. So they always get the globe first. But in Wall-E, the globe is encrusted. It's surrounded by space junk. So this is just like with pollution in the oceans, where you are inundated with images of islands of trash and there's always save the whales. Now it's like save low Earth orbit. Like nobody cares about the oceans anymore. Now it's all about space junk.
Yeah, they're making a Buzz Lightyear this year. I saw it in a preview. Oh yeah, the movie I think that you made me go see that I wanted to refund.
Moonfall.
Yeah, I was like, don't look. It's not Don't Look Up. Yeah, Moonfall. Yeah, they showed Buzz Lightyear coming out, and it actually looked pretty good. Actually,
I remember that trailer. I may check it out. And hey, on Moonfall and Don't Look Up, both of the protagonists, who are like these scientific Noahs, both of them take anxiety pills every other scene. Did you notice that?
yeah, like it's like the wearing glasses scientists look like the new bowl cut. Like, should we be afraid of those people now?
Well, yeah, you should listen to them. That's the message. Listen to the scientist with the neck beard who's stayed up all night studying his formula, who's predicting something, and no one wants to listen because we're polluting capitalists. That's the message. But they're both agoraphobic. So you got Leonardo DiCaprio's character popping pills. You got this other guy in Moonfall who happened to be an actor who was 33 years old. Think about it. You have a scientist who saves the world from the moon falling, and he's 33. He gives up his life to save everybody. And I mean, there's so many directions that movie goes. If you stayed through the whole thing, it turned into really a mashup of
Yeah.
Kubrick's 2001: A Space Odyssey.
I left when they lost. I left when they launched into space. I gave up. I couldn't do it. I was like, I went and watched the Super Bowl. I think that's what I did.
Yeah.
I left. I was just like, I'm just gonna go watch the Super Bowl.
I laughed when they went into space because it looked so much. I didn't think it could look faker than what NASA does. They intentionally made it look fake and goofy. I think to make NASA look good by comparison.
Well, Elon Musk even brags that they have better CGI than what they show us, or something like that.
Yeah, he said if we faked it, we would have used better CGI. And it's because NASA has to monopolize real. They have to monopolize what it looks like when you really go to space, when you really launch and take off. And if the movie companies do it better, then NASA looks fake by comparison. So I think that they go over to Moonfall and they say, hey, look, you got to really dumb this down a little bit. Yeah, have the space shuttle come out while it's getting hit by a tsunami and it blasts up out of the water. I mean, that's what they actually did. It was so bad. You literally had a space shuttle coming up out of a tsunami, and all these people are watching from like a half mile away and cheer when it breaks the.
Literally, literally, that's the reason I went to watch the movie, just to see how dumb that was. And once I saw that, I was like, okay, now I can leave and go watch the Super Bowl. Because that was like the highlight. I don't even know what happened at the end of the movie. I was debating about like downloading it and watching the last 30 minutes or whatever, however long was left. But
oh, actually, you know what? Here's the ending, and it's kind of interesting what they did here. At the end, you find out that the moon was always just an arc, and that it contains all kinds of advanced technology that we can go take.
AI.
Yeah, it's controlled by an AI that you got to turn on, and inside it's got all this technology, and it can.
Because the scientist knew everything. He already knew it was already all that. Like, he explained it all. So I was just.
Yes, the 33-year-old scientist decided to transcend, and he became a digital avatar of himself, and he stopped the moon from falling on us, and he fought the black goo. That was the thing. There was a bad guy in the movie. It was the alien that was made up of black goo.
That's what happened?
Yes.
He became AI. He downloaded himself into the moon and fought it.
Yeah, well, he fought the AI. Well, he fought the black goo, which was like this black goo alien thing, and it kept on showing up in the sign of a hexagram. Not a coincidence. So
it caused the moon fall or something.
Yeah, it was going to crash the moon, the arc, into the Earth and kill us. So he fights the black goo, and it kills him, and he saves the
downloading himself into a computer.
Well, he dies, and then you cry for a minute, and then you find out a few minutes later that he survived because the moon's consciousness uploaded him. So now he's alive again in the moon, and he saved the Earth.
I gotta watch it. I gotta watch it now. I'm gonna go spend $4 and rent it like an idiot.
Well, I would recommend watching it because the Moonfall Act. This is the subtext of it though, or this is the meta script. This guy.
I did not expect it to go there. I did not expect it. I thought it might just like. I didn't even know how it was going to end. I didn't care. I just saw them go into space, and I knew that like the Super Bowl was about to start, and I was like, I'd rather be watching the Super Bowl. So I went next door and watched the Super Bowl.
Well, John Bradley was the savior, and we could probably look into this character, this actor, and find some things out. But basically, he sacrifices himself to save mankind, and so he transcends, very Christ-like. Only he's a scientist, and he was born. The actor was born. His name's John West. He was born September of '88, making him 33 years of age. So what are the odds that they're going to put another 33-year-old savior in your face? They constantly do this.
Yeah, it's either a shooter or a savior or a dyer.
Yeah, a martyr savior. In fact, Timothy McVeigh was 33, and they turned him into a martyr for the white.
Christ.
Yep. Yeah, exactly. In fact,
Jesus Christ.
when McVeigh was being executed, there was this composer, this classical music composer that was playing some music to help send his soul to heaven. And he said,
"What?
Yeah, Timothy McVeigh had a concert.
Was that his last wish?
It's such a joke.
What was his last wish?
It was like part of his, I guess his last. You get like a last meal, a last song.
What was his final meal? What was his final meal?
I'm not sure. But when they played this song, the guy's like, "Yeah, we played this song for him to help his soul ascend into heaven." And the composer said, "Timothy McVeigh, like Jesus Christ, was 33 and universally despised at the time of his death." I'm like, wow, what a weird comparison.
Was the composer Jewish?
His name was Woodard. I don't know. I know that he was 33, and he remarked on this. This is an LA Times article. He said, Timothy McVeigh was 33, I'm 33, McVeigh's post office box is 33, and he's held at a compound that has 33 acres.
It's 33 acres.
Yep, yep. So,
hey, real quick, the Super Bowl. I was thinking there was going to be like a lot of water involved into it, but I guess it was like the Kanye West thing that he did a couple weeks later, to where like they performed in a puddle of water, and that's exactly what I envisioned the halftime show being at the Super Bowl. Like they're walking around in an inch of water or something.
Yeah, interesting. You're right about that. At the Donde 2 event, they wore rain boots, and it looked like it had been flooded, and the lights were out, like it had been blacked out.
Yeah, that's the exact halftime show that I expected to happen. But I didn't know it was. I just heard Snoop Dogg was going to be in the halftime show. I didn't know it was going to be like Eminem and D12 and all them, or whatever the people are. Like
Well,
that.
I was happy
throwback
to see
to
Snoop Dogg come out.
hip-hop.
I was glad that Snoop Dogg came out in support of Ukraine. Did you see him? I mean, what he was wearing?
Yeah, but it symbolized like an ugly Christmas sweater, but also like water vibes. So it had some type of water crystal vibe in it to me.
I just saw blue and
It
yellow.
was like, yeah, it was an ugly Christmas sweater.
Well, blue
Yeah,
and
it was an ugly Christmas
yellow,
blue and yellow.
and this is before, right? This is before Ukraine became a thing. Before we all had to pray for Ukraine. And then Rams was, of course, Rams, blue and yellow, and of course they won or whatever. So.
Oh, dude, I live in Dallas, and I drove through the other night, and every downtown skyscraper was blue and yellow. It was about a week and a half ago, so it's been a while, but I was just so disgusted. I was like, oh my God, like everyone's doing it. And then I drive through Pennsylvania, and their vaccine signs are bright yellow and light blue, saying like vax, vask, mask, and something else, and get past the COVID or something like that. I don't know. It's a bright yellow billboard with like that light blue lettering, and it's been up for months.
Well, the symbolism that we talk about, it definitely extends into colors, and that's a big part of the Kabbalistic magic that is used throughout the media in addition to the hand signs, the phonetic word magic, the sigils, and just the outright
Yeah, and then
demonic invocation.
and then when you combine the blue and yellow, you get green for like the Green New Deal. Like it's going to be global warming is the next thing. Because once you just put the two colors together, you see green.
Yeah, I think you're right about that too. The green world order and the revolution. And of course, green is all just a cover for the red. Watermelon Marxism, green on the outside, red on the inside.
Yeah, hey man, I gotta hop off, man, but I appreciate talking to you, man.
Awesome, yeah, thanks for the call. Appreciate you taking the time. Have a great night.
Yeah, you too. Hey,
Oh, missed the shout out. If you want to just type in the chat, I'll go ahead and... Ryler05 says, Rams beat the Titans in the Super Bowl, then Ravens beat the Giants in the Super Bowl. These were the last two Super Bowls before 9/11. Well, I'm ready for the next 9/11 event. It's on the calendar here. There's a couple of things that I think. One, a space 9/11. Some definitive blow. I think it's the space station's going to get shot down by the Russians. Tomorrow, asteroid 2013 B076 is going to possibly impact the Earth at 30,000 miles per hour. I like how they don't notice these things till the day before it happens. They don't give you any time to prepare. The Mir space station crashed to Earth 21 years ago. So, the Mir space station fell. Let me get the exact date. It was in June. I believe it was the June before. Here we go. 9/11. No, it was 1999. Here we go. Continuous occupation ended in 99, but they delayed its fate until looks like 2001. Here we go. Leaving the station to come down to the atmosphere's drag could result in debris striking inhabited regions. So the engines of the attached Progress were fired 3 times on 23 March 2001. The third and final firing was sufficient to set the station on a course to the Pacific Ocean. Okay, so it was 3/23, a couple days ago was the anniversary of the Mir station falling. Alex Jones had a Sandy Hook deposition, and he was too sick to go. But then he hosted a show. So I think this might be looked at as a false claim. We'll see if he gets into trouble for it. Hopefully, that $165 million worth of sex scoop that he sold over the last 3 years is sufficient, to cover any fees or fines that he has to pay or damages. And yeah, if you didn't know, Super Male Vitality Plus, or whatever it is that he sells, is in fact the same powder, the same formula as Gwyneth Paltrow's Sex Scoop. Different labels, same producer. And he sold $165 million worth of this goop. Rich Flat says the weekly asteroid scare. Yeah, I commented on how NASA's 100% accurate with outgoing objects going out millions or billions or trillions of miles. Every time, 100%. They can shoot a probe with 100% accuracy any distance, but incoming, they're never right. Infinite Plane Radio. Hey. Okay, there we go. Hey, caller, what's up? Are you Mandela affected?
Not at the moment, but that could change.
Oh yeah, it could change
depending on my interpretation and everyone else's interpretation.
You could open the fridge and your favorite food item might have a different logo. I mean, these things are
possible.
Everything's in flux. Nothing is stationary. Everything's always changing according to the Mandela affected. Did you hear the live stream earlier today when I was going through the reasons why I think the Mandela effect is a psyop?
No, but I'd like to hear what you say about that.
Well, basically, I think that the Mandela effect is a magic trick. It's a sleight of mind. It's a party trick, but it's taken out of context. And they use this little trick which plays upon faulty eyewitness testimony and the influence of the interrogator. This is basically a mind game. And I think they're doing this in order to sabotage clear thinking media analysts who notice that the news is fake. It's to drive us crazy, is what I think.
Well, it's a little bit of baiting then, because clearly everybody's memory is going to be slightly off on a lot of these things, right? Some of these things aren't even that important to you, but then when somebody brings them up, you're kind of put on the spot and you feel like you have to know the answer, where in fact you really never cared and it didn't really matter that much to you, hence the sort of fog in it. Have you put the connection with Obama and his "I've been to the 57 states" comment? I think there's a parallel here between this, because I've noticed this with foreigners. They get taught that the United States has 52 states over and over again. And I think this is sort of a Mandela effect, where it's been repeated so many times it becomes a part of your memory. Whether it's true or not, it's kind of irrelevant. You were taught it, so it gets solidified.
Precisely. Like you said, never cared. Like, you're put on the spot to answer an either-or question when it's not an either-or. There's an infinite number of possibilities, but they don't set it up that way. So they kind of force you, like an extortionist, to choose one or the other. And if there's not an opt-out, then by definition, it's an extorted answer. It may not feel like you're under duress, but it's like this is the interrogator bias at work. This is what causes wrongful convictions, faulty eyewitness testimony. And so you may not have cared about this or that logo or label. It just never was important to you. So you just have the default memory, and you have many things that collectively there's not unanimous agreement on. Lots of misremembered song lyrics, and I don't see the Mandela effect calling those Mandela effects.
Well, the world's clearly a world of many and not a world of ones and twos. And we constantly try to narrow our decisions in between ones and twos, zeros and ones, red or blue. And it's such a pathetic simplification of what we're actually experiencing in our day-to-day lives. You can't even wake up on a day where it's exactly the same as the day before, but yet we kind of membrane it into the sameness, right? It is kind of the same. I have kind of the same routine. I kind of do the same things, but it really isn't the same. There's variance. There's always variance.
Well, they don't tolerate ambiguity.
I think
that's what the thing is. Like, sometimes, yeah, things are ambiguous. And if memories were perfect, we would all be straight A students. And the fact that you have F and D and C tells you on a multiple choice test, that we don't all have perfect memories. And I liken it to, if you take a multiple choice test and you don't know the answer to a couple questions, but you can narrow it down, and then you make the best choice of the two based on a feeling and bias confirmation, that's kind of what the Mandela effect are doing. They're being called up on a pop quiz, and they didn't study for it recently, so they're coming up with their best guess, and they're trying to please the teacher, the interrogator, because the person asking you about a Mandela effect is always affected. So they have an agenda. They're trying to convert. You never find someone who's not interested in the topic trying to find out if somebody else has a discrepancy.
I agree. It's a loaded question, like most groupthink operations, just like our last 2 years of the bug under the bed situation. Once you plant the seed into somebody's head, then anything can be tied into that seed. Back to the ones and the zeros, right? You're simplifying the boogeyman. You're simplifying the fear or the evil or the badness. Much like the Russia-Ukraine thing, one side good, one side evil. If you're with the gay Jewish actor, you're on the right side. If you're against the bear rustling Russian, you're on the right side. So
yeah, what a perfect setup. You can look. That's perfect right there. How they set that up as this guy here prancing around in stilettos, and this guy here shirtless riding a bear. Like two different versions of like the ideal as the left and the right. You know, a strong man versus this new world order cosmopolitan eunuch or whatever. And I'm looking at it as like Greta Thunberg and Kyle Rittenhouse, left and the right. They really love to polarize everything. And you know, Greta Thunberg and Kyle Rittenhouse have the exact same birthday.
Not surprising.
Oh yeah, I mean we're talking about the day and the year, January 3rd, 2003. Both of those political agitators on perfectly diametrically opposed sides of the fence of the political split. Yeah, they were born that same day, and that just suggests to me more than anything. Maybe it's just as a metaphor, or maybe it's intentional, but whatever. It just shows you that they want us to be looking in two different directions and to be staring at each other across a chasm at all times.
And back to all sides being controlled. People constantly fall for their favorite actor, and there's so many variants of these favorite actors within the spectrums of each. If we have to keep it in this left-right argument, but there's more to it than that, obviously, than just the left-right paradigm. There's plenty of lukewarmers in the middle that need to be manipulated also.
Yeah, well, it's interesting that you have the left and right, and you have a split, and you have people who don't consciously choose a side, but you can kind of see which way they're going based on their values or their attitudes. Usually it's the political footballs that give it away, and people line up so perfectly on these sides. It amazes me. It amazes me that if you're for open borders, you're probably for mandatory vax. And if you're against mandatory vax, you probably believe in the Second Amendment. And these are consistent patterns I've noticed. And the significance is this. Borders that are closed relate to your skin that is closed. You don't want alien invaders. Your ability to defend yourself with a gun it correlates to your ability to have your own immune system versus the state defends you with its guns or its injected immune system. So I see this needle versus gun dialectic setup where the needle side is on the side of big government tyranny, benevolent dictatorship, whereas the other side believes in autonomous individuals looking after themselves. So it's a rift in society, and the vax issue just highlighted it.
Well, isn't this what the controllers are actually masters of? Psychology and social psychology. I mean, they have it down to where they're manipulating the child in the womb before it's born under a certain pretense and astrological sign and so forth. And then when it's born, they can prod and poke and know exactly what that child's going to end up being. Like, they've been doing this for thousands of years, right? So to manipulate us sort of out of the womb is kind of child's play for them. We all kind of fit into these categories, maybe not all of us, but most of us do, one way or the other. And at the very least, we fall into these categories when we're at our weakest, right? Trump would be a great example of this. I'm sure he pulled a lot of people in that in hindsight wouldn't have been, but given the circumstance and given the choice, it worked, right? You could go back 10 years, you would laugh at that working. But
you can go back to 2015. He had to go up against 15 other candidates to see who would be the one. And the Republican Party was against him until the end. And everybody laughed at the idea that he would come out on top. So consensus opinion is always wrong. And it's just so dramatically wrong. And it never seems to recognize this. It just moves on to the next thing. It doesn't know when it's been duped.
It doesn't know when it's been duped, but then it keeps going back to the same feedback loop of information to get duped again. And this is what we've seen for the last, in the short term, the last 2 years. It's a great example because it still should be in people's heads, even though I bring up examples 2 years ago, people say, what, that happened? So it shows you how quick they can move the ball and change people's perception. But the last 2 years are proof both sides are working together. There really is no left and right. They both push the ball across the, first down marker, goal line, whatever analogy you want to use, together. And when you bring this up to people, they still get into their left-right team narrative on it, right? And
Well,
I think this is the
there's
hardest thing to break through.
there's a relationship that people have with the media. It's a codependent relationship. The news media, in addition to being a liar, is a narcissist. And the people who believe it and follow it, who are attached to it for their information and their worldview and their sanity, yeah, they're codependently in bondage with it. And so it's normal for the abused to constantly go back after they've been lied to. And
Could we call them codependent narcissists?
In a way you could, and they're trapped in a cycle of abuse, and we could call it the 24/7 news cycle. It's not a coincidence that Netflix's one of its founders and original CEOs is the nephew of Edward Bernays, the father of public relations, and they're both related to Sigmund Freud.
Well, exactly. And then you can look into the whole space agency and the obvious Nazi, connection. Then you can get into the L. Ron Hubbard connection and space, rocketeering connection. I think all those things tie together, right? It's the same group.
It absolutely does.
The same facade.
Yes, exactly. And the clearest example to me that we're in a global cult, a doomsday cult, is the universal acceptance of the climate change narrative of global warming in response to human activity. They needed to replace the God that could punish the sinners that the priests were the spokesmouths for. Well, they have, and it's the globe. And so the scientists have the globe as this volatile thing. It's both fragile, but it could also kill us if we don't adjust our behaviors. And so I'm looking at that, and then I look at NOAA, the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration, and I look at their iconography. Their symbolism. They actually use a dove, which is Noah's symbol from the Bible. So, yeah, they've actually taken ancient myths and grafted them onto the modern mind. So the modern paradigm is actually quite superstitious and archaic.
It's almost become completely material. The level of spirituality, if that's the word we're going to use, is almost non-existent in modern culture, at least in the United States. Again, the last 2 years of watching people walk in their funk and their sort of consumerist, tourist mindset, where I just need to get back to shopping at Costco and getting into my routine. And, all this is revolved around materialism, right? There was nothing about their spirituality was taken away. Their materialism was taken away. Like, they couldn't go to point A to point B. They couldn't go party at their favorite party spot. Maybe not all this materialism was taken away, and this is by design, right? Selective materialism was taken away. But overall, we really have a void of what ought to be done. That never was said. There was never that argument. It was, well, X is going to happen to me, materialism, then this is going to happen to me, materialism. Therefore, I need to do this. Always set up as something like that. Never set up as a moral question. Always set up as, this thing is going to kill you, it's going to kill X amount of people, therefore we need to do this thing.
Well, Easter 2020 was an eye-opener for me. The whole Holy Week, Easter season, and then after that, I'm like, wait, look who's staying home. All the churches are basically, for the most part, kowtowing to this thing. I mean, you had a few renegade preachers here and there, and this was also very psyop-y. It seemed like any of the churches that try to stay open, their very vocal and visible leader would just die of COVID. Like, those were all just so phony to me. But it showed me, though, that...
Or get arrested and make a big deal about it or whatever.
Right, to set the example that the people who don't go along with this are anti-authoritarian and irrational and dangerous. which isn't the case. The dangerous people are the ones locking you down. They're the irrational ones. They're the fascist control freaks who think nothing of shutting it all down. But anyway, over what? Hypochondria? But it showed me, though, that when, like at the various
The
religious...
same people that were sharing the gollop of wine at church for the last 25 years are all of a sudden hypochondria. But yes, go ahead.
Exactly. But I was just noting how the religious pilgrimages were all stopping. Everyone stayed home. No one's running loops around the big cube at Mecca. And I'm like, what's going on here? What happened is everyone's kneeling to the new crown. There's a new god in town. It's actually, I think, COVID-19 is a replacement devil. So you have the angry globe god, but it's not just the angry god you got to worry about. You got to worry about the devil. And how does the devil spread? Well, through the unsaved, through his emissaries, and you get it from them. And so I think they use COVID as a way of reintroducing the concept of tangible evil that you have to cleanse yourself against. Hand sanitizer is just a modern replacement for the holy water in this context, where to save yourself from this, you needed this like ritual you could do. So I think they use COVID to introduce a level of superstition and fear of possession, and then to elevate in the eyes of the public the priesthood, and then to give us the need to create the need for salvation. Of course, the vaccine is the communion, the thing that would save you, the salvation. So anyway, yeah, I thought COVID was introduced to help punk all the rest of the religions and show them that science is boss. The one religion that everyone agrees with is science, and the new heaven, outer space, isn't disputed by any of the religions that argue over what heaven looks like.
And that would be sort of a parallel to their god Moloch, also known as the Canaanite El Saturn, right? We brought up Saturn before. The parents of Zeus and Jupiter, right? Horus. So impregnated at the first light by the rising sun. So that's basically the story of Easter for the occult, right? And this is Easter coming up. So their Phoenician god Ishtar, the goddess of the grove,
Oh, hey, I'm glad you brought that up. Your phone got cut off, but Easter's coming up, and yeah, take a notice to the colors. The reason why they use the purple cloths on the tables, they cover the crucifix in purple.
Exactly. Yeah, I think that, like you're saying, they're definitely replacing they constantly try to replace the biblical story with their alternate story or parallel story or reverse story, if you will. It's usually a reverse story, but they definitely want to play on the numbers and the dates and the gen story. I guess to that note would be, we do 9/11 a lot, and a lot of people know the meanings of that. And 7/11 is a repeating deal, but 4/11 is another one that they've snaked out of the Bible, from Acts 4:11, where Jesus is the cornerstone the builders rejected. But then they give us 4/11 of the number we call for information.
Wait, Acts 4:11 is Jesus is the cornerstone. Interestingly enough, I was listening to a podcast recorded in 2020 with Jordan Maxwell, and he said that the translation is chief cornerstone. And what he said, that what this means is, if you look at a pyramid, the stone that reaches all the corners is the capstone. The meaning is that Jesus is the eye in the pyramid, the chief cornerstone, the capstone. Acts 4:11, though, that's interesting. Because, yeah, he was talking about that verse, but he didn't mention which one it was.
Well, so not by accident, they give us 4/11 for our information. And, back in the day when you had to call for time, you were calling, you're using your phone for information with 411. And then probably not by coincidence, if you add 4, 1, and 1, you get 6, Saturn being the 6th planet and the number of man. if you take 4 and you times it by 11, you get 44, or chronos, time, and he has his 44 assistants. So I think that's another encoded everyday use. They gave us 9/11, they gave us 4/11.
Fascinating.
They gave us 7/11 on the corners.
One that I've noticed, I was studying runes and the Hebrew character, just the Hebrew letters and how they all kind of relate. And the thing about these numbers, like you can look at your keyboard, the 4, for example, the way the 4 is drawn, it is a cross in there. And the number 4, throughout numerology and in symbolic systems, it generally refers to the 4 seasons. It's always a solar thing. And the 4 seasons, you can find the 4 suits in the tarot, in the playing cards, actually relate to the 4 seasons, and the 52 cards, 52 weeks. So these symbols have been used again and again in various contexts, but I've noticed that in a lot of psyops, they use 42 to symbolize Saturn. And I noticed that you take the 4 and you get the 2 and you put them together and it's the sigil of Saturn. And it even makes sense when you look at the meanings, because Saturn is an agrarian god of the harvest. So if you look at the 2, or the reversed S-looking symbol at the bottom of the cross, that would be the scythe. And Saturn is Father Time, the grim reaper. That's because he's there in the fall at the harvest. But anyway, that's just another example. 42 is elite code for Saturn. That's why Bezos spent $42 million on a clock that he installed in the mountain. That's why Elon Musk uses the number 42 all over his CubeSat agenda. 42, code for Saturn worship.
And some overt pawns of the cabal in sports media, as we pointed out before. As far as, I would say, the Vegas Harvest Festival was a coded event. Stephen Paddock being the martyr in the sheep pen, Stephen Paddock.
Paddock, yeah.
And fire at Route 91, right?
It's Harvest Festival, Las Vegas, which means the meadows. Then, of course, yeah, they were in a fenced-in area at a concert, and then Paddock is his name. So harvesting the people, it all did make sense. From
martyring the sheep pen, basically, is what they're saying. And then Route 91, if you take the occult 13, so the occult divide the seasons in 4 seasons of 13 weeks. And then if you add 1 through 13, you get 91 for your Route 91. And then the festival was exactly 91 days before the end of 2017 over the Feast of Atonement.
Oh, that's interesting. Now, there's a video that you could find. It's someone who found that in the movie Hangover, I think it's Hangover in Vegas. I don't know if it's part 3, but there's a movie called Hangover where it's about these drunk guys.
I think I lived that movie. But...
Right. Well, the one that starts off, the opening song is called 13 by Glenn Danzig of the Misfits. So the song 13 is like on the opening thing, and it has all kinds of predictive programming where the drunk guys are laying in the street in Vegas in full view of the Mandela, and they're laying in the same places where victims were hiding behind cars. And then you have a few references here and there to the Vegas shooting in that movie, before it happened, of course. But yeah, The Hangover has predictive programming for the Vegas shooting, and number 13 is super connected with it. And then what's more, 13 months after Vegas, 50 of the survivors were shot at the borderline bar and grill in Thousand Oaks.
So that's all fascinating. I didn't know the first part of that. The second part I'm aware of. I'm actually familiar with that area, and I've actually been to that location before it was the border. Big boy back in the day. And I think the interesting thing about that incident is 2 things, or 3 things I'll point out. One, there's a magic bullet. so there's less shots fired than people killed. Is the obvious Freemason actor Kushner, what's his name? Kind of fell out of grace with the Hollywood crowd. He hasn't really been anything for a while. Not Kushner. He was boyfriend with Demi Moore for a while.
Yeah, I'm thinking Ashton Kutcher. Isn't that him? Ashton Kutcher?
Okay. Yeah, that's him. So his story was he received a handgun in the parking lot at the Borderline Grill. You could look this one up. And he felt bad about it after the shooting. So he was supposed to be the point man, guns advocate, or gun, limit guns guy on the scene. It didn't possibly quite work, I guess. Maybe that one didn't work. But there's the obvious mother crisis actor that's with the Saga shooting, that's wearing the MGM shirt. She was with the Pulse nightclub shooting.
Oh, shout out to Waynell Sexton.
And then the last,
yeah, we love her. She's one of our favorite crisis actresses.
And Waynell. So that's 4, I guess. We got her on. She is MVP of crisis actors at the moment. She's definitely heading the award show and so forth. But the other weird thing about all that, the Thousand Oaks Sheriff badge, if you look at it on the side of their car, distinctly has the same symbol from the FBI for pedophilia.
Oh, okay, okay.
Like
that's it should surprise me, but it doesn't. The Thousand Oaks shooting.
So what I'm saying is the Freemason connection in that area is strong.
Well, and if anybody has any doubts, like this to me, this proves that Vegas was fake, because 13 months later, 50 of the same people are shot at again, and what's more, concurrent with the second shooting, there was a drill going on at the same time, which is usually a fast. Whenever you find out there's a school shooting, the first thing you do is, were they doing drills the week before or the day of with Parkland? Well, in this case, there was a drill for a Vegas-style shooting going on during the Thousand Oaks Borderline Bar and Grill shooting with an identical number of victims. So you can find newspaper articles about it, and they say it was an eerie coincidence. Well, that's just one eerie coincidence among hundreds with this particular series of events. Oh, look at this guy in the chat. He says, I went to, listen to this. This is how you know. These people will lie to defend the matrix of lies reflexively. He says, I went to high school with a guy who got shot and killed at Pulse. Like, I guarantee that he couldn't type the name because he would have to make it up. The Pulse nightclub had 300 people inside, but only 7 cars outside. So you talked about magic bullets. Well, what about magic LGBT clown cars where 400 people fit in a car? I mean, how do you explain that? An empty parking lot and a packed nightclub? No way.
I wouldn't say nobody dies at these events ever. I think the Vegas thing, there might have been some actual gunfire. Some people might have died. Some people might have died coincidentally that night also and got thrown into the tag. I would say, I don't want to overstate and say nobody ever dies.
Well, wait, there's a good point here that you're bringing up, though. The reason why I say nobody is that how many people died while they were making the movie Braveheart with Mel Gibson? Like, how many people lost their heads? How many people got shot with arrows? There had to have just at least one, right? Maybe just an accident. Maybe somebody fell off a horse. There had to have at least been a death, right?
Slip coming off the plank or whatever.
So my point being, we're not looking at an actual military operation. We're not looking at an actual false flag. We're actually looking at a psyop. We're looking at a movie. It's theatrical. Nobody would die because these cheap $2,000 crisis actors would blow the whistle. They would say, hey, I'm not being part of a war crime. If one person dies, it becomes a snuff film. It becomes a conspiracy, it becomes a war crime, and it becomes a major deal. However, if it's merely a psyop and nobody dies, nobody has blood on their hands. And I think they even recruit people who are copacetic with the goals. Like, if you're a fascist and you want to take away guns, maybe you could find it easy as an actor to portray yourself as a victim on TV. But you certainly wouldn't stand by and let somebody get their head blown off to score some political points. So no, I don't think there's any murders concurrent with psyops. I think it would contradict the whole thing.
I have a good friend that knows somebody that died in Vegas on the Vegas harvest thing during that date.
The thing is,
He wouldn't be lying.
everybody knows somebody who has a friend who knows somebody who died at this or that event. And I'm saying, if there was one crisis actor, it was all crisis actors. There's no middle ground. There's not a false flag happening, as Alex Jones would tell you.
There could be a middle ground. There could be some people actually died that night for whatever reason. They got thrown into the category of being shot. That's all I'm saying.
You know what? I heard Mark Sargent make that argument. I've heard people say, well, maybe some people knew too much. They had to kill some people. And I'm just telling you, if one person dies around a bunch of drama actors, one person literally dies, they're all complicit in murder. So now you're talking about people doing real life Squid Games type stuff, where I'm saying, no, the burden of proof is on you to prove that any bullets were actually fired. And that hasn't even been proven yet. So if you're going to assert somebody died, you're on the side of the mainstream media on this one, because the only evidence we have is some really crappy MP3 they played through the speakers. There was no evidence of actual gunfire at Vegas that night, despite what they tell you on the news.
Oh, I've gone through 6 ways to Sunday, but I bring that up because, that's a real person, 2 real people, and it's not just someone that knew somebody. It was, I got a name and all that. It's the same thing with the Kobe crash. Do you think Kobe really died in the helicopter crash, or that helicopter actually crashed?
Okay, a couple things about that. One, there's
not to totally change the subject, but it's the same psyop, if you will, right?
Okay, with the Kobe thing, you have purported witnesses, but one of the first things that stood out to me was it was reported by TMZ. And I used to do decedent transport here part-time. So like I was on call with the beeper and I had a van. So the OMI, Office of the Medical Investigator, would call me or beat me when I would have to go down to wherever somebody crashed or suicided or somebody got shot, and I'd take the body over to the morgue.
Right.
Now there's a process where first there's the death, then there's the police show up, then the media show up, but next of kin have to be notified. And the idea that TMZ would look at a burning pile of wreckage and then report the names of the deceased, that would never happen. It was just totally out of the order of operations, and there's no way they could have known who was in it or who was dead. There's just no way, not from that distance. And so I just think that the story was actually pushed by TMZ first, and I notice a lot of these psyops that involve celebrities don't play out like regular crime scenes or accident scenes. So I just thought, it doesn't make sense. There's no way anybody even identified a body to actually make a headline story about it at that time. It was staged. Then he's buried in Corona del Mar. I mean, there are so many examples of Kobe Bryant dying in helicopters, in predictive programming, in commercials, in a cartoon, absolutely. Legends of Chamberlain Heights. I mean, the idea that he actually died is contradicted by all of the predictive programming. And do you know who the last person to interview Kobe Bryant alive was? Steven Jackson. Steven Jackson, George Floyd's twin. What are the odds?
And he passed the mantle to LeBron, if you will, on his social media that evening.
Wait, this is interesting. We have 2 people in D Live that are connected to these events. What are the odds? And they're listening to Infinite Plane Radio. One guy in the chat here says he knows somebody whose cousin's MMA teacher was on that helicopter trying to hitch a ride and died that day, not fake. So
the funny thing is the same guy I was telling you about Vegas that I trust went to the Kobe Academy, knew one of the parents, and they supposedly were on the helicopter, and they reported as dead and they're missing.
So you're one person removed. You're one person removed from 2 major league psyops, like actual victims. Vegas and the Kobe thing. Like you're basically one hearsay away from it. Like that's like one person could tell you something and then you would have your confirmation.
Well, they could be duped also. I'm not saying that they couldn't be, but I'm just trying to play, I'm trying to play the looking for the truth here.
Well, looking for the truth starts with correctly establishing who owns the burden of proof on an extraordinary claim. And the extraordinary claim put forth by the media is that this shooting happened the way as presented. And I've seen enough with the whole Vegas thing to know that it's completely contrived. I went out there to where it was.
Well, the official story is a joke that he got all the shots off from his rim and all that. That part's we're not,
But for some weird reason, a lot of truthers have a hard time letting go of all the death. Like you're like, nobody died at Boston, nobody had their legs blown off, and they're like, no, don't take that away from me. It's like, look, you're gonna have to let it go. They're psyoping you. There were no victims, and I'm sorry if it bothers you that these people didn't die horrible deaths, but they're still alive and they got paid.
Right. They want to believe that there's actually the covert operations going on and that they're being foiled once in a while, and sometimes they're being taken off. When in reality it's all a stage. Except for, like I'm saying, the rare cases where somebody dies during the stage.
Okay, so it looks like Lonely Chef in chat might have been there at Pulse during the shooting. Oh no, he's not claiming that. Okay, here's the thing. He says he lived in he says I lived in Orlando, so it wasn't fake. So if you lived near a psyop, it's gonna feel realer to you. It's just this weird phenomenon I've noticed. Like, it had to be real. I was there. You weren't there. And you know what? There are all kinds of liars.
I used to live right down the street from where Kobe crashes, and doesn't mean I believe it's real. But I'm also trying to bring you every bit of information that I have on it.
Sure. Well, the predictive programming to me would suggest that if it was real, then that ought to change your life, because you saw some hardcore synchronicities that should blow your mind. Like, it should humble you to look at that cartoon where Kobe crashes and that commercial where a helicopter blows up with him in it. It should humble you to say, wow, look at all these coincidences, like God was showing us in advance. Because you can't just ignore these things. But the Occam's razor approach would be, what's more likely? That we saw some miraculous premonitions or predictions just occurring in the media, or that this is all a psyop. And I'm on team, it's all fake if 10% of it's fake for the most part.
I agree with that statement for the most part. COVID and Kobe means God's door, to back up what you just said, by the way. And we all know where Satan's holy door is in the anatomy. Not a surprise that sodomy is derived from Sodom, to burn as in lust, described in Genesis 13:13 and Romans 1:27.
Interesting.
So yes, that was a spectacle. It was burning the Kobe of God's door. There was definitely 3 predictive programs with him. There was the cartoon and the animation where he dies, and they say, hey, pass the ball, and they say, hey,
let me run this by you too. So his last interview alive with Steven Jackson, the twin, again, Steven Jackson, 42, twin of George Floyd. At the end of the interview, they did a Masonic grip, not a handshake. It was specifically a Masonic grip. So you see the symbolism, the predictive programming, all the hallmarks of it being a psyop. So that removes all the doubt to me that this thing was a real thing. But it gets deeper, because his 42nd birthday was celebrated posthumously by the NBA, and this was in August of 2020, Kenosha Week. They called it Mamba Week. So for Mamba Week, they're celebrating Kobe's 42. So he's 42 now, like his twin, like George Floyd's twin, Steven Jackson. So I see this 42. Well, at that same time, the MLB was honoring Mr. 42, Jackie Robinson. So the MLB had nothing but 42s. NBA celebrating this guy's 42. Then Chadwick Boseman dies at 42, and he played the Black Panther. And so I was noticing that Kobe Bryant's birthday week was playing into all of the same psyops and overlapping with the same characters, to the point where, yeah, I was pretty convinced there. We're looking at his death was staged, and it was sort of a, I kind of think that his death, that date kind of marked when the COVID thing ramped up over here. And again, he was buried in Corona Del Mar.
Well, absolutely. I look at it as the Kobe sacrifice, if you will, as the kickoff for Corona, right? So, as you say, laid to rest in Corona Del Mar. it means God's door, aka Babylon, right? So this is definitely from the occult. CV equals 322. We just had 322. This is the Brotherhood of Death, snow name for Genesis 322. And not so coincidentally, universal health care was signed into law on Sunday 322 at exactly 10:22 Eastern, which so happens to be 322 Universal Time.
Wow.
So we have a 322 COVID connection.
Time control. And I talked about 33-year-old martyrs that they love to flaunt in our face. I was talking about the scientist martyr in Moonfall. Well, the guy who blew the whistle about COVID in Wuhan, his name was Wee Lion. At least that's how it's spelled. 33-year-old. These patterns that we're pointing out, the timing of things. To me, this just shows the obsessive and tight control that they have over the nuance here. Like on 322, you had that King Supers shooting last year in Boulder, Colorado. And I just looked at the news article just to kind of update myself on it. And guess what time the police entered King Supers store number 33 on 322?
Let me guess. 322.
Yeah, 322. Right? I'm like, what? 322? They went in on 322, and then the guy comes out with one leg bloody. It looked so staged, but anyway, what is
Wasn't
it?
that on at 33 Avenue also, or something to that degree? Or right before that, there might have been a shooting at a police station on 33rd Avenue at the same time.
Yeah, if we go back, we'll find, because you had 33 union members in the store at the time. It was store number 33, and then you had there was a
That's what it was.
There were so many problems with that story, but yeah, King super day for a psyop.
Well, 33 steps on the pyramid representing the 33 degrees of Freemasonry. So that wouldn't be a surprise. What's a surprise? What's a surprise is there was an anti-Freemason party in the United States at one time when I guess people had their shit together. And since then, it's been downhill.
Yeah, that was the first third party. Because, like, I've been talking about the mind game of the Mandela effect and how it's about imposing a binary, extorting a response, not a real option, not a real choice. And I think that's how it is with politics. The two heads of the same bird, this double-headed eagle thing they're always flaunting. And so the anti-Masonic party was the first third party challenge, and I guess it just didn't go anywhere. But
well, they should have been called they did something for a little while. They should have been called the anti-Hegelian dialectic party, because that's kind of what they were pointing out with our two-party systems, two heads of the same stake. I know you get this, and most of your listeners probably do, but it needs to be said over and over again, because until people break out of that spell, we're not going to get out of the situation we're in.
Yeah, and I pay attention
to getting more power.
Yeah, I think we have to be aware of at least the fact that there is an entrenched elite, and they communicate above the heads of the sheeple. And they have such disdain for those of us that aren't sheeple. Like, they know we exist because they have a way to brand you. Oh, you're not falling for the programming. You're a conspiracist. You're a, it's always a negative term, too. It's not, oh, you're a critical consumer of information. No, it's, we have one that can see.
I've never been called a free thinker, but been called other things.
Yeah, I've been pretty much quiet about most of these things, because it's just, you're not going to reach a receptive audience if people are true believers in the world stage as presented. But most of my research was stultified by a lack of people, in proximity to compare notes, because it's like a puzzle with a million pieces. You could spend a lifetime on it, maybe you'll get it done, but it helps to have other researchers in a research pool. And that's what's happened in the last few years. And I think that's why they've had this internet clampdown on YouTube and other sites. It's because you're having communities of people forming a people's media and it's truly decentralized. And so the best they can do is gatekeep it and use a lot of shame tactics and cult tactics to corral stuff. But anyway, it just seems to me that this idea of a new world order, it's just like what Joe Biden said it the other day. It's so commonplace. It's not even shocking to hear anymore. It's like we're already in the post-reset, and it's pretty obvious that the people that run this place love their Saturn worship. They love their obelisks. They love their 666, whatever all that stuff means.
And if you just try to point out to anybody that's not somewhat in tune to it, then you're immediately labeled the conspiracy theorist, out there guy, Alex Jones guy, what have you. But the connections are there's so many of the connections that it's so consistent. That's the part that's frustrating to me is you can show them a pattern, and then anywhere else in their life, you show them that pattern, they'd be on it, right? If you showed them a stock pattern, if you showed them anything else, right, they'd be on it. But in this particular case, for whatever reason, it's not true because it's not within their scope of understanding or wanting to understand. I think most of it is most people don't want to actually get to that level. It's just too uncomfortable. That it's too hard to get to the rest of their stuff. They got to get through it.
There's pressure against it. The system, the matrix, whatever, it has its immune system. I mentioned the movie Free Guy. And the way that Free Guy became free and he ceased being a pre-programmed NPC is he started breaking his programming. So he had like a collection of clothes to wear. They all looked the same, but he just grabbed one further on the left. He started breaking his programming. And then you had Truman in the Truman Show. It started to break for him when he started noticing patterns. And everybody around him said, nothing to see here. Don't pay attention. Like it's always pay no attention to the man behind the curtain. And then in the Matrix, you have Neo with the cat and the glitch in the Matrix. And that's what we're pointing out here, is if you point out the inconsistencies, the continuity errors, the glitches, the crisis actors, the green screens, the immune system of this thing will just shut you up. They'll say, nope, nothing to see here. And it's just gaslighting. And a lot of people are just gaslit. And what gaslighting does is it gets you to doubt your immediate perceptions and to default to the person who always corrects you. So if you're always corrected by the news and you always go with that correction, eventually you cease to rely on your own perceptions. So we do live with a lot of gaslit people who've been rendered into NPCs. They're just following a program.
Well, it's foundational. Like we were gaslit at an age where we couldn't even defend ourselves, right? We were presented with all these ideas that were facts. Spinning ball, dinosaurs died from this big spectacular thing. You came from a hairy monkey. And that was all before I could actually make my own pancakes. So that was just instilled in us. The 13 colonies, Benjamin Franklin was a good guy. He didn't actually fund Washington to set up a war against the English that was as fake as the Iraq War. No, it was this big spectacular uprising where we were founded into, freedom, where we then made a constitution that enslaved you for the next 240 plus years. Proving this was the Civil War. But, the English gave up as easy as the Iraqis did in the Iraq War. And then who owned Iraq after, we know who owns Iraq, the Zionists, but the same people that went to war with Iraq. Same idea. And the same Zionists actually went to war with America, but it wasn't a war.
Now, you mentioned 1776, right? And on the 22nd of last month, Pluto returned to the point where it was on July 4th, 1776. And I tend to think that the elite, the ones who are essentially in control of writing our histories and the ones who tell us what happened versus, who just basically write it. I think they think in long terms like this, and they plan their things astrologically. Like this great reset timed itself perfectly with the Saturn-Jupiter, not only just a conjunction, but a conjunction on a winter solstice, which we haven't seen since Jesus was born. So it's like, oh, wow, year 0. So we hit a reset year with the same alignment, and they time these things this way. And the Great Reset was not a new idea. The occultists, the Thelemites, refer to it as the great work, to burn down the old age and build back better. And that's what's happening right now. The great work is being realized. That's what the Great Reset actually is.
Well, the great work of the Freemasons, which, long considered Saturn's cube or Metatron's cube to be the prison of Satan himself, right? Or Abaddon, the destroyer, Trump's apartment. So one day he'll be free, and they believe this is the era that he'll be free, right? It's the age of Aquarius. We've switched over. Now it's the coming of the Antichrist. And once that happens, then this Abaddon entity will be released from Metatron's cube and will be able to reign over this plane or planet once again.
Yeah, I've came across that information before, and I think that it's fundamentally right. The New Age and whatever is about to happen, the iconography speaks for itself. Hey, I got a commenter in chat. Lonely Chef says, "Did you say Jesus was born in winter?" Well, I said so. That's kind of the belief. Christmas, it's a belief. You might have a different belief, but you don't have different facts. And I don't have any facts. I just have the story that's based on the sun's personification. And look, there are many, many, many people who are in denial that Jesus is a sun personification. And you can die with your faith intact. I'm not trying to challenge that. Believe what you want. I'm just going off of facts. And the facts speak for themselves. The belief thing and the fact thing, this is a very touchy subject. But, when it comes to the news media, they've actually, I think, they've managed to restore sort of religiosity about beliefs. Like, you don't believe the news. That's a problem. Well, the believers don't have any facts. So, to me, that's a problem. So if I offend somebody because of their beliefs, it's like, well, we're not really about treading carefully over beliefs here, because the world is full of false beliefs that have been deliberately sown, and we're just trying to get to the truth. So hopefully the truth isn't offending anybody here.
More likely, the historical Jesus would have been born in the springtime or right around the 9th of Av in September, based on the foliage or trees in the area and based on the overt activities of Bohemian Grove, etc., and 9/11. So I would say those would be the historical dates of Jesus' birth. It got tacked on to sun-worshipping cults for obvious reasons. People like the holidays, and it's kind of still true. People like the winter holiday.
Sure.
So
if you want
I
to
think
believe in the
that's
historical Jesus, it would make more sense what you've described. If you want to believe in that particular story, however, the sun god journey, or the journey of the sun throughout the year, is what I'm referring to, because that's what the elite are about. They're not about the quote historical Jesus. They're more about the archetype. And today, the New Agers they're phasing out the Jesus Osiris archetype, and they use these interchangeably. And the god for the New Age is Horus, the child androgen. The child is representative of a new start without being saddled by a couple thousand years of tradition or baggage. It's all new, blank slate. Out with the old, in with the new. And I happen to think that Greta Thunberg at the UN announcing this "How dare you" speech to the older generation, yeah, I think that was pretty much announcing the Great Reset, the great work, the New Age, the Age of Horus, or the Aeon of Horus, where they phase out all of the old paradigms attached to the patriarchal dying sun god. So whatever you think about Jesus, they're phasing him out.
And clearly attacking organized religion, or whatever you think about religion. But I happen to think it has a place as far as keeping moral standards going. But in spite of that, they're clearly attacking organized religion and faith and spirituality. So again, more towards the material, less towards the spiritual.
Attacking, yeah, sure, but it's not being suppressed. I mean, the old moral values, traditional values are being destroyed. They've pretty much turned family into the new F word. They're trying to destroy the lexicon that we use to describe the family, and it's all part of destroying the family unit so that you can just have a more direct one-on-one relationship with Big Brother. But I don't think religion's going away. It's just been replaced. The dominant religion of the day, in my opinion, is the mainstream media. That's why I mentioned this replacement flood god myth, the virus as a replacement for sin. They have reintroduced transcendence with digital transcendence, space as heaven. To me, this is all just a replacement faith, and the Bible has been supplanted and replaced by the television. And that's quite literally true, that the new Bible is the curated mainstream media, sans all the conspiracy theorists. Once they perfect that worldview that everyone agrees with, yeah, they won't need all these competing religions. We're all on the same sheet. It's the new universal religion. And I don't think it's a coincidence that it's coming from you through a black screen, from a black cube. It's the Saturnian religion. It's the Abrahamic faith with a new face.
Well, so yeah, it's the black cube from 2001: Space Odyssey. That's the without the black cube, you can't see the reality of your present time, and that's really what. If you don't become digitized soon with your digital ID and digital passport, then you can't not be part of this new digital you of the future. I do think, remember when they pulled the Maya, the world's gonna end deal, and it was the same type of fear tactic for a lot of people. But I do think there's a parallel with this changing of the equinox, or the precision of the equinox that the Mayas would talk about. They had a 26,000 year cycle, but similar 12 signs of the zodiac. And so it didn't happen exactly on time, but it's, in their sense of time, it's still kind of happening. I don't know if you've tied this into where the elites have this same type of psychopathy with their timing of things.
Well, from my background,
words, not date.
I learned about this procession of the aeons and this New Age thing from my own investigations into this area. I was involved with the Thelemic cults right after I left the military. And I didn't spend a lot of time there, but I just, long enough. And it was even during the initial interviews, before they ever took me in, where they explained to me that we're processing out of the Aeon of Osiris, and the great work is the tearing down of the old structures. And then the whole phoenix was explained to me. And the phoenix is synonymous with the dove that shows up after the flood. And the symbolism here is a reset. So I was already getting prepared for a reset. I was told by these individuals that the New Age represents a paradigm that is a perfect mix of male and female. So instead of being male dominated, it'll be not hermaphrodite, it'll be a perfect mix of male and female. Androgen was the term. And they described the New Age would be the age of Horus, that the Egyptians venerated as Mars. So I'm like, wait, the space age going to Mars, this whole Mars program, and SpaceX with their Falcon. Falcon is the representative of Horus. So Falcon going to Mars, the symbolism is 100% intact, and it goes all the way back to Jack Parsons, the American counterpart of Aleister Crowley, bringing in the New Age. And Crowley talked about that his work was actually just the rediscovery of the Sumerian Babylonian tradition. And I think that's what we're seeing. So I'm looking at the New Age as synonymous with the space age, and that they're telling us we're going to Mars as a cover for transforming our world into the age of Horus, which will be lockdown culture, dumbed down hive mind, collectivist, basically the brave new world. And what's more is they insisted I read a certain collection of books. One of them was Stranger in a Strange Land, Robert Heinlein, and they told me this is our blueprint for a perfect Thelemic world order. And that book, Robert Heinlein, is about a Martian coming back to Earth. and basically they have this world church now. But Robert Heinlein had a literary club in Laurel Canyon. Among its members, L. Ron Hubbard, Jack Parsons, among others. So, yeah, I think that the space program is quite literally how they're bringing about the occult new age. I think that's the whole purpose of it.
The other two more characters on Laurel Canyon, you have the Doors singer born there, his father being military, doing the false flag of help me out here.
Oh yeah, the Gulf of Tonkin. You're talking about Admiral Rear
Yes.
Admiral Morrison, father of Mr. Mojo
Correct.
Risen.
Mr. Mojo Risen, Mr. Try to push the envelope for our controllers at the time, tied into the other cults in the area, Manson killings. And then recently you have a sort of parallel actor up there. God, what's his name? I'm not good with actors.
It's not a bad thing, you know.
Anyway,
the idol worship is so
a modern version.
Obligatory, and if you manage to escape it, if I don't know who a certain celebrity is that everyone's kneeling to, I consider myself lucky. But the whole '60s counterculture thing, the whole fake counterculture.
It's such an obvious controlled government operation, and the people that went through it think they went through something. It's the most bizarre. It's really the perfect example of a metascript. We don't have to even talk about the present metascript. Just look at that metascript. Here, take a bunch of acid. You go have sex with these hookers. We're gonna watch you through double mirrors. You guys go to this concert where these guys are telling you to do all these free things or whatever, which is just a repackaging back to your L. Ron Hubbard and friends of Do Without Wilt, which is the same programming, right? And you get Helter Skelter going on at the same time. You get the Beatles transformation from the good guys into the push the envelope guys. All part of the Tavistock Institute programming.
Fascinating. Kind of like they do with all these pop stars. They're all wholesome Disney, like Hannah Montana, and then she turns into this like twerking, whatever she is now. But
over and over.
But her tongue hanging out, just acting very, the opposite that she was. And it's like, well, if you were following her lead, you went from that to that in no time. And it seems like a pattern. And they know that human beings are, that we follow people. A lot of people are they just follow their idols. And
back to the image on the TV. I happened to have a gig where I worked at Nickelodeon, so I met the guy that got fired, and I did a few months working there. He was like within 10 minutes, I knew he was a pedo freak, right? So I'll look him up. I know the name off the top of my head, but the interesting thing was the Pretty Woman's actress's niece was the star on the show. And she was already obviously taken in with the whole programming thing. Like she snapped in from 14-year-old girl to, hey, let's go party and do drugs after the gig. And not like it was a split personality thing. It blew me away. I left there going like, what the hell? What just happened? And then years later, after putting all this together, I realized, okay, well, she's just like her mom. She's in that thing. They get programmed. They get abused early. Britney Spears was another one that got pulled through there, right?
Yeah, and
the photos of her.
Yeah, Britney Spears has been saying some bizarre things lately. She says that she was subjected to, I think she even said Illuminati rituals. She claims they took 8 gallons of blood from her a week, which I don't know if that's possible, but she claims they were literally sucking her blood and controlling her.
So that guy's name is Schneider, Dan Schneider, who was fired, and they closed down one of the facilities in Hollywood there as a result of, but nothing happens as usual, just like the Guardians of the Galaxy guy that was obviously caught red-handed pedo shit. Like all of them, they get red-handed caught because they're all in on it.
Wow, I didn't know about that
So yeah,
one.
it gets protected. Huh?
I didn't know about that one. I mean,
Guardians of the Galaxy
wow.
one?
Yeah, I didn't know about that. I heard that at Disney. I mean, yeah, I constantly hear these things. And in fact, earlier we were talking about Anton LaVey and the Temple of Set. Well, there's another uh, character in the mix there, Kenneth Anger. Kenneth Anger was like a co-founder in the Church of Satan and a filmmaker. Anyway, Kenneth Anger was a Mickey Mouseketeer when he was a kid, and he claims
because it starts with the founder, the founder.
Yeah, exactly. He said that if you look at these old Disney cartoons, you have little cartoon kids with pajamas where the bottoms open up, a lot of spankings, and a lot of stuff like that that apparently he was obsessed with. And Kenneth Anger actually claimed, and he wrote Hollywood Babylon, where he was exposing the seedy underbelly of Hollywood way back then. But he said that Walt Disney was a full-on abuser, predator, all that stuff, sicko. Doesn't surprise me.
He was the known feeder group of the Freemasons. That's on record. He was obviously a Freemason. Club 33 at Disneyland. That James Gunn for Guardians of the Galaxy was briefly fired because on his Twitter account he had overt pedophile imagery and like, oh, this kid's ass looks good. I want to do stuff, things like that. Just crazy shit. And people are like, okay, that's not funny. That's not funny. See, they had to get rid of him for like 6 to 8 months, maybe a year, and they brought him back.
Wow,
So,
like the priests do. They just move them around. That's insane. And you know what? It shouldn't surprise us. Everything that you hear about the churches, the religions.
Yeah, the fact that they use them to bring them back and shows you it's a controlled situation, right?
Exactly. That's what I mean. And I think it's a parallel system. When I say the media is the replacement religion, and it brings all that with it too. Look at all the sickos at CNN. I used to joke that CNN probably has a ping pong pizza dungeon in the basement. And sure enough, you find out, it's just a bunch of sickos, and they all watch out for each other. And Don Lemon scares me. I would never want to be trapped in an elevator with that guy.
Well, look at the original programming from the 70s. I don't know if you looked into this or you remember it, but I don't know your age, but they had the Satanic Panic, right? And the whole school in Los Angeles that later the mom and son were found guilty, at least in civil trials of abuse. But this was years later after the incident. But now, after a Freedom of Information Act release, it shows that the incident actually happened. And there's basically 3 layers of cover up or 3 layers of the filter that they threw on top of it. So they have the quote overt Satanists playing their gig. Then they have the actual perps that are either FBI / whatever. And then another level of people that are the, occultists or what have you. So they frame the Satanists, make it look super, like, no way, there's no such thing. There's not a satanic cult. And that's what was on Phil Donahue at the time, the Oprah Winfrey at the time. So that was Celestial. That was like 2 years of that. It went away. Everyone said, oh, that was just, kids making up stories. Well, as it turns out, not making up stories, and there's physical evidence.
Fascinating. I remember reading about the McMartin daycare centers, about tunnels, and then they say the kids were being, faulty eyewitness testimony, false memories. But it's all very, very interesting. I think it's true, though. I read about the Satanic Panic, and I think it's true, though, that they create this fictional version of what the bad guys look like. So people think of Satanists as horns and sacrificing goats and Marilyn Manson and pentagrams, but the types of people that we're actually looking at here at Bohemian Grove, they all wear sheepskins around you. They don't show it. Devil's Advocate is a pretty good idea of how this thing might even work too. If you watch that movie, where it starts out with the lawyer has to compromise himself by defending a child abuser, and when he does, he gets all the perks, and he gets to go hang out with the devil and all that stuff. And the devil's office happens to be what, Trump's office, where Al Pacino's staying in that movie.
Yeah, no coincidence there. Devil tied into Trump.
Yeah,
well,
in fact, yeah. But anyway, Bohemian Grove. Go ahead.
Yeah, good talking to you.
Yeah, I was gonna say
No,
it's. But yeah, call back anytime. You brought up some interesting points about Laurel Canyon, about Club 33. I guess the only thing we didn't touch on really quick here with Disney before we move on from that topic is the Nazi thing. Disney hanging out with Werner von Braun, who wrote a book about a guy named Elon, or a dictator on Mars called the Elon. And it's like Mars, A Technical Tale, a book about the first trip to Mars and the first colony. So you have a Nazi Disney connection to SpaceX.
Well, and the name Elon's not exactly a normal name, so that less of a coincidence. How about William Barr's father, writing the book about capturing children and bringing them to Mars and making them slaves in your pedophile cult?
Space Relations by Donald Barr, father of A.G. Barr. Yeah, and then Donald Barr hired Jeffrey
Epstein. They're in the same camp, is what I'm trying to point out.
Yep, exactly.
There is no space. They're actually going down below in their little tunnels and raping kids. There's your truth. So there you go.
Appreciate it, man. And you're right about that.
They shoot rockets, though.
They shoot rockets up, but I think they're programming us for Hyperloop, because the Hyperloop will simulate rocket travel in space when you'll just be going underground to some subterranean Epstein Island.
I don't think we get to underground. Underground's just for their minion cult. So we'll be good not to make it to the underground.
Yeah, exactly.
I'll die with my boots on the terrain.
Yeah, I think deep space. God, there's a really good movie, Orbiter 9. If anybody, it's a good movie to fall asleep to. Orbiter 9. It's about this secret space program of space travels under Colorado beneath some military base, and all the people on these ships are actually just guinea pigs. But anyway, hey, it's been a great call. We'll probably do live open calls a little bit earlier tomorrow. But anyway, appreciate your time and all of your comments and everything.
All right, Kim, keep up the good work. Cheers.
Thank you. Have a great night. All right, we've had some excellent callers tonight. Let me go ahead and see what we've missed in the chat. Apparently, there was a Q-friendly person who didn't call in. Somebody mentions, a couple other things. We're talking about a little bit about Donald Barr. Donald Barr and Epstein in the book Space Relations. Here's the connection. Donald Barr writes a book called Space Relations, a gothic interplanetary tale about kidnapped teenage sex slaves on distant islands, basically in outer space, small island planets. He hires Jeffrey Epstein to work at a high school. So they're at a high school around teenagers, and this guy's writing this sick stuff. And he hires Epstein. So Epstein and Barr are BFFs. Well, there's actually an STD called the Epstein-Barr virus, a sexually transmitted disease called Epstein-Barr. And I'm like, well, that's really weird. Epstein-Barr virus, and apparently they found a way to cure it with the COVID vax. But a side note. So I'm thinking Epstein-Barr virus, what's the connection there? Well, the connection is sex trafficking, these two sickos, an STD named after him, and then finally, if you catch that virus, it will give you AIWS, the Alice in Wonderland syndrome. And what is that? Well, first of all, Alice in Wonderland is constantly used in all kinds of movies, all kinds of references made to Alice in Wonderland, specifically with regard to mind control. Mind-controlled victims in Wonderland. Very common theme. So, if you catch the Epstein-Barr virus, you would have this. The Alice in Wonderland syndrome, a neurological disorder characterized by distortions of visual perception. and the experience of time. People may see things smaller than they are, feel their body alter in size, or experience basically a distortion of your space relations, your sense of time and space. So I thought that's very unusual. Not only do you have the Epstein-Barr sex trafficking connection there, one fantasy and speculative, the other actually doing it, but then you have a disease named after him, a sexually transmitted disease that gives a symptom that definitely relates to mind-controlled trafficked victims. And then when you get into Alice in Wonderland and Lewis Carroll, the writer, Alice in Wonderland and Through the Looking Glass, the whole thing is about what? Subterranean space travel, zero-G, falling down that hole into Wonderland. And what's more, Lewis Carroll was the first one to posit the idea of traveling in a vacuum. He said if you could drill a hole connecting continents and suck the air out, you would be able to have frictionless travel through the Earth. Someone later expounded on that, and they did the calculation, and they said that you could go through the Earth in 42 minutes. All right, let me see in the chat here. Jared Board says, it sounds like doing LSD. It does. That's what I'm talking about here. I'm thinking we're looking at drugged, mind-controlled victims being referenced here in some way. None of these connections are coincidental. All right, I'm going to go ahead and turn it back over to the 24/7 live stream here in just a few moments. I believe we've covered most of the things I wanted to talk about today. A tiger named Putin. Yes, a big tiger named Putin died today. Is that foreshadowing? Is that a hint? He was born in 2009, so it lived a typical age of a tiger. I would have thought longer because of the captivity, but anyway, the name was Putin, and it was during a routine procedure. And so I'm thinking, wait a minute. It was happening during a procedure. That's a little suspect. All right, get on the newsletter if you haven't. I'll be posting some updates about a lot of things, and on the last newsletter, I posted a link to the Jordan Maxwell podcast, the last one that we did, or one of the last ones. So I might actually just play that again after this here shortly. I'll put it into the playlist. The new Batman movie, if anyone hasn't seen it yet, the Riddler is Q. So I'm following that narrative. It's noteworthy that the day the movie came out, 3/4, Joker, the Boston bomber, had his death penalty reinstated. I mean, what are the odds? Joker, Batman, death penalty reinstated on that day. Theme is food shortages in the news today. Right. Someone is yeah, that's probably getting us ready for Soylent Green. Clockwork says I was hoping for Ron Watkins to call in. No, he didn't call in. I did touch base with him. We'll probably do something tomorrow. So get on the text message notifications. I didn't have any credits tonight to send out text notifications, but I will by tomorrow. So if I do get this interview with this person, I will definitely hit you up. Also, I have a commercial here I'm going to close on before we go. This is 1984, Fruit of the Loom. There's no cornucopia on the tag there. So this contradicts the conspiracy theory that the Fruit of the Loom used to have that you used to have a cornucopia in your pants, Brian Stavely. Anyway, we did spend a lot of time today talking about the Mandela effect, and I was doing all kinds of research. I found evidence that Ed McMahon was with American Family Publishing. He didn't like mix-up. Meatloaf was always Meat Loaf. Nobody ever called him
What a fabulous vacation. That was a year ago. Hey.
Okay, this is a commercial from, this is 1984. It's an underwear commercial for Fruit of the Loom. And you'll see the grape, the apple, the banana.
There's the Fruit of the Loom, guys.
And there's no cornucopia. Again, the Horn of Plenty might...
I bought you this Fruit of the Loom underwear on that trip.
How we
we holding up?
Terrific.
Our super seams keep us strong, and our super band waistband keeps snapping back.
Wash after wash.
You fellas really last. Next vacation.
Okay, so my point is this. If the Mandela effect is real, even though the logo changed and the cornucopia is taken away, there's no place here where a cornucopia guy would fit. What would a cornucopia costume look like? Like there's no place for it. You know, like with many of these so-called Mandela effects, you just scratch the surface a little bit and you'll see that there really isn't any reason to jump to that radical of a conclusion. You know, that you're looking at something supernatural. Calamento says the cornucopia is the woman's basket. What? I'll take another look at that one another time. I have the link here if you want to take a look. Anything else here? Someone sent this to me. I didn't know what I was supposed to see, and then I just noticed it now. Sean Hannity's now openly wearing a CIA pin on his chest. Nothing to see there. Here's an old one. You've probably heard this before. Barack Obama used to say, "Thank you, Satan," in reverse. I think that was a campaign slogan. I have so many great sound bites here, but apparently the gremlins are taking over and they're shutting down my stream. Happens once in a while. If it's not a micro EMP burst, it's just a straight gremlin attack. So I may just have to restart this computer. I'll send out live stream notifications via text tomorrow if I can get Ron on the phone. But yeah, I'm going to have to shut this down here. It's pretty much about to crash. Middleman says, I'm not in the Mandela, I'm just saying that's where the confusion would be. Right. Well, look, it's a non sequitur. The thing is, it doesn't even make a difference because the argument in support of reality shifting falls apart with any scrutiny at all. I don't think anybody still really, truly has any evidence to support any of these things, any so-called residue. Are there any people used to fake residue back when this thing was relatively new, and you could get away with it. I knew people who claimed that they had VHS tapes that showed braces on the mouth of Dolly. The problem with that proposition is that the braces would not have made sense in the context of the rest of the film. It wasn't an issue. Okay, yeah, computer's crashing. See you all tomorrow. Thanks.